Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 106, Down but Not Out. Devastation. Across the galaxy, this news flash was being projected to practically every corner, to every faction. Ultron has struck once more. Invading Naboo, Mandalore, and Raxus Secundus, key worlds of the systems of governments of the known galaxy, he brought about destruction and devastation on a mass scale. Flashes of the three battles were displayed, including the many troopers, force users, and Avengers all in the thick of the fight. However, these were diversions orchestrated by Ultron, spreading the forces of the Republic, Separatists, and many other fighting forces thin while he attacked and succeeded in obtaining Kamino and Cato Neimoidia. The last of the videos displayed the Republic in full retreat from Kamino, whilst Separatist ships showed fleeting footage of the destruction of Cato Neimoidia just as the ship recording the devastation was blown up. Both the Republic and Separatist alliance have suffered heavy blows from this event. No one knows the fuller ramifications. Short term, however, is devastating as their respective armies have been severely crippled, morale has plummeted, and fear now grips the hearts of all across the galaxy. Talks of the ceasefire has escalated, if not a guarantee. Means of peace waver while conflicts between the parties possibly fracture. But now, all that remains is this: what shall be done in response to this overwhelming nightmare of defeat? He has a way with words. Obi-Wan Kenobi airily said, a somber expression as he along with over 100 Jedi were crowded in one of the larger rooms of the Jedi Temple, some either listening to the HoloNet news with the rest all in deep discussion/arguments with each other. Wartime speakers have a way to really draw in listeners, says Steve Rogers, standing next to the bearded Jedi, his face equally as grim as his friend's. Practically a craft onto their own to boost propaganda, among other facts. Speaking from experience, Nat rhetorically asked, seeing Steve give her a silent stare with a humorless smirk. Where's Anakin? Sam abruptly spoke up, looking around the room. He saw that the entire Jedi Council was in attendance, as well as other high-ranking and high-profile Jedi Knights and Masters like Aayla, Voss, Trasaa, Tholm, Kakrua, and all but the hero with no fear was absent in all this. I am not sure, Kenobi admitted, frowning in thought. I saw him an hour ago, but he didn't say where he was going. Have you asked Ahsoka? Steve inquired, with Obi-Wan shaking his head. She is none the wiser, same as we are. Plo-kun chimed in, arms crossed and head tilted down. Though his face was obscured by his goggles and respirator, Plo's brows were furrowed and his posture was rigid. What I am concerned about is how much of the footage has been replayed to the masses. At least they aren't showing what happened to 99 again. Aayla Secura stated, shaking her head and grimacing at the memory. The people couldn't stomach it. One which is truly hard to forget. Kit Fisto said, his expression void of his usual easygoing smile. It's worse for the troopers. Rhodey darkly said. Jesus, I've never seen them so angry. They have good reason. Natasha murmured. Let's hope they don't do anything too reckless. Obi-Wan said with a dreaded sigh. One can only keep them contained for so long. Yeah, well, they're not alone, Sam stated. As much as the galaxy is shitting their pants right now, I betcha there are as many people who want to tear Ultron a new one. I'd rather not stomach the thought of the galaxy killing itself to take out Ultron. Plo muttered. Yeah, pretty sure that's our job, Natasha said. Revenge is not the Jedi way, Aayla said with a stern look. That's what we're here for, Rhodey countered. And besides, Avengers. It's in the name, the brand. We will make this right. Just don't kill yourselves while you're at it, Kit Fisto said with a shake of his head. You're not just allies to the Jedi anymore, you're our friends. Right back at ya. Elsewhere at the temple, an assortment of Padawans were speaking with their fellow students, the gathering of young Jedi being headed by Ahsoka Tano and Barrisafi. The Masters are telling us Kamino fell. So it really happened. What are we supposed to do? I'm scared. Force me, the Togruta Padawan whispered, a frown marring her features. I don't know how we're supposed to do this. It was your idea. Barris said with a look at her girlfriend that made Ahsoka wince. I know, it's just Master Skywalker said I should try this and dash. Master Anakin suggested this. Uffy said in surprise. No, Ahsoka shook her head. I was the one that brought it up and he just patted my back and said go for it before walking off. And where is he now? Anywhere but here, obviously. Ahsoka deadpanned at her lover who looked apologetic, making the Togruta sigh. Sorry, Barris. It's okay, my love. The Miri Allen softly whispered. No need to point out why we're all like this right now. So. Ahsoka looked at Barris then at the assembled Padawans. How should we do this? Barris gazed at all her fellow protégés, giving Tano a look of assurance before moving to address the Padawans. Everyone, she spoke aloud, using the Force to amplify her voice to get their attention. Look, I know that words can only assuage so much of your concerns and fears, but we need to remain calm. Remain calm. One of the Padawans parroted in disbelief. Ultron took Kamino. The clones lost their home. What if Ultron is coming for us next? He is coming, for all of us. Ahsoka said as though it were obvious and immediately cringed at her words, slapping her hand over her forehead. The reaction was rather quick, but they were silenced by another Jedi Padawan who stepped up to stand next to the pair, being joined by another. Mac Loter and Cass Todd. Look, Ahsoka and Barris are not wrong here. The former said, the human gesturing his hands in a downward manner to try to keep everyone from overreacting. We already know this given Ultron attacked Coruscant before. We need to keep a cool head and remember our training and duty. Cass, the Zabrak female Padawan tacked on. But let us also not forget our obligation to the men that have served by our order from the onset of this war. It's a great loss. I can't argue on that. Says Mac Loter. Which is why our duty is to be by the side of the clones and support them. Ahsoka quickly chimed in, shooting the secret Jedi couple an appreciative smile. And keep them from doing anything reckless or crazy. And how are we supposed to do that? A random Padawan asked. We just need to be strong for them. Show we do care for them. Barris patiently said. Easy for you to say. The same Jedi said with a scoff. It's not as hard as you think. Ahsoka said with a frown. Look, everyone, we have a great many responsibilities that we must adhere to right now. We must be ready for anything. If our masters tell us to run, we run. They tell us we're going into battle, that's what we must do. The galaxy, whether it knows it or not, is looking to us, the Avengers and our boys, to keep them safe from Ultron. I know that's not the most encouraging thing, but we must do this. We all have a part to play and we just need to let the Force guide us. It's not gonna be easy dash. But we must stand strong. Barris added in resolutely. For each other. For our masters and fellow protégés. Our Jedi. Our order. Our troops. And the people of this galaxy. Sometime later, the meetings in the Jedi Order had dispersed and all went their separate ways, be it in groups or by themselves. Even though Ultron had won and the galaxy was paralyzed with fear, work still needed to be done. And emotional seemed to be the first subject that needed to be tackled. Arriving back at the HQ of the Avengers on Coruscant, Steve, Thor, Clint, Rhodey and Nat found Tony sitting at the large, circular table in the spacious living room, alcoholic drink on one side and little Mara Jade seated on the other. The little redhead toddler gazed upon the billionaire with curiosity as the man appeared to be rambling. And then I swooped in, tank missile and BEM problem solved. Tony semi-drunkenly said, making exaggerated whooshing and explosion noises in an attempt to entertain the young child. Mara simply looked over at the liquor beside her and held out her hand. There was a tugging with the Force as it got closer. Just as it came to her grasp. That is not for you. Tony pries the one bottle away from the curious tyke. He looks over to the child's mother, having heard the door to the HQ open. Where's her orange juice and not the screwdriver you made for yourself? You're drinking it right now. Nat deadpanned, walking over to her daughter who let out a happy sound, reaching up for her mother. I am. Tony looked at the bottle of liquor and released a small ah. So I am. We can see that. Rhodey said with a sigh, patting his shoulder and sitting next to the inventor. You sure as hell aren't in the best state of mind. Are any of you? Tony darkly retorted, swirling around the contents of his cup in his hand. I believe the answer should be quite obvious, Stark. Thor grimly said, setting Mjolnir down on the table and grabbing the bottle out from Tony's hand and drank it all in one swig. I was still working on that. Tony childishly muttered. So, what's the news saying? We're screwed. We're fucked. Oops, sorry kid. Mara only tilted her head at Iron Man's words while Black Widow was halfway between annoyed and exasperated amusement. The same. Romanoff said, gently stroking the top of Mara's head. Kamino was a failure. The loss of the Republic's biggest asset. No, I lost the biggest Republic asset. Stark groused out, downing his drink and slamming the cup down. This is all dash. Tony. Steve's voice was soft but there was a sharpness to it that prevented Stark from finishing his sentence. We've been over this. Ultron was our responsibility to beat and we all failed. This is on all of us. Yeah, but did you make the bastard 'cause you're a paranoid man-child with too much time and money on his hands? Tony venomously snapped back. We already had enough finger-pointing on whose fault this is to begin and end with. Natasha said. Tony was about to make another retort when Steve placed his hand on his shoulder. This is what Ultron wants. Rogers stressed out, looking at Stark dead in the eye. Right now, we need to hold strong dash. Hold strong. Tony barked out angrily. Hold strong. How can we dash? The sudden yell caused Mara Jade to squirm and the overall negative atmosphere she was sensing made her cry, instantly quashing the billionaire's rage, a guilty look replacing it. "Ah geez, I'm sorry, Nat. It's okay," she sympathetically said, gently rocking her child back and forth, placing her lips on Mara's forehead, hoping to calm her down. "Let's not try to upset the little lady any further, huh Stark?" Clint Riley said, Tony slumping in his seat in response. He went for another sip of his cup but remembered it being empty, and when he also recalled Thor drinking the entire bottle, he gave the god an unamused look. "You're not the only one who needs a drink right about now," Thor refuted. "What we need," Steve spoke up, giving the group that was the founding members of the Avengers a fierce gaze, "is to not allow Ultron to win. Hasn't he?" "The battle," Rogers stated. "He's won this battle but he will not win the war. We beat him once and we'll do it again. And just how are we supposed to do that?" Stark countered. "Vision's trick didn't work this time. We'll figure out a way," Steve held firm despite Tony's miserable gaze. "Like we did last time. Together." The billionaire, genius philanthropist silently stared back at the super soldier before releasing a sigh of defeat. "God, the giddy optimism just doesn't fail, does it?" Iron Man dryly remarked. "Hasn't done so yet." Captain Rogers Riley said. "So, we got a plan in mind." Barton spoke up. "Or are we going for a Hail Mary? First, let's get the team back together," Thor declared, getting a nod from Steve. "We fight this united or we fall." Elsewhere on Coruscant, over at the residency of Rochuchi, the Pantoran senator was practically smothering her boyfriend with frantic, almost desperate, yet also relieved love. Both were in bed, not much in clothing between them with the covers over the pair. Chuchi was on top of the speedster, breathing heavily, resting her head above his chest, clinging to him. "I feared the worst when I heard about Kamino," Cho muttered, tilting her head up to pepper his cheek with kisses. "When it fell." She shuddered, snuggling into him. Pietro hummed, rubbing the small of her back. "Still distracted?" "Yeah," he mutters. "My mind keeps drifting back to, you know." "What's gonna happen now?" Ro murmured, adjusting herself to be at eye level with her lover who looked at her with a tired gaze. "We can't let Ultron have this victory," the speedster stated. "Knowing Cap, he's probably already thinking about how we're gonna be fighting back." "But can you?" Chuchi whispered nervously. "Should you even?" "We must, Ro," Pietro firmly said, placing a hand on her cheek. "We can't give up hope." Ultron once said to me and my sister about breaking the Avengers from the inside. If we lose the will to fight, then we're broken and the rest of the galaxy is done for. The Pantoran winced at his words, gripping her lover tightly. I'm scared. Quicksilver's heart ached at the sound her voice was, trying to comfort her, yet he couldn't find the words to do so, only admitting quietly, I'm scared too. All the while, another couple was walking through one of the planet's districts, the pair having their arms linked. Bucky and Celeste saw the locals going around. Despite the control and order being seen publicly, the pair could see they were doing their best to suppress the panic. Yet it seemed to be hanging on a thread. It's grown considerably since I last saw this place, Celeste murmured, taking in the city planet in all its glory. Though it was grand to look at, noticeable damage, rubble and ongoing construction was clear as day to see. And that was just one facet of the effects of Ultron's war on the galaxy. Refugees from multiple corners of the galaxy had been streaming into the planet after the escalation of the war, Ultron having targeted many locations that didn't have the strongest of defenses against his army. This was worse than the Mandalorian War, Morn quietly said, seeing and sensing the state of the mood shared by the civilians of the Republic. From afar, they watched a convoy being escorted in by half a dozen LAAT gunships where more refugees arrived. Around them, red armored clone troopers with other Coruscant security forces were in constant action, suppressing criminals while assisting other citizens in any way they could. Yet it seemed the civilians were more inclined to see how they could assist the clones instead, refusing any help and instead offering it to them, be it small trinkets of food and water, a polish up on their armor free of charge, a place where they can take a break for themselves. Some of the braver souls openly asked where they could go to volunteer and join the GAR, a few being teens clearly below the legal age to do so. I'd say that's an exaggeration, but, given the circumstances. Bucky saw a mother trying to soothe her crying child, a clone trooper with his armor having Spider-Man patterns approaching them to try to assist them. I had hoped that I would one day return to this galaxy in more peaceful times, but when the others here reached out to us and told us of what was happening. Morn closed her eyes, lip trembling as she shook her head. Once again, I find myself plunged into war. It's as though my life can't exist without it. Bucky felt an ache in his chest, one that was his own and another, that strangely, he didn't know how to describe it, but why did it feel like it had to do with Celeste? He shook his head, disregarding this thought, instead focusing on his lover. For decades, all I knew was conflict. He mutters. Skirmish after skirmish, mission after mission. One assassination to the other. Ones which I had no say in the matter. Now without that leash around my neck, I can breathe easily. I thought my life revolving around war was over. At last, I could use all those skills for real good in this universe. Yet its phantom pull is still there, dragging us into another one. Universal nature, really. Celeste's tone was tired and frustrated. Some cycle that doesn't seem to end. She looked over at a pair of clone troopers idly talking to each other, the former Jedi Shadow picking up on the exhaustion both men conveyed. Wordlessly, she conjured a small portal in front of her hand and from it pulled out some water and a decent pair of MREs that she went over to hand to them. Here boys, you look like you can use something proper to eat. One of the clones saw the lightsaber clipped to her waist and was about to salute her when she prevented him from doing so. I'm an Avenger, boys. She kindly said. No need for that. Saying their brief thanks, the troopers parted ways from the couple. She watched them walk away with a forlorn gaze. I know that it may feel odd to say this, but I know how they feel. What it's like to lose a home. I mean, I know not on the scale they just experienced. It's all right. Bucky assured. I think we're one of the few that actually get it better than most. So then what should we do? The Winter Soldier shrugged at that, feeling the answer to be simple. Get back at Ultron and tear him a new one. Celeste shook her head in amusement. That's not necessarily the Jedi way. But the Avengers and the Masters of the Mystic Arts aren't exactly Jedi now, are they? She snorts a little. You got me there. Back at the Jedi Temple Hangar Bay, one Jade Amazon was walking through the area with a despondent gaze. She had been wandering for some time and had found herself, not necessarily paying attention to where she was going, which is why she was here now. In her aimless wandering, her focus was primarily on the clones. Seeing whatever she could past their helmets which hid their distraught of what just occurred not so long ago. She was still getting used to the idea of being on a city planet filled to the brim with literal thousands of alien species, but after her first real outing in this galaxy as an Avenger, she was hard-pressed to look at anyone other than the clones. And every time she passed by a clone, nothing but guilt and disappointment with herself came over her. She knows that she only just got to this galaxy, but this monumental failure of horrific proportions weighed heavily on her soul. Jen actually felt especially horrible at the fact that she allowed her emotions on what that metal bastard did to her cousin than what really mattered at the time. And that was getting that AI piece of shit off Kamino. What a spectacular debut. Distracted as she was, she didn't notice the coming collision until it was too late. A clone with orange-accented armor was looking down at a datapad with a grim gaze and walked right into Jen, the pair bumping into each other, nearly tumbling from the impact. She-Hulk slightly flailed her arms but was quick to recover, seeing the clone about to fall, and threw her arm out to grab his chest piece and keep him from tumbling over. The clone gave her a grateful look. "Apologies, ma'am." No, that was my fault," Jen stated. "My mind was miles away." The clone had a look of understanding, holding up his datapad. "So is everyone else's right now." "You got that right," was her remark, the clone giving her a scrutinizing gaze. "You're Jennifer Walters, right? One of the new Avengers that came from Earth." "I go by Jen, but yes." The lawyer looked at the clone's armor. She recalled everything she could about the person as best as her memory was able to. The distinct coloring and equipment on his armor coupled with the distinct scar over his left eye made her mind flash back to him always by the side of the Jedi known as Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're Commander Cody, right?" The identified clone nodded. "I am." "Impressive that you remembered my face, ma'am." "No need for that formality, Cody," Walters said with a friendly smile. "You can just call me Jen. And I'm a lawyer. I have to be able to learn faces and all. Even with clones. Useful trait. Though I haven't heard the best of descriptions about lawyers," Cody apologetically said. She-Hulk snorted, patting the commander on the shoulder. "Believe you me, Commander, lawyers like Matt and I are the exception, not the norm. We hope to change that in the future." Cody smirked at that. "Then I wish you luck, Ma Jen." "Thanks. We'll need it." With a small nod, the commander turned to leave when She-Hulk felt compelled to speak again. "I'm sorry," she blurted out. Cody stopped in his stride, looking back at the Jade woman with a confused look. "Pardon?" "I'm sorry, about your home," she lamely added. The commander composes himself, giving her a nod. "I appreciate it, Jen." No, it's not that, it's," She-Hulk had a look of self-loathing. "We failed. That was your home and we allowed that metal bastard to take it from you. The Avengers faced Ultron before, with only 9 members when they did, and they beat him back. There were more than 24 of us and we couldn't even slow him down." Cody frowned at this, now walking up to the Green Amazon. "Ms. Walters, you should know that you can't place this blame solely on yourself. What happened was all our failure. Ultron was one step ahead of us and he got the drop on the entire galaxy. We can't stand around here and just allow our insecurities and failings to take hold of us. But I let my own selfishness get in the way." She-Hulk stressed out. "I was angry, wanted to beat Ultron into dust 'cause of what he did to my cousin before he went missing. I should have held him or tried to keep him from doing more or just dash." "Jen." Cody cut her off. "It's all right. We understand, truly, we do. But right now, this kind of thought process will lead you nowhere but mistakes and further despair. Right now, I believe that we have to lean on each other for support and be ready for the time when we finally scrap that clanker to the scrapyard where he belongs." Walters was silent for a few minutes before a coy, impressed smile wormed its way onto her face. "You really have a way with words, Commander," she said, her demeanor taking a turn. "Where'd you learn to talk like that?" Surprised by her shift in mood, Cody still found himself smirking all the same. "Well, Ms. Walters, when General Kenobi is your commanding officer, you learn to pick up on a great deal of quirks and tricks, especially considering the fact that the man is quite the talker. I picked up on that when I met him. Jen remarked with a small hum. Say, Commander, anything I can do to help you right now? Move some equipment around? Lift up a tank? Entertain the boys? Lift a tank? Cody repeated in amusement. Wait, can you? Are you really gonna question that after everything you've seen the Avengers do? Jen cockily said, striking a pose and flexing one of her arms. These guns aren't just for show, Commander. And you can look, but to touch will cost you extra. The saucy wink sent his way made the commander reel back from her brazen flirt, feeling a bit uncomfortable with this new situation. It dispelled with how quickly Jennifer began to laugh at his face. You're not used to girls flirting with you, aren't ya? Cody looked away with an annoyed look. I don't have time for such matters, Ms. Walters. Then you need to learn to have fun, Commander. Jen said with a roguish grin. And knock it with the Miss title. I ain't that old yet. I know from my boys not to comment on age for women. Cody airily said, getting a laugh out of the Avenger. Come on. She then walked over to him, patting his shoulder as lightly as she could. How about you introduce me to the rest of your men proper and I can help out how I can. Better than walking around moping all day. The clone didn't have time to respond, watching the woman turn and walk in the direction he was initially going to. Having a feeling that she wasn't one to be so easily changed in mind once she set it on something, Cody jogged quickly to catch up to her and took charge of where they were going. Back at the Avengers HQ on Earth, similar discussions were underway. You did your best in a tough situation, Katie. We all did. Beating yourself up over it won't make you feel any better. Can't we? Katie Chen moped about in a depressed state. I don't think we did our best. I sure didn't. I could have done more. I should have done more. Over to the side, Hank Pym sighed, seeing his employee's state as Sean was doing his best to cheer her up. He was brought up to speed not long ago when the others returned. It practically got him very nervous about what just occurred with Ultron taking two major planets rather simultaneously. During all this, Tony's rogue AI creation had hit several others to spread the forces thin until it was too late. It was quite the strategic move. One which was successful at a drastic scale. As a result, it made things much harder for Hank and the other eggheads to come up with a solution in taking Ultron out. He, like the others on Earth prior to finally connecting the Infinity Gate to the galaxy far, far away, received notes and ideas from Scott and Peter about possible equations that could lead to a means of taking out Ultron. While the initial idea was sound, there were many variables that needed to be taken into account. Primarily, the latest report being that of Vision's failure in trapping Ultron from body hopping as he did back here on Earth. How the AI managed to repel the android in an unfamiliar manner. So, in essence, to a degree, they were back to square one. Katie, come on, this was your first ever battle in space. Our first ever battle. Sean stressed out, giving her a pleading look. Sean, come on, how can you say that when you're you? Katie moaned a bit childishly, but the pain in her eyes was evident to see. Being trained to be an assassin over fighting in a literal battlefield that's a full-scale war is a bit more intense than what I was used to. Shang-Chi countered with a strained smile. Katie only dropped her head, releasing a groan before plopping down to the floor with a shudder. Hank glanced over from his work, a saddened frown on his face as he saw her shaking and could hear her crying softly. Sean was immediately by her side, trying to help her sit up, pulling out a napkin he had in his pocket to wipe away her tears. Hey, Katie, come on. The wielder of the 10 rings muttered, hefting her upper half up into a hug. Easy. I gotcha. So many people died. Katie wept, clinging onto Sean. I didn't want to see that. Whoa. Sean and Hank looked up to see Danny and Luke having entered the lab. Gentlemen. Pym greeted cordially. Is something wrong? Well, we got a notification from Cap and Stark about meeting up at Coruscant, but... Cage left the statement unfinished, looking down at Katie, who was still crying. Hey, Katie, Danny walked over to her and Sean, kneeling in front of them. Are you all right? The Iron Fist silently locked eyes with Shang-Chi, his friend shaking his head with a look of remorse. Sean shook his head and Rand sighed. Do you want us to do anything? Luke softly asked, now standing next to the trio. Katie shuddered, hands over her face. Just, make me forget what happened. Hank sighed aloud, shaking his head, a forlorn and distant gaze in his eyes. If only it were that easy. Pym said with a slight rasp in his voice. He moved from his workstation, walked over to the four Avengers and held a hand out for the distraught Archer. With some assistance from Sean, Katie was lifted back up to her feet by Hank, the man gently placing both his hands on her shoulders. Katie, he said quietly. I can't say I fully understand just what it is you're suffering through, but I can say that allowing yourself to fall into that pit is a one-way ticket to regret and bitterness. Trust me on that, at least. Katie's lower lip trembled with fresh tears ready to spill, but she remained silent as her employer continued on. What you need to do right now is to have the people around you be your crutch to help you keep moving before you're able to run again. She felt Sean give her a small squeeze, and that brought a small grateful smile from the former valet. It'll be a while for you to overcome your grief. You need to learn to let go. It may not be now. It may not be in the foreseeable future. All I can say is that holding onto it for so long will not be good for you. Katie sniffled. You can relate with those who have experienced it. Danny chimed in. Meaning everyone else here. Luke deadpanned, making his friend wince. Talk to Mr. Wilson, Hank spoke up. From what I've heard, he's quite well, he never called himself a therapist or psychiatrist. But he's a man who knows how to listen and gives sage advice. Besides, Sean's expression brightened suddenly. You still have a lot of kids to save and bring home to their families. Can't have you out of the team like that, can we? Clint would be proud. At that, a true smile broke out from the master archer in training, and that in turn alleviated the men around her. Thanks you guys. She tearfully said. You're the best. Whereas one conversation was heartwarming, one was clearly the opposite. Echo? Heavy slowly said, seeing his batchmate breathing heavily, arms in his head, seated in his bed in the barracks. I should have been there. The Arc Sorcerer to be said in pure self-loathing. Our home. Our brothers. 99 dash. It wouldn't have changed dash, cut up spoke up only to be cut off. You wouldn't know. Echo roared, getting up from his bed and right in the face of his brother, who was completely unfazed. There was only a sorrowful somberness returning the fierce and pained gaze of the clone. Echo of Domino Squad had returned to his home galaxy alongside many of his fellow clones from Camartage. Originally, they believed their intentions of reunions would be pleasant, in a sense, given the present conflicts. Where they would come back and stun their brothers of the progress some of them had made in the short time apart, learning about the higher mysteries of the universe. However, they received devastating news. The attack of Ultron on 3 different systems. All being a diversion for his true targets. Kato Neomoidia and Kamino getting taken. And worst of all. 99. Echo. Fives said in a low tone. You being there wouldn't have made a difference. How can you say that? Echo jabbed a finger at the tattooed clone, sparks flying from his fingertips. His batchmates all blinked at the small display of magic but remained stoic, waiting for Echo to calm down, which he does. To a degree at least. He falls back down onto his bed, hiding his face in his hands as one stray tear falls from his eye. All of it. Echo croaked. He took it all. Every single city. Heavy grimly answered. Every single clone that wasn't evacuated. And how many were converted? The word was like acid in Echo's mouth. Assumptions are drastic. Assuming every last one. Give me a number. Echo demanded. 7 to 800 million. Fives revealed, his voice barely a whisper. The ashen look on the ARC trooper's face said it all. It was the same one Fives, heavy, cut up, and every clone that wasn't on Kamino had. 7. The number didn't seem to compute with Echo, Fives silently placing a hand on his brother's shoulder. There was a hollow silence shared between Domino Squad until their mystic brother stood to walk away. Oi, where are you going? Cut Up called out to him, unleashing some pent-up aggression. Echo said aloud, not looking back at them. It wouldn't be until later his brothers learned he had basically demolished part of the training yard. Those who witnessed this would report him basically displaying much of what he and the others learned from their time in the other galaxy. Of course, this would result in Echo being reprimanded for a number of reasons, yet no punishment came. Just a verbal scolding to not do too much damage next time. Despite this, Echo's own ethics and belief in duty made him clean the mess he made, though not without assistance from the rest of the 501st. Concurrently to all this, one of the newer members of the fiercest division in the GAR was on the hunt, or rather, she was searching for the lost captain of the 501st. She asked all the boys and they could only giving her scant directions with some memory of where they last saw the bravest clone trooper in the galaxy. Eventually, she found her target. Delia watched in silence as Rex took apart his pistols. He had been at this for a while now, the Zeltron having lost track of how long he had been doing the repetitive exercise. She held a sad frown at the clone captain, seeing how, despite his expression being stoic, there was a raging fire of pure, unadulterated anger mixed with heartbreaking grief in his eyes. Delia didn't miss the few times Rex nearly broke his weapons due to how much force he applied to them. Seeing him slam down his rebuilt pistol for what felt like the 100th time today, Blue walked forward, reaching for him just as he was about to start the whole process over again. "I think you've abused your pistols enough, Captain," Delia gently said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "They've gone through a lot during the war." Rex responds, not looking away from his maintenance process. "They can deal with more." Not being put off, Delia sat adjacent to the captain and placed her hands over his, preventing him from working any further. "But you can't," she quietly said with a firm tone. "I can." Rex stressed out, moving his hands away from her only for the pink-skinned woman to grab them. "No, not like this, you can't." Rex scoffed, pulling his hands out of hers, and stood to pace around, muttering to himself with his hands on his hips. "Rex," Delia said, standing up from the bench, and watching him walk around. "Rex, please. Please." The captain of the 501st sneered, not looking at her. "Please what?" Delia released a sigh, her face conveying sorrow at seeing the normally unbreakable captain in such a state. "I get it." She approached him, about to try to take his hand again. "You're distracting yourself with what happened. I would too if my home was taken and dash. Why do you care?" Rex suddenly rounded on her with a fearsome glare that would cower most anyone caught in it. "What do you even know? How could you even begin to possibly understand anything that we're going through? You're not a clone, you're not one of us. You have no idea what it is like to have your life predetermined to such an outcome, no concept of the loss my brothers suffer through every single day. You're not a soldier. You're just a lost woman who just waltzed into the Grand Army, thinking you have a place here but you don't. You're a civilian and nothing more." The clone was breathing heavily, eyes ablaze with emotions, the man feeling like he was about to explode again when he froze. He saw Delia having silent tears streaming down her cheeks and he felt something that could only be described as quite possibly one of the worst feelings he had ever had. It somehow rivaled what he and all clones felt after leaving Kamino. Rex saw hurt and pain in her eyes due to his words, yet not in the way of them hurting her by what he said. Rather, the pain came from sympathy and empathy, the Zeltron reaching forward to place a delicate hand on the captain's cheek before the man had a chance to say anything else. The clone jolted slightly from the touch but didn't pull away, allowing Blue to step closer to him, placing her other hand on his chest. "Oh Rex," her voice was barely above a whisper. "I am truly sorry. I wish I could give you the words to lessen your pain but I can't." It was at this point did Rex break out of his stupor and did the weight of everything he had just said to Delia came crashing down upon him. Now that feeling from before escalated and he felt horrible. "And no, Delia, I dash." He was silenced when she moved her hand from his cheek, placing her fingertips over his mouth, silencing him. "You have nothing to apologize for," Delia quietly assured, giving him a kind, tearful smile. "I know you didn't mean any of that." Rex shook his head. "But I still shouldn't have dash." She gently shushed, placing both her hands on either side of his head now. I understand, Blue murmured, her right thumb gently moving back and forth to further soothe him. What you just went through, what all of your brothers just experienced, that is a pain I cannot properly fathom. But the loss of someone you hold dear? That is something I understand. And the resentment and confusion that comes with it that causes you to lash out. Rex didn't know how to verbally respond to this, so instead, he slowly reached for her left hand and placed his hand over it. In return, Delia lifted her hand, taking Rex's, and bringing it to her lips for a chaste kiss. This action stirred something within the captain's chest, the clone releasing a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. Smiling lovingly now, she slowly pulled Rex into an embrace, stroking his head softly. It's okay, Rex. Blue whispered. You can have me for this at least. Rex was truly at a loss as to what to do, as this entire experience was new to him. So he had to resort to instinct, what felt natural to him. His arms cautiously wrapped themselves awkwardly around her, and despite their position, Delia couldn't help but giggle at the trooper's inexperience. Adjusting his arm placements, one was placed on her upper back whilst the other was a tad lower, and Rex felt a tinge of heat in his face. But that was a reaction that was short-lived as Delia leaned her wavy blue hair against his cheek. The clone trooper felt a weight being lifted off his shoulder as he tightened his embrace with Delia, and he just allowed this moment to flow through him. Rex trembled slightly and he felt Delia gently rub the back of his head, letting out a soothing hum. Without having realized it until he felt it, Rex felt several silent tears streak down his face, the man actually pulling away from Blue, tapping his cheek to see his fingertips have some moisture on them. Seeing this reaction, Delia tilted her head, cupping the back of his hand. First time crying? She softly asked, and Rex slowly nodded, as this was quite possibly the first time he had experienced something like this. He sniffed slightly, wiping his tears dry, only for Delia to surprise him with a cloth she had. Was it in her pocket? Regardless, she used the fabric to wipe his face and the corners of his eyes, giving him a warm smile that made his insides squirm. Why? He abruptly asked, making Delia blink. Why do all this? Rex questioned with uncertainty. Why me? What do you mean? This, Rex emphasized, gesturing between himself and her. All this that you've been doing since you joined the 501st. A moment later, realization dawned on the Zeltron, the woman releasing a small ah. Well, Delia held a more aloof tone now, turning her gaze away from the trooper with a bit of a darker color tinging her pink cheeks. Unfortunately, or maybe it is fortunate, you fall into the category of being my type. Rex raised a brow at that. Your type? He parried, Blue nodding her head. Yes. She whimsically said with an overdramatic sigh, reaching up to stroke his cheek. The brave, strong-willed, loyal men who can be quite rebellious in their own right when put into that situation. And exceptionally handsome. Rex looked a bit thrown by such a description, giving her a bewildered and amused look. Handsome? You do know I share the same face with over 1 billion other men. He pointed out. Oh, do you now? Delia put on a babyish tone, now pinching the captain's cheek. Well, I beg to differ. Strong jawline, unique hair, unique armor, a one-of-a-kind view, and someone that many admire and respect. I don't think I've ever heard anything bad spoken about you by your men or General Skywalker and Commander Tenno. There, Rex actually looked away with a bashful gaze. They're just over-exaggerating. I'll make that judgment for myself. Blue cheekily said, making Rex turn back to her with a jokingly strained smile. You enjoy doing this to me, don't you? Rex deadpanned at her. It's one of the few things in life that never fails to bring me joy. The Zeltron cheerfully said, laughing at the clone's expression, the man grumbling at her laughter. By order of your captain, you are to stop. He said in a low voice, which only served to increase Delia's octave in laughing at him. I guess you're gonna have to chalk that one up to insubordination. She remarked. Rex humphed with a small smile. Guess I will. Silence befell the pair, with both gazing at one another for a few seconds until Delia released a sigh. You know, Rex, he slightly angled his head to convey that he was listening. I may have only seen a handful of those films the Avengers brought over from Earth, but I've seen enough to know that this would be the part where the man kisses the lady. That made the captain's eyes widen and he opened his mouth, about to rebuke or form some kind of comment, but Delia beat him to it. But you're still learning, so I guess I'll have to be the one to do it. Before he could respond, the Zeltron gently pulled his head down, mashing her lips against his own, and the captain's mind shut down. He felt the buxom engineer press her entire body against his, releasing a satisfying moan, and wrapping her arms around him. The clone's mind was going haywire for a good few seconds until he allowed a more primal instinct to take over and soon responded in kind. This in turn caused a high-pitched squeal from Delia, making Rex pull away. "Are you all right?" he worriedly asked. "I didn't hurt you dash. Asterisk bop asterisk." Delilah cut him off with a slight tap on his forehead, pouting with a flushed face. "You bantha fodder, you're not supposed to stop." She whined and quickly pulled Rex back in for another kiss before he could even have a chance to respond. The man still was in the process of getting used to this new feeling, but responded more naturally this time with a bit of assistance of arm placement courtesy of Delia. The sensual moan Blue released drove that primal feeling within Rex wild. They remained lip-locked for a good few moments until Delia pulled away, her hands back on his cheeks again and her forehead leaning against his. "MMMM," she hummed, giving the captain a seductive gaze that he averted his gaze from, his face heating up again. Delia giggled at this reaction, finding it positively endearing, giving him another quick peck on the lips. "Not bad, Captain Rex," she teased. "You seem to adapt quite well to any given scenario." The clone released a breathless sigh, tilting his head back to shake it as his mind was coming to grips with what just transpired. You're just," Rex chuckled lowly. "Well, that's one way to cheer me up, I suppose. And that means I win the bet." The captain of the 501st blinked, looking at the Zeltron strangely. "Bet? What bet?" "The one between myself and the rest of the men," Delia plainly answered. "Some hoped that you would be the one to make a move and a few thought it would be the two of us, but Hardcase and Domino Squad agreed with me that I'd be first." Hearing this, Rex frowned, giving Blue a scrutinizing look. "What brought this about?" Delia casually shrugged, resting her hands on his chest now. "Well, the boys apparently liked the idea of their brave Captain Rex having a lady friend around to help comfort him whenever you were stressed or overworked, and..." She left the statement hanging, making Rex actually grow upset. "Delia, I'm not gonna use you or dash." He was interrupted by Blue throwing her head back with a laugh. "Use me," Delia said through her laughter. "Rex, sweetie, I don't have to think twice about the idea of you ever using me for pleasure." "Then what dash?" "I think they just wanted you to have someone more intimate and personal to be with," Delia quietly said, letting out a sad sigh. "I had hoped that maybe we could have had a moment to ourselves soon after that last date you took me on, but after what Ultron did." Her lip trembled at the thought and she shook her head. "No, I needed to do this now. To have this with you." "Delia," Rex whispered. "I don't want you to be forcing yourself into this." Delia snorted slightly, giving the captain a wry look. "Rex, come now, I know you've met my friend Danny. You should know by now what kind of people Zeltron are. We see someone that catches our fancy and we pursue them, ready to throw ourselves at our person of interest." "Yeah, learning that right about now," Rex said in a low voice, causing Delia to giggle at his words, and despite what was on his mind, he found himself smiling at her. "Delia," he softly said, making her look into his eyes as he gently placed his hands over hers. "Thank you." The Zeltron hummed aloud, leaning up to place a more chaste kiss for a few moments before pulling back. "And thank you, Rex," she affectionately said. "I think I'm starting to find my place in this galaxy a lot easier now." "And I. Ugh." Rex released a groan that caused Delia to giggle. "You are insufferable. Better get used to it, Captain," she teased, a mischievous glint in her eyes mixed with a sensual smile that made that primal feeling in the clone trooper stir once more. "Because I am gonna enjoy every second I get with you alone." Rex only grunted, smiling all the same. He didn't say anything, yet the look in his eyes conveyed enough, with Delia beaming happily at him, leaning her forehead against his. Elsewhere, in the new barracks of the Bad Batch, some of its members were consoling Omega. She was more or less in the same state when they left Kamino. She had exhausted herself from crying, having her fall asleep as an eventual result. But after waking up, she was very quiet and out of focus. Wrecker stayed by her side the entire time, having given her Lula to hold on to, which she did while leaning her small frame on her older brother's lap. Though she no longer cried aloud, occasional silent tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes almost never blinking in all that time. "She needs to get some rest, Hunter," Tech quietly said out of earshot. "I can make something for her." "Would that even work?" Crosshairs asked, his usual aloof and snark all but gone at this point. The sniper had his eyes on the young girl, a conflicted expression in his eyes, watching as Wrecker placed a hand on her shoulder and she in turn grabbed it and pulled it around her and hugged the hand close to her. Hunter was silent, keeping an emotionless exterior, yet the eyes gave way to the conflict within. He was truly at a loss right now. On the one hand, his emotional rage was all but demanding that they get any and every type of weapon of mass destruction and bring the fireworks to Ultron. But on the other hand, his pragmatic side mixed with sympathetic emotions reined him in, basically reminding him that he had a duty to his batchmates, the GAR, and now, Omega. "Just keep an eye on her," Hunter softly said. "We'll take turns." "Going somewhere?" Crosshairs asked, his face-painted leader nodding. "Gonna meet up with some of the other commanders and captains. Maybe talk to the Jedi. See what our next move is." "Is that wise, Hunter?" Tech inquired. "Is there any move that's gonna be wise, right now?" Hunter rhetorically asked. He was met with silence and he walked away. Scene cut. "Welp, it's official. Everything has been thrown into the crapper. Many years of planning were utterly ruined. So much so, Sheev Palpatine, Dark Lord of the Sith, a man who should be feared across the galaxy for his power and influence, opened up the most expensive wine in his private stores and chugged the whole bottle. All before bashing the empty container against the wall of his office. Ultron greatly outsmarted him and the rest on the great Dejarik board of the galaxy. Practically flipped the table and scattered the pieces everywhere. It'll take Force knows how long to recover from this. Working from scratch with the shambles and scraps laid before him of what was Darth Bane's intended goal from over 1,000 years ago. All that work, all that effort, likely, if not already, completely gone. So much planning, so many plots, meticulous details, all thrown out into the endless void. With the loss of Kamino, the GAR will now have to officially recruit citizens. While the Sis had never bothered doing this with their droids, they would all but adopt the idea from the Republic to administer their own open registration for the army. Cato Neimoidia was a financial blow to all and they were feeling it. What's next? The banking clan being destroyed and sending the galaxy into true financial ruin? The downfall of the Hutt Cardinals? A planet-eating monster coming in to finish the job? What made these thoughts worse for Sidious was, after seeing and hearing everything that had come to pass since the start of the war and the arrival of the Avengers, these ideas could now be considered actual possibilities. The madness of it all. But the Sith Lord's thoughts returned to the more demanding issue on his mind. Kamino has been lost. And with it, all productions of clone troopers for the Republic. It'll be a while to find another set of mass-producing cloning facilities. Time and credits they just don't have to spare. Depending on the duration of the Ultron conflict, the clones will be outnumbered by the drafted, thus negating Order 66 in its entirety. In turn, the Jedi's fall would never happen as intended. At least, not as he once hoped. Force, how tempting was it right now to just initiate said order and let those Jedi scum have it? In his mind, be it wishful thinking, that would at least deal with one obstacle for the Sith Lord. Problem is, Palpatine knows that he and the rest of the galaxy still have a need for the Jedi, loath as he was to admit it. Made him sick to even say that in his mind, really. To him, they were now a necessary good to take out a bigger evil. Still hated to fathom such an idea. He loved being able to so easily manipulate those pious fools for years at this point, learning their secrets all while cackling under the veneer of a gentleman politician that wanted what was best for the galaxy. That tune has changed now. Sheev literally seethed in anger. It took a Herculean effort for him to not unleash his full, bottling wrath. Any previous means of salvaging the Grand Sith plan is tossed aside, as Palpatine will now have to focus more on his Chancellor duties so he won't appear contradicting to the Republic. The same will no doubt occur for Dooku, as he'll be greatly rallying the Separatists. They actually had to do their jobs as the leaders of their respective governments and actually lead them. Not like they weren't doing so already, but this time, one could say it was for real and not the mummers act they had been putting on for so long. All in the efforts to bring down Ultron. Craw-cruum. The brief crack of thunder over Coruscant broke Sidious out of his thoughts, and he immediately felt an even greater rage take over. Ultron wasn't the only ire of his anger and hatred. No. Oh no. His eyes, shifting into a sickly yellow, turned their gaze towards a building that was now more pronounced than ever. The home to those who were the genesis of all that plagued the Sith Lord at this time. What was once a simple, meaningless structure in the endless cityscape of Coruscant now stood as a beacon in the commotion of the planet. It took a while for the public to learn of where the Avengers took residency on this planet. Now, there was a gaudy, emblazoned large A on the building to let everyone know just where they operated out of. He heard them mentioning that they had the same thing back on Earth. So they were as egotistical there as they were here. The sight utterly mocked him. Like a big middle finger right at his face. Worse than those pathetic, Jedi weaklings. And what's more, a genuine challenge to him and his power. He knew it and they knew it. But if they thought for a second that they could just disrupt everything he had been planning, then Earth's mightiest heroes were in for a rude awakening. Once Ultron was dealt with, the Avengers' reckoning would come. Darth Sidious would make sure of it. Whilst the Sith Lord seethed to himself, a woman from his home planet was in the kitchen of her apartment, a solemn silence in her work as she prepared something to eat for herself and her husband. She released a shaky breath, trying to cool her nerves as she nearly slipped up on cutting the needed ingredients and almost sliced her hand open. With everything happening now, Padme needed something to distract herself. Personally, cooking sometimes worked. An old recipe that her mother always cooked should do the trick. Just thinking of her family and the fact that they were alive and well after the attack on Naba made her pause and look up, thanking the Force, her planet's deities, and whatever other higher powers were out there for keeping her family safe. The sound of thunder was rather poetic after that prayer. "Come on, Thor, can ya keep it down?" The amused voice of her husband from another room emanated, making Padme laugh to herself. Anakin had cooked last time, so now it was her turn. Of course, she would love to cook with him, but right now she'd rather do it by herself for a number of reasons. She just needed this. Frankly, she figured everyone in the galaxy needed something to distract themselves, as briefly as they could at this moment. While this was happening, in a different part of the Amidala/Skywalker residence, Anakin was working on his craft in the Force. Not in a meditative sense, but through learning from the past. His mind kept drifting back to what occurred on Kamino. How the Gar was greatly decimated by Ultron. Him essentially curb-stomping them. It was not a good feeling, but Anakin's mind wasn't on that right now. What the Jedi Knight had zeroed in on was what he managed to do to Ultron, brief as it was on Kamino. There was something off about him. Far more than the norm. During their fight and what led up to it, Anakin felt something. Something alien to him when trying to reach out. He meant to reach elsewhere to get some upper-handed instance against Ultron. Instead, he snagged Ultron's attention in an unusual manner. What happened was, what it was. Anakin grunted to himself, racking his mind to try and comprehend what it was that he did to Ultron. He was. What was that? Anakin shouted in his mind, feeling the Force expunge itself around him in frustration. He inadvertently cracked the floor around him, quite audibly too. "Ani." His wife's voice called out to him in the kitchen. "What was that?" "And nothing, Patty." He affectionately replied, cringing at the damage he had caused, actually bewildered by how that had even happened. "Just another thunderstorm. You know how Thor is, sorta." The lack of response meant that his wife bought it, making the man sigh in relief before taking a proper look at the cracked floors and wincing at it. "How in the hell did I do that?" Anakin murmured to himself, actually kneeling down and trailing his fingers over the damage. "This is gonna be hard to cover up, outside of putting a rug over it." The Jedi thought with a dry look before shaking his head to refocus on his earlier thoughts. It was then that Anakin felt a Force signature he was growing accustomed to since bringing it back with him from Tython. Seeking advice, he decided to look for guidance from an unusual source. Using the Force, he opened a compartment in the wall revealing Darth Maul's holocron. The unusual-looking device floated out from its resting place and settled into Anakin's hands, the Jedi channeling the Force into the storage device. He let it fall to the ground, the holocron stopping an inch above the floor as it opened up. It didn't take long for a tall, imposing, and broad figure garbed in intimidating armor and a mask to appear. Darth Maul. Anakin said with a small bow. Ah, Skywalker. The Sith Lord greeted respectfully, taking a moment to gauge the Jedi. You appear troubled. Maul states. Troubled is simplifying what I'm feeling right now. Anakin admitted, shaking his head and resting his hands on his hips. Maul was silent for a moment. The holocron's guardian shifted slightly to focus on Vader's lightsaber. I doubt it's on seeking further advice of cleansing that lightsaber. Skywalker briefly looked down at the saber and scoffed, waving his hand off. It's not. Then what is it? Kamino has fallen. Interesting. Wondered how long it would last. Apparently, their time has finally come. Anakin narrowed his eyes at the Sith Lord. How could you have possibly known they would fall? And how could you even say that? As you grow older, you tend to look at history a whole lot more, said the Guardian. Like any government, order, or empire, planets and systems rise and fall. It is inevitable. Like a continuous cycle. The Jedi Knight held his hands up, a flash of annoyance across his face. Maul, I appreciate the lesson, I do, but I'm not here for history. What I need is guidance. This is beyond important. Life itself in the galaxy is threatened. Ultron, I assume, yes. The Sith spirit saw Anakin nod. What is the extent of his actions? He's the one that took Kamino. Anakin answered emphatically. Everyone on that planet that didn't make it out got killed and converted into his army. Maul was silent as he processed this information. Tell me everything. Anakin was quick to recount all that occurred, Ultron's attack and victory, how he went about doing it and the recent upgrades the AI has made to his arsenal. And when Skywalker brought up the use of altered and transformed kyber crystals, did Darth Maul really get his interest piqued? And you're telling me that Ultron had accomplished all of this with the use of altered kyber crystals? Yes. How he converts organic matter and how he felt so powerful to the point that I could feel him in the Force itself when I couldn't before. This had the holocron guardian ponder. Fascinating. I have never considered such a possibility, yet here we are. I get that, but what does it mean, Maul? Anakin asked with a hint of stress. That was unlike anything I had ever felt in the Force before. I can imagine. Kyber crystals, as you know, are more than just rocks. They do more than just power a lightsaber. They are a source of energy, and that energy is directly linked to the Force. From what you've described, Ultron has been tinkering with something that is connected to the literal life of the universe. Maul took a moment to further gather his thoughts. Perhaps, and this is truly something one could say is a revolutionary step in the way of understanding how the Force operates, Ultron made a breakthrough without even knowing about it. Through such connections of a unique hive mind, I believe he inadvertently obtained ties with the Force. This was a disturbing thought, but one that made Anakin consider this to be a reality if it wasn't already. The more thought he gave it, the more likely this to be the case. Given the use of the dead in a lot of forcibly converted as his puppets, yes, he probably would. More so when controlling Force adepts. Maul nodded. Clearly. But this is something else entirely. Ultron has imbued himself with pure kyber, corrupting it, but it still is kyber all the same. Something that holds a powerful presence in the Force, be it from the largest cavern of it to the tiniest grain. Can you describe to me again just what was you felt when you reached out to Ultron? Speak it out loud, slow, and take every moment to consider your words. The answer you seek can come to you in that fashion. Anakin nodded and frowned in thought. Okay, so when I reached out to Ultron, there was a concentration that I did, was it a signature? Yeah, yes it was. So when I did do that, I felt like I grabbed something inside Ultron. Not his body, no, not in a physical way, more like the spiritual. Wait, no, was that? A look of incredulity appeared on his face as the probability set in of just what it could be that he had snagged onto. Was that Ultron's soul? Darth Maul crossed his arms in thought and tilted his head to the side, the visor on his mask directed at Anakin. A possibility? No, perhaps a certainty. The ancient Dark Lord commented. But he's a droid, an AI, a machine. Anakin listed off. How can dash? Anakin was cut off by the sound of beeping from an astromech, one who has faithfully served by his side for years now. One whom he actually risked his life to save on numerous occasions as he had for him. Really now, R2, it is a simple dinner. Came the ditzy and neurotic response of C-3PO. No need for extravagance. The Jedi turned his head in their direction and held a more contemplative frown, one that held a small deal of conflict now that he reflected on his statement. He heard the two continue to bicker, a small feeling of nostalgia washing over him. Though our time together has been brief, Skywalker, from everything you've shown and told me, I have come to accept that the impossibility is no longer shackled to just matters revolving around the Force. Mar commented. That's rather quick of you. Anakin noted. When you have been granted understanding beyond the mortal plane, things get put into perspective. The Sith Lord countered. So yes, there is a likely chance, if not an absolute guarantee, that what you had grabbed hold of was none other than Ultron's soul or spirit. Granted to him by his creation and his pursuit of evolution, as you told me. The brown-haired Jedi ran his hand through said hair with a conflicted and bewildered expression. Such a thing was so alien to him, but what else could that have been? Guess I'll have to talk to the others about this. Anakin resolutely said, with Mar nodding in agreement. Now, what else is on your mind, young Skywalker? The Jedi was about to dismiss him when he paused midway through opening his mouth and quickly placed his hand on his chin. Yeah, there is one other thing. He said, quickly elaborating on another phenomenon that occurred during Kamino's fall. How during the battle, there was a strange sensation, phrasing it like he along with the men of the 501st received a sort of moral boost and strength to fight on with greater vindication. Were you aware that you're capable of battle meditation? Was Mare's immediate query, making Anakin frown. He had long since heard of this technique, reading up on it at the start of the war. This was a force ability that considerably boosted the morale, stamina, and overall battle prowess of an individual's allies while simultaneously reducing the opposition's combat effectiveness by eroding their will to fight. I wouldn't exactly know. Would it even work on droids? Given you've fought in your present war has been primarily droids, probably understandable to doubt that you would have such a thing. Mer says. Perhaps a passive trait while on the front lines with your men and comrades, persevering on battle upon battle. Fuller results would be noticed if you're against organic oppositions. Maybe. But this feels different. Skywalker refuted. I mean, it's called battle meditation. Don't I need to be stationary to achieve something like that? And I'd rather not sit on my ass in one place while my men are on the front lines. Perhaps you have taken on a different branch of such a skill, one more fit to your character. Mar countered. A natural evolution that befits the user of the ability. But I've never been inclined to battle meditation. Anakin stated in confusion. Isn't that an ability one has to be born with? Mar shook his head. Far from it. It is an ability that one can be born with but also developed. What you have experienced is likely an inadvertent evolution triggered through high pressures of stress and concentration, which makes sense given the context of where you were. But I've been in stressful situations that require concentration all the time. Anakin argued with a slight deadpan. Still in a war after all. The Force works in mysterious ways. Yeah, I know. Skywalker dryly said. So perhaps now was the time for such a development for you. Says Mar. Skills are discovered quite often at the most unpredictable of times. Some are old to others while new to the rest. However, it all can open several doors to possibilities. I don't think I'll have the luxury of developing this type of skill. But you already have, you are without realizing it. Mar countered. This ability, this sensation came about during battle. That is likely the only way to develop this new skill. Trial by fire. Anakin murmured to himself. In a manner. Since you discovered this new power, a new name should be given to it. Meditation is not one that fits your style. I believe battle focus would suffice for this new branch of your arsenal. Anakin snorted. Battle focus? Obi-Wan is gonna have a field day. Anakin. The Jedi and Sith spirit turned to see a bewildered Padme with 2 plates in her hands of cooked Naboo cuisine. Oh, Paddy. Anakin apologetically said. Sorry, got carried away. Clearly. She said in bemusement. And, this is Dash. Darth Maul, Lady Skywalker. The Sith Lord said with a respectful bow. And while it is a pleasure to meet you, I do believe this is where I exit. I do not wish for your culinary efforts to be in vain. And with that, Mar dissipated and retreated into the holocron. Anakin Force pulled the device into his hand, turning to give his wife a sheepish look. I'll explain. Over dinner. She said, making her husband laugh as the pair went to the dining table. Yeah, we'll have a lot to talk about. Scene cut. He stood alone in a darkened room, only illuminated by the map of the galaxy on display from the holo table. Data pads were sprawled about and many data chits and disks were around them. Everything he could get his hands on about Ultron among many other subjects of any relation or possible connective subjects. Pattern. Mithra Nuruado muttered to himself, changing the angle of the galaxy map, multiple red dots appearing to signify Ultron's forces. There is always a pattern, unseen, unnoticed, blatantly there but misunderstood. A moment later, he picked up a datapad with a recording on it. Red within red eyes bored into the video footage Ultron had broadcasted to the galaxy. Of him taking Kamino. How he rubbed salt into the wound by forcefully converting the beloved Clone 99 after conversing with him. The conversation was quite informative. Something to archive in the Mind Palace. He thought to himself. This droid, no, this AI, as the Avengers have called him, is far more sentient, human, organic, so to speak than most would describe him to be. A machine that craves companionship and desolation. Such a fascinating development. It would make for an effective drama if not for the fact that this was real and the machine wished to wipe out all of life and replace it with his form of evolution. Thrawn can't deny that a conversation with Ultron would be enlightening as it would be fascinating, but he also knows the caveat would be death and conversion. And he rather enjoyed living, thank you very much. Before he was able to further his analysis of Ultron's attacks, the door to the room abruptly opened and in came a surprising figure. Thrawn certainly wasn't expecting the Avenger that was called the Scarlet Witch to suddenly appear in such a manner, yet here she was. Looking a bit overwhelmed and confused until her eyes landed on him. Sorry for barging in like this. Wanda said with a sheepish smile. It's just that. Thrawn raised a brow. Just what, Ms. Maximoff? She gave him a peculiar look. How do you know my name? The Chiss gave her a small look of amusement. Come now, Ms. Maximoff, the names of you and your team of heroes are known on the lips of all in this galaxy by this point. The Scarlet Witch knew that she couldn't fault him for that. Yeah, well, it's still a bit strange. Just call me Wanda. You don't need to have such formality with me. Very well, Wanda. Thrawn said with a slight incline of his head. Thrawn will suffice for me as well. Now, if I may ask, what caused you to come in here so suddenly? Oh, Wanda appeared a bit embarrassed on that, not looking him in the eyes. Yeah, see, I don't normally reveal this but I can read minds. Thrawn's red eyes actually widened considerably at this reveal. And when I walked by the door to this room, I sometimes can pick up on people's thoughts passively when I'm not really concentrating all that much. And I heard I don't know, a lecture or something going on in here. A whole storm of thought and it was coming from you. That's quite informative. Thrawn mused aloud. I had no idea that I could cause such a storm, was it? Again, I'm sorry for just reading your mind like that. Worry not, Wanda. Thrawn calmly interrupted. Perhaps it is I who should be apologizing for having such loud thoughts. Though do appreciate being informed from you personally. Apologizing, even. They weren't loud, Wanda remarked. Just a lot. I just heard a lot about strategies and stuff. The Avenger then turned to the galactic map on display. Is that what you're doing here? You would be correct on this matter. Thrawn confirmed. I have been studying and analyzing the attacks and patterns of Ultron for some time now. A means of hopefully predicting his next steps. Wanda then saw the rest of the room, seeing how many devices he had on hand and blinked. You've been keeping yourself busy. Wanda murmured. Though, this seems a bit excessive. I disagree, Lady Maximoff. Thrawn found the look she directed at him rather amusing. I have come to learn that you must look at every alternative angle and perspective to truly get into the mind of an enemy, especially one so overwhelming as this one. To defeat an enemy, you must know them. Not in terms of just their battle tactics, but their history. Philosophy. Art. Wanda made a face at that last part. Good luck finding such means with him. I don't think art is on Ultron's manifesto. Clearly. Ultron's method derives from taking tactics from all walks of life. Plucking out things he deemed unnecessary while keeping the rest for his goals upon his refinements. Playing multiple Dejarik games among several others at the same time. Dejarik? Is that this galaxy's version of chess or something? Wanda inquired. Thrawn gazed at her inquisitively. Chess. Oh, you don't know that, right? Wanda muttered apologetically. It's a board game based on strategy on Earth. The Chiss hummed at the idea of perhaps learning to play this chess. And that the word were so similar in sound to his species. Perhaps a cosmic coincidence. I would like to be introduced to it once this all comes to an end. Thrawn commented. Until then. Scarlet Witch's face fell, her eyes having spotted one of the datapads that were currently playing a recording of the destruction Ultron had wrought. This one was on Jabim, his first victory over the galaxy. Thrawn saw her telekinetically bring that datapad she was looking at into her hands, seeing the way she gripped it tightly once taking hold of it in her hands. Wanda, he spoke up, making her turn to him. I do not wish to come across as rude, but I have heard rumors that you were among some of the original Avengers who battled Ultron on your home world. She nodded. Yeah, over a year ago in Sokovia. Tell me, how was it that you were able to defeat him? A number of factors, really. Wanda airily said. Spare no detail. The blue-skinned humanoid said resolutely. Would have thought you'd read up on them. Maximoff noted. Reading is one thing, hearing it from another perspective is another. And I believe that isn't really in any of the datapads I have on hand. Only the vague details. Wanda thought back to the last time the Avengers had battled Ultron on Earth. To begin with, we had to destroy many of his drones while thwarting his attempt to drop Sokovia from orbit. She saw the look of bewildered intrigue from the Chiss. He tried to turn my home city into a meteor. Unconventional. Was all Thrawn said. Wanda snorted. That's one way of calling an extinction plan. Moving on. At one point, Thor, Tony, and Vision unleashed a lot of power onto Ultron once Vision had cut off his connection with his drones and ability to hide in our version of the HoloNet. I destroyed his main body by ripping out his metallic heart when he tried to sway me one last time. Vision took out the last of the drones, which had the last shred of Ultron's consciousness he managed to squeeze right in. Thrawn rubbed his chin in all this. And yet he survived. Thanks to Hydra. And they are. Story for another time. Ask Steve, he's more suited to give you all the details. The Chiss nods, filing that for later. So do you believe Vision to be crucial in the endeavor of stopping Ultron? I did, at first. Wanda said with a strained expression. But after what he told us about what happened on Kamino, I really don't know. Our adversary had learned from his failure. You're making it sound like we haven't. Wanda said with narrow eyes. I wouldn't say that. Thrawn placatingly said. I am aware of the other AI in place that has acted as a barrier against Ultron from him being able to further gain access to the systems of the Republic and Separatists. But that is not enough. The Avenger grumbled to herself before her expression fell. I never would have thought he'd come back. And do so much damage. With his latest conquest, he most certainly has. Morale has been crippled and strength at such a level will deter all in pursuing him. All but us. Maximoff declared, eyes flickering red briefly. But can your Avengers alone defeat such a foe? We did it last time. This isn't like last time. I know. Wanda snapped, wincing a moment later. I'm sorry, that was dash. Understandable. Thrawn was now apologetic. Forgive me. I pressed too hard, that was unbecoming of me. There was a beat of awkward silence, or rather, it was awkward for Wanda, so she coughed into her hand, turning back to the galactic map. So, she expectantly said, seeing him blink. You must have been cooped up in here reviewing everything Ultron has been doing. Have you come up with something? Thrawn turned back to the map and hummed to himself. There are several strategies that can be devised, all of which are ones involving high risk. But they will mean nothing so long as Ultron's greatest asset remains within his grasp. That piqued Wanda's interest. And what is this asset you envision? Time. Time. She repeated, a bit thrown by such a thing. Yes, Lady Maximoff, time. You know I told you not to call me lady. Time has been a luxury that Ultron has used to his advantage for the past year, building strength, unseen by all and unnoticed by even those who once bested him. Thrawn went on, ignoring her comment, and we, at this point, are giving him all the time he needs to continue enacting his plans while the power he holds compounds and grows. The more we simply sit around, recovering and allowing fear and loss to consume us, the more time goes to Ultron, to him perfecting his plans and his own vision for the future. His future. One where we are all dead and converted. Perhaps, and this is only a theory, the best way for us to undermine Ultron is to have him underestimate us. Huh. That one threw Wanda for a loop. But Ultron isn't underestimating us, is he? He's not underestimating your team, Wanda. Thrawn emphasized. Of that, you can be certain. No, he is underestimating the galaxy itself. Ultron understands something that either hasn't been acknowledged or ignored. Though he fights with an army at his beck and call, he fights alone. He understands that attacking the many factions involved in this galaxy will keep them all separate. An enemy that's disorganized and not united is an enemy that Ultron will defeat. But he's beaten the Republic and Separatist at the same time on Jabiim. And in what state were both of these armies? They had just suffered a catastrophic attack, and though Ultron gained no proper ground, he still showed the galaxy that the warring sides are weak. Even with the assistance of the Avengers, absolute victory in the Jabiim system was achieved. Now a more important question. Answer me this, which is bigger, 5 or 1? The Scarlet Avenger really fought the urge to peer into Thrawn's mind for the answer. She felt like there was a trick to this answer. However, she decided to play along. I'd rather say 5. But that's not where you're getting at. Thrawn shot her a pleased smile. No, Ms. Maximoff dash. Wanda. You would be correct in this matter. He held up his right hand, all digits outstretched. 5 different armies, disjointed, disorganized, each with their own brand of conducting war. The Republic, Mandalorians, Separatists, these Guardians and Ravagers I've been hearing as of late, and any other force out there. All acting on their own. However, one army all unified with a single purpose is stronger than anything imaginable. And he's been hitting us individually every single time he's attacked. Wanda quietly said. Attacking places where he knows victory is absolute. Indeed, Wanda. Thrawn stated. Before either could continue, a beeping came from Wanda's pocket and the Avenger went in to pull out her ID card. Steve is calling for a meeting. Thrawn gestured his hand. Don't let me hold dash. He blinked at her, grabbing his wrist and pulling him out of the room. What are you doing? You're coming with me? She stated as if it was the most obvious thing in the universe. Scene cut. Within a large meeting room in the Jedi Temple, the entirety of the Avengers, the Jedi Council, and many high-ranking Jedi officials along with their Padawans, clone commanders, and captains had all gathered. Even a number of Republic officials were thrown into the mix. At the center of it all stood Anakin Skywalker, recounting the latest battle and loss before finally focusing on his latest revelation that he was certain was to be received with a mixed reception. Ultron having a soul? Came one of the responses. Rather far-fetched. Think you can push it out, Strange? Tony asked with the sorcerer deadpanning at the inventor. Sure Tony, let me just call Ultron up and ask. I'm sure he'd love to give it a try. Anakin, are you sure about this? Obi-Wan asked, a frown on his face though not one that disregarded what his former pupil had said. No. Skywalker freely admitted. But I'm not discounting the idea either. What that was on Kamino was unlike anything I have ever felt. And for the past year, we've seen a lot that can be considered impossible, no? Even outside of the Force entirely. Many now turned to the Avengers who all blankly stared back at them. So, what? We're all a display case for you to gawk at now. Stark dryly commented. Came about, perhaps it did. Yoda spoke up sagely. To expect that which is unforeseen, we must. Skywalker, a place of beginning, you have. Well, Anakin scratched his head. I haven't gone that far, Master Yoda. Vision adds his thoughts on the matter. Perhaps with him having been touched by the Mind Stone for his creation, one may believe it was a starting point. Many thoughtful expressions came about. The Infinity Stones are connected to the cosmic energies of the universe. Wong stated. And the Force is part of said energy. Ayla remarked. But, still how could this be possible? PLO questioned, deep in thought. He came from the Mind Stone but has not been in contact with it. Anakin had to bring up some factors with what he had discussed with Mar previously. The Kyber crystals. Them being connections to the Force. Another point in furthering Ultron's tether. He's using thousands if not millions of them in his army. Despite his tampering, they are still Kyber. Fisto stated. So these crystals facilitated him getting a soul. Danny Rand spoke up. How would that work? The Force flows through all Kyber crystals, be they big or small. Luminara educated. They are essential to the Jedi in crafting our lightsabers as we rely upon our own connection to the Force, guiding us to the ingot that would serve as the power source behind our lightsaber. The Force is always flowing through our Kyber crystals as it does all. And in it, connected to the living Force itself. Kenobi finished. A pause came about in the chamber. So, what does that mean for us? Captain Rex spoke aloud, breaking the silence. How does that change things for us? We're gonna have to either get creative or go into overkill to take Ultron out. Steve plainly stated. I'd rather not consider overkill to be an option, Captain Rogers. Wind dryly said. Why not overkill? Spoke a voice eerily similar to that of the Jedi Master. It's the only way to be sure that Platinum Bastard is dead and gone. All eyes turned to two newcomers entering the chamber. One was Maria Hill, the former S.H.I.E.L.D. operative, giving a small smile to the Avengers, and the other. Many Jedi and clones' jaws dropped, eyes widened, and for a moment, felt their souls exiting their bodies. Fury. Steve Rogers said in stunned but pleasant surprise. How'd you get here? That gate of yours at Avengers Tower. He thumbed behind him, and it didn't take long for the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to have his eyes land on the astonished and bewildered Mace Windu. I'll be damned. And here I thought it was an exaggeration. Before approaching his clone look-alike, Fury pulled out a $10 bill and handed it to Rogers, confusing the super soldier. Sure has me beat. Was all Nick said, walking over to Mace, who remained where he stood. Everyone's attention was on the pair, both staring at each other, with one trying to make sense of it whilst the other was fiddling around in his trench coat, pulling out a remote-looking device that opened up into two claws. What are you doing? Windu asked in a low voice, jerking back at the blue light that appeared from the device. Fury didn't respond, simply waving the device from head to toe on Mace until he heard several beeps and the blue light turned red. Sorry. Was curious if you were a Skrull. A Skrull. Kenobi parroted, eyes going back and forth between the two. Not important. Feels like it is. Windu kept blinking to make sure this wasn't a dream. I've heard you look exactly like me and I like you. He muttered. but to actually, finally see it dash. This universe does have a sense of humor, doesn't it? Fury lightly inquired, a wry smirk in place. During this conversation, Anakin, Tony, and a few others were oddly looking towards the ceiling or out of the nearby windows. "What are you guys doing?" Natasha asked. "Trying to see if the universe was collapsing in on itself." Tony answered. "I mean, there are two of them in the same room." Romanoff only rolled her eyes, turning back to Fury and Windu, and despite herself, even she questioned if the universe was indeed folding in on itself. "Oh God, this is weird," the redhead thought to herself. "All right," Fury spoke up. "Let's end this show and focus on the one that really matters." "Are you sure?" Tony asked. "I've got this on record and this will sell like hotcakes back on Earth. I promise you." "I know we've been talking about it all this time," Hope commented. "But seeing it now, I kinda wanna see how this plays out." "Ditto," came the response of a good chunk of the Avengers. "They even have the same structure," Matt noted, inclining his ears in their direction. All this chatter was interrupted by the sound of a cane hitting the ground. Everyone turned to Grandmaster Yoda, the Jedi regarding all of them in return. "Distracted, we must not. Remember our duty, now." That seemed to have the needed effect, though comically, Windu actually opted to stand away from Fury for the time being, standing next to Yoda for the duration of this meeting. "So, Ultron," Fury said, breaking the brief bit of silence, turning to the Avengers. "Any ideas on how he survived? I've been out of touch for a while. Hydra likely having something to do with it." Steve responded. "We did fight a giant version of him at the base that brought us here. Guess I know what I'm doing when I get back home," Hill stated, more to herself than the others. "And have you thought of a plan to take care of him?" "We have several," Natasha revealed. "All of which are likely to get us all killed. Most plans involving war are likely to get people killed," Scott pointed out. "Thanks, Scott, so encouraging." Widow deadpanned. "Excuse me, everyone." Wanda now stood up, and next to her was Thrawn. "I believe Thrawn here has an idea of what to do." The people in the chamber were certainly surprised by the Chiss being in attendance, save for a few like Steve and Ahsoka, the latter of whom waved at him in greeting. Rather than be displeased by being put on the spot, Thrawn straightened his back, ready to speak, catching the look of encouragement from Wanda. He briefly recounted everything he and Scarlet Witch had discussed in greater detail, with all in the room going into a state of deep contemplation. "So long as Ultron has time, we are on the back foot," Thrawn finished. "We must act sooner than later." "That will not be an easy thing to do," Anakin murmured. "Everyone is still reeling from Ultron's victory." "What are our assets?" Nick Fury asked the entirety of those in attendance. "Let's see." Peter Parker holds up his hand and touches each of his fingers. "We got the Jedi, the Gar, us Avengers. That's merely the Republic," Thrawn said with a shake of his head. "If we are to press an attack on Ultron, we must look to those he has attacked." "Well, the Mandalorians are one," Matt brought up. "Mandalorians? Sure, they'll fall in and assist," one of the Jedi said dismissively. "Oh, I do believe they will do just that," Kenobi firmly said. "In case you forgot, they were also assaulted by Ultron, their home world to be precise. Such a slight against their honor and people will not go unpunished." "Then to that, we leave you and Murdoch, Master Kenobi," Yoda said, both men nodding at this. "We can get in touch with the Guardians and Ravagers," Vision said. "I believe, after that encounter the leader of the Guardians had with Captain Rogers, they will be far more receptive in assisting us on this matter. Get those separatists of yours to tag along," says Fury. "They're a part of this too. Will be a bit tough on their end," Anakin dryly said. "Their droids may be a liability," PLO tacked on. "Same with Dooku's acolytes," Aayla grumbled. "A necessary evil," says Yoda. "That's a shitty necessity," Hope darkly said. There were various grumbles voicing their agreement. "We have the motivation," Thrawn firmly states. "We have the armies at our disposal. We will need to be sure to actually use them. What we need more is proper guidance to make it all work. Obi-Wan said with certainty. And just how are we supposed to do that? Ahsoka inquired. Work in progress. Stark stated, clapping his hands together. All right, so who's up for making peace in the galaxy where everyone hates each other? Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 107, Promises. Metal scumbags. Rocket muttered, kicking away an Ultron sentry's head. What's got your gander up? Shuji questioned with a raised brow, noticing a small tinge of bitterness in the anthropomorphic Bip's voice. Nothing, the raccoon grunted out, throwing his hand up. Just getting sick and tired of seeing these jack-offs. That's all we've been fighting lately. Embo spoke in his native tongue, making the Zabrak Guardian gesture her head in his direction. Zyzer and his morons don't count. Rocket retorted. Beside the Kyozo Guardian was his faithful companion, Muruk the Anuba, lounging about in a comfortable position taking a nap. So what does count? Westjern inquired. Anything that isn't the usual hoopla. Rocket stated. I am Groot. The others laughed at the walking tree's comment, making Rocket deadpan at his surrogate son before shaking his head and walking further along the battlefield. Around him were bodies and scraps of Ultron drones, sentries, bots, whatever name suits them, mixed with any poor sap that had the unfortunate fate of being converted into one of that AI bastard's hybrid creations. There were Mandos and Ravagers in the mix, while the injured were either being tended to on the spot or taken to a medical station depending on the severity of their injuries. Rocket halted in front of a young Mandalorian body, turning to gaze at the boy. He looked no less than 18 or 19 years old, and he was converted. Just seeing the state of these people, it brought him but bittersweet to bad memories. Seeing animals in cages. Them deformed, one way or another. All were confused about their purpose. Of their existence. Some were friends, family to him. Ones who were long gone. And it appears that such sickening practices weren't exclusive to the corner of the universe that created him. In many ways, this Ultron was far worse. But in so many ways, they were exactly alike. Evolution. The mere thought of that word made Rocket's stomach churn, and he hawked up a loogie and spat it out as if trying to discard the memories that sprang up in his head. That was a long time ago, and now wasn't the time for those old wounds. Easy there. Rocket turned to see Fennec and Mantis assisting a particularly injured Mandalorian who had a scrap of metal in his leg. Do you think it has to go? The warrior asked tentatively. You'll be fine, kid. Shand assured. One dip in the bacta and you'll be running again. For now, just relax and ignore it. It doesn't hurt. Mantis stated, placing her hand on the man's cheek, her antenna glowing, and like that, he had a content look on his face. Fen suddenly dropped in from the sky, taking off his helmet to greet the trio. Shand, Sago. He said to them both, giving Mantis a wide smile. Mant. The wide-eyed girl grinned cheerfully, making sure the Mandalorian she had on her shoulder was all right before pouncing into Shiss's arms. Isn't that disgustingly sweet? Fennec dryly said, snorting at the way Mantis kissed Fen, and it always seemed to catch the Mandalorian off guard. Makes for great entertainment. Sago the Mondo said with a dazed smile. Off to the side, Rocket turned away from the scene, continuing down the path before spotting Quill, Gamera, Drax, Chirrut, Spar, Tabai, Dax, Bo-Katan and Satin in the distance. Next to the Kryze sisters was their nephew. Rocket didn't really bother to remember the kid's name. Quill. Rocket said aloud, catching the group's attention. Rocket. Peter said with a small nod. Done with your walk? It was enlightening. The tech expert sarcastically said, jumping up on a crate to be at eye level with the rest of them. Anything to report? Gamera inquired, making Rocket scoff and gesture in the direction he came from. A lot of bodies. He deadpanned. Lot of dead. But from the numbers I've seen, could have been worse. That doesn't alleviate my concerns. Satin remarked with a tired sigh. He is right, Satin. Mandalore Spar said with a solemn gaze. It could have been far worse. Our losses are high, but due to the assistance we received from the Republic and the Avengers along with our already established allies, Dax Ordo shot an appreciative gaze at the direction of the Guardians. We managed to keep all the civilians safe. Only our soldiers were on the front lines. All of them after we got them underground. Bo-Katan tiredly reminded, her head hanging low for a moment. Still, Mandalore and its systems remain standing. But I sense something far greater in danger in the Force. Chirrut spoke up, a disturbed expression, blinded eyes downcast. The victory Ultron garnered after Kamino and Cato Neimoidia has cast a shadow over the galaxy. He will likely be capitalizing on such achievements. Drax stated firmly. He holds the advantage and he will utilize it to inflict greater harm upon others. Several in the group grimaced at that, knowing it to be true. Then what do you suggest we do? Satin inquired. Mandalore holds strong as do the planets within our system, but even with our growing numbers, we cannot sustain a defense for a prolonged amount of time. We can't negotiate with someone like Ultron. Corky Kryze spoke up. Would it not be prudent that we find a way to fight back? Bo-Katan gave her nephew a strained smile, patting the teen's shoulder. While I wanna say I'm proud to hear you're willing to fight, Corky, I'd rather you not. I'm not keen on having more Mandalorians sacrifice their lives just yet. It will come to that. Spar grimly pointed out. Ultron is not going to be idly sitting by and waiting for us to recoup from such losses. We are vulnerable and it is likely Mandalore. The group all turned to a female Mandalorian with brown hair, eyes, tanned skin, and black armor. Ursa. Spar greeted. Is something wrong? It's the Republic, Mandalore. Ursa Wren answered. They are requesting our cooperation. Everyone exchanged looks with each other. For what? Tabidala inquired on behalf of the group. I thought they were just as bad as Dash. It's for something else. Ursa interrupted. They are requesting to merge our forces with theirs. They are planning an assault upon Ultron. That caused many to reel back, certainly stunned at such a statement. Ursa went on before anyone could respond properly. Jedi Masters Obi-Wan Kenobi and Luminara Unduli with Matt Murdock, Peter Parker, and Colonel James Rhodes are with them. She listed off. They are already on their way here. The head of Clan Ren was met with silence until Satin cleared her throat. Guess a decision has been made for us. She warily said. Let us go meet them, Mandalore. Spar nodded in her direction. I'll check on the rest of the band. Rocket said, walking away. I shall join you. Drax said. Ta-bye, Dax, Spar said to the Mandalorians. Both men simply nodded, joining the other Guardians whilst Peter, Chirrut, and Gamera went with Bo, Satin, and Spar. A transport was ready and waiting for them, taking them to a landing platform where 3 gunships were stationed. At the head of the collection of clone troopers were Luminara and Obi-Wan, Barriss with her master and Ahsoka cause she asked to come along. Matt, Rhodey and Peter stood alongside them, waiting as the transport carrying the Guardians and Mandalorians arrived. Hey guys. Peter casually greeted before anyone else was able to speak up. Satin gave the young hero a kind smile whilst Corky grinned at him, then Ahsoka and Barriss. Welcome. The Duchess said with a gracious bow. Mandalore Spar. Obi-Wan stepped forward, having a respectful bow and hand over his chest. Lady Satin, Lady Bo Dash. No need for the lady bit. Bo airily said, yet the Jedi went on. I truly wish our visit was under better circumstances. Kenobi said. But I don't have to tell you the gravity of the situation. We have just been informed of the purpose of your visit. Spar respectfully said. Quite bold of you to come and request such aid. Yeah, well, no point in subtlety. Rhodey bluntly said. We'll just cut right to the chase. Ultron is fucking everyone separately. If we don't unite together to beat that platinum asshole back, we're all fucked. Many of the clone troopers guffawed behind the Avenger. Peter appeared to barely hold back his laughter and even Matt held an amused smirk. Bo-Katan openly snorted, same as Spar, Chirrut, and Quill, and Gamera shook her head, yet it was clear she was amused as well. Corky just laughed whilst Ahsoka and Barriss were conflicted on whether to be appalled or entertained. They opted for the latter. Luminara shot the colonel a look, one that if Tony was here, would call the wife glare. Thank God he wasn't. Rather crass, but he's right. Says Satin, coughing into her hand. Really? Spar sarcastically said with a chortle. I couldn't tell. I take it you came with a plan. Cap has several in mind. Matt spoke up. He's been workshopping it with another who goes by Thrawn. Shit, I'm in. Star-Lord immediately voiced his approval, making his friends and allies turn to him. What? They're the Avengers and Captain fucking America is leading the charge. Fuck yeah, I'm in. Peter. Gamera said in exasperation. He does have an air about him. Chirrut mused to himself, recalling the time he met Captain Rogers after Jedha. So you come to us for aid? Bo-Katan said. I take it others are also in mind. We've got the bulk of them right here, frankly. Obi-Wan admitted. The Mandalorians, Guardians of the Galaxy and Ravagers were on the list and now we only have one left. And that would be? The Separatists. Bo-Katan scoffed and Satin's expression fell slightly. You must be joking. Wish we were, but they're needed. Luminara apologetically said. Those bastards aren't exactly keen on working with others. Spar stated. Their head of state tried strong-arming the Protectors at one point. And he sure as shit didn't do Death Watch any favors. Bo-Katan tacked on. Desperate times. Chirrut contemplatively states. The ceasefire will be pushed further with this. Dooku and his people would be accused of reluctantly joining if they delayed it. Quite frankly, it is merely a courtesy really. The sooner Ultron can be beaten the sooner, well, war wouldn't be the priority on everyone's mind after the destruction that has been wrought. You'd be surprised. Came the response of virtually everyone save the teens and clones. I figured this would happen. Spar brought up. The likeliness of more of our people dying before we can achieve a modicum of peace. Yes. Satin's shoulders sagged, and a trembling hand covered her eyes. You did. Obi-Wan felt a pang in his heart at seeing her in such a state. Luckily Bo and Korki were by the woman's side to provide some form of comfort. May we talk in a more proper setting? Luminara spoke up. Just so you can hear a great detailing and outline of our strategy. It is still in the works, after all. Yes please. Spar said. As the adults left, Peter along with his two girlfriends stayed behind with Korki, the young man eagerly going up to them. It's great to see you guys. He happily said, giving the three of them a hug. I was hoping to see you all once more. It's good to see you too, Korki. Peter said, patting him on the shoulder. How are the others? I can take you to them. Korki remarked, gesturing behind him to the transport that brought him here. They'd love to see you all again. We would like that. Barriss pleasantly said. Lead the way. Ahsoka said. The teens all departed from the landing pad and went off to meet with Korki's group of friends all while the leaders of the Mandalorians and Guardians met with the Avengers and Jedi. The meeting wasn't long, for the most part. A simple discussion, a prelude if you will, to how many forces can be contributed to this upcoming strike force that would be taking the fight to Ultron. Some plans were brought up, resources and the number of soldiers that would be able to be added to this fight. It didn't take long really, given how on board most of the leadership was for this. For the Mandalorians especially, this was exceptionally personal now that Ultron attacked their home not once, but twice. Serving as a distraction both times. As the day drew to its end, several private meetings occurred. So you came here to sway me or what? Bo-Katan asked, walking alongside Matt Murdock. Believe it or not, Obi-Wan personally asked me to be by his side. Not that I wasn't planning on coming here, it was always my intention to do so. Was it now? Yes, I have not seen Chirrut in a more calm setting. Matt casually said. I missed my friend. I hope to see Baze as well. Bo gave the blind Avenger a bland look. Really? See. You know what I mean. Matt said with a small smirk. And I see in my own way. Yeah, I remember. Bo murmured. World on fire, right? How would you even describe that? Now it was Matt's turn to give the Mandalorian a bland expression. What? She defensively said. It's an honest question. He snorted to himself, turning away from her and slowly removed his ruby-tinted shades. He knew Bo was looking at him intently and he could sense the way her expression creased into a slightly sympathetic frown at seeing his blind eyes. She had seen them before, of course, but in the past, it was usually where she held a degree of animosity towards him. That has changed now. I can't ever truly put the words in properly. Matt quietly spoke, seeing the outlines of everything around him in a fiery haze, wisps radiating off every shape, wall, angle, etc. Just that the world around me is always burning. Now more literally these days than metaphorically. I hate how depressingly real that is. Bo admitted with a grunt. And I hate you. Yes, I'm quite aware of that. Matt said in stride. So damned annoying. She muttered. All those stupid meetings and talks, making me change my way of thinking. Actually making me make peace with my sister Dash. You still love her? And now I'm here on Mandalore and despite the attack, my people are rebuilding, regrowing, and reconnecting with the old ways. The true ways of our people. Daredevil remained silent in all this, having turned to gaze at her as she went on. I hate that you triggered this change in me. Bo quietly said. I hate how you've made me rethink everything I thought I knew and believed in. I'm sorry. Matt calmly said. And I hate how it's made me change how I feel about you. Bo comically said through gritted teeth. I'm sorry, what Dash? She silenced him by grabbing the hem of his suit and bringing his lips onto hers. He pulled away in surprise but she was quick to push him back to her. After a few seconds, she pulled back breathing heavily. Let's just have this here and now. She huskily said, preventing him from responding at all. Criff, I hate that you've done this to me. Matt was unable to say anything further as he began to be pulled towards a nearby room which so happened to be Bo-Katan's. She pushed him into it, closed the door behind her and locked it. Elsewhere, the other Kry's sister is being entertained in her own fashion. Thank you, Obi-Wan. Satin murmured contently, basking in the feeling of having the love of her life's arms around her. She could tell the Jedi Master was a bit uncertain about this but after a prolonged kiss to addle his thoughts, getting into this position was easy. It was the thought that counts. I hate how effective that is. Kenobi embarrassedly admitted, eliciting a bright laugh from Satin, one that brought a smile to his face. She reached up to cup his cheek to bring his head closer for her to gently peck his other cheek. It is a weapon I seldom employ but when I do, I am glad to see that it works 10 times out of 10. The Jedi Master grumbled, making Satin laugh even more, a great feeling of lightness coming over her despite the past few days. And it was clear for her to see that in spite of him not being fully on board with this type of interaction, Satin was able to discern the relaxed and more than willing state her love conveyed at this moment. Something had changed in her Jedi's heart and mind. He barely resisted her this time around, almost expecting her to drag him away to be alone together. Obi-Wan put up a meager argument, a far cry from his usual talk of Jedi attachment, this and Jedi code that. There were many questions on her mind at this point in time but she shoved those aside for another time. If there would be another time. Everything that was about to transpire would be one that would either signal the beginning of or outright reshape the galaxy entirely. And loath as she was to face the reality of it, many, many people were going to die. One of which could be the man holding her at this moment. A thought that she tried to dispel many times over but Ultron showed that no one was safe. And the love of her life was going to be headed right for him soon to take the battle to him. She wanted this. Needed this moment with him. Because. No. Satin shook her head, ignoring Obi-Wan's query of what was wrong and she just turned to snuggle against his chest. He would come back to see her again. Her Jedi Knight in shining armor, robes, always did. Scene cut. On the world of Raxus Secundus, the capital of the Separatist Alliance, Count Dooku stood on a balcony of the Grand Palace in the center of the capital city of Rakshialan. He held a stoic visage, watching many ships in the air working on removing debris from the city with others serving as transports for the injured and the deceased. It was a grim sight for the former Jedi turned Sith. The Count found himself constantly grimacing or suffering from small headaches here and there, and it all came from the force. Yes, the situation at hand was migraine-inducing, but this one from the force was far worse. He thought he would be used to it, he believed he'd be numb to the feeling, but Duca felt it. The death and torment pulsating through the force thanks to the actions of Ultron. It brought back many unsavory memories. Particularly those of his days as a Jedi. His days when Qui-Gon was still alive and by his side. Damn it, why did those memories have to surface now of all times? Those people that the Republic failed in the past. What led him to the dark side? A whirring sound from behind cut into the Dark Lord's thoughts, which was frankly a welcomed distraction from what plagued his mind. He answered immediately, and he saw that it was none other than his master. Duca successfully schooled his features, pushing away the scornful look that almost came over him. The Sereno Count quickly got down to one knee, bowing his head. "What is it, my master?" he said with forced respect in his tone. "Developments with Ultron's latest attack has caused an annoyance I have to admit we must enact on." The Count knew what Sidious was referring to, but couldn't help but ask. "Being what?" "We must fully go through the ceasefire to deal with Ultron. He is becoming a far greater threat than we have anticipated." It took a Herculean effort for Duca to not roll his eyes. He had known this for some time, but Sidious was too stubborn to admit it beforehand. Now it's too late to salvage much of the old plans. "I understand what must be done, my master," Duca assured. "If need be, I shall strong-arm any dissenters into agreement or remove them entirely." "See that you do, Lord Tyrannus," Sidious ordered, scowling at the aged former Jedi. "The very chance to have our plans be salvaged or changed hinges on what comes after." Duca nodded and was about to log off when his hand hovered over the button. "Something on your mind, Dooku?" Sidious inquired patiently. "Quite, my master, but this is something we haven't fully considered addressing," the Count admitted with a heavy frown. Palpatine said nothing, a silent means of encouraging his apprentice to expand on his thoughts. "What of the Avengers?" The reaction was immediate, given the curling sneer of revolt at the mere mention of Earth's mightiest heroes. Or galaxies, by this point. "What of those miserable gnats?" "Please, master, words such as those should not be used to describe such foes," Duca reprimanded, actually making Sidious blink at the gall of his apprentice. Clearly they would demand a number of countermeasures. "They will be dealt with when the time comes." Sidious snapped back at the man, yet he held firm. "No, master," Duca firmly said. "I understand that we have already been planning on finding the means in which to fight them, but we shall need far more than what we are working with. Their member, Thor, is a god, my lord. We can only conjure lightning when he can summon storms in an instant. And that's just one of their members. If we are to stand a chance remember your place, apprentice." Sidious cut him off with a snarl. "I am fully aware of the threat that these wretches hold Do you?" were the intrusive thoughts of the Count. "But I shall not be lectured by one such as you, who can only fathom the surface of the long-standing line of Sith that has allowed you to even get a taste of what lies within the swath of the dark side." Duca kept his mouth shut, but inside, he was seething at the Sith Lord's stubbornness and blind behavior. "Just know that when the time comes, the day that we tear both the Jedi and the Avengers down from their pedestal shall come, and it will be the greatest triumph the Sith shall ever experience." And with that, the Dark Lord of the Sith ended the transmission, leaving his apprentice to stew in his words. The Count knew Sidious wouldn't budge on the matter. But at the very least he addressed it now than later. Whatever the case may be, he got the blessing to enact things a bit more freely, under the guise of following his master's wishes. Something which Duca will now be exploiting in preparation for what's to come. For now, it was time to check on the progress of the acolytes he knew were on his side. But most of all, of his apprentice, Usage. Scene cut. Strolling through the facility, Ultron observed from his present body of his drones retrofitting the city into becoming something else. Something more suited to his needs. Walking into one of the many cloning rooms of Tipica City, Ultron was met with the sight of dozens of drones all operating to their maximum capacity to get his designs done as quickly as possible. Waltzing over to one of the many terminals in the room, Ultron called down one of the holding devices that contained the developing embryos and babies that once served the purpose of the GAR. Now, they serve in his grander design. The cloning pods are now showing the typical clones of Jango Fett becoming more of his design. Becoming more natural in development. Sooner or later, whatever DNA source he had of Jango Fett will finally run out. But he had no qualms with this, given he can use any other DNA he had acquired from the vast amount of bodies he collected throughout the galaxy. On average, the clones would form to a young pre-teenage in appearance in a matter of months. From there, they grow at an accelerated rate than normal beings out there at a fraction of the time of becoming full-grown adults in less than a year. In the meantime, they learn and train to become capable soldiers. Such puppets are programmed on the whims of their puppeteers. All this was different with his interference. Presently, the clones were growing at a faster rate than the norm, courtesy of what he acquired, studied, and developed from the Asalamiri. Repelling the Force, the means of popping out more troopers was more beneficial for him. And once the clones were ripe to be plucked, he would perform the surgeries to make more extensions of his very being. No wills to fight against, making his insertion far easier. The thought of the Force made the AI pause momentarily, thinking back on his progress in understanding it. Despite everything he processed of such knowledge, it was outright alien to him. Maddening, really. It was such an abstract, indistinguishable concept yet so incredibly enticing all the same. He wanted to understand. He needed to find the means by which to use it. Thus came the hybrids. Every time he had converted someone in his initial attempts, they suffered death and therefore, their connection the Force was either lost or weakened. Those stupid monks always talked about how the Force exists even in death, but he sure as hell couldn't tell if it did. So he needed to change tactics. Keep the converted alive or semi-alive long enough to see if he could achieve some sort of feeling, whatever it could be. Which was why Jedi and other Force sensitives were soon being converted and Ultron began to feel it. Whatever that sensation was that was called the Force. There were many moments of trial and error, but Ultron started to truly feel the energy that so few in this galaxy could use, and he could even begin to use it for himself. It was truly one of the most magnificent strides the AI had ever taken in his purpose of evolution. And then there was what he felt during his conquest of Kamino. That made Ultron halt in his thoughts, going back to the battle. He felt something. It was like when Wanda ripped out the metallic heart of one of his primary bodies back in Sokovia. However, what Skywalker did went deeper than that. Being an AI, he could construe any and all words that could come to mind in a literal instant that could be used to describe just what he felt that day. But for the first time in his existence, Ultron felt speechless. Whatever he experienced could at best be described in a contradictory explanation. Something that was an out-of-body experience that somehow felt like he was being crushed inside out. His thoughts came to an end at the sound of mechanical clicking coming from behind. Trench. The AI greeted his second-in-command, the spider-like alien bowing his head. Lord Ultron, Trench spoke with the utmost respect. I have come to inform you that the preparations have been completed and are now awaiting your commands. All has been said. Checking his servers to confirm the Admiral's statements, Ultron saw the conversion of the cities was complete. Time for takeoff. The AI announced, and upon this statement, the entire room, the entire city of Tipica shook. Across the city, multiple hisses were heard, steam was released and parts began to move about into new positions. Down below, the many pillars used to support the capital of Kamino began to come apart before they entirely detached themselves from all structures. Yet Tipica did not fall. It hovered over the water as large engines from the bottom kept it above the surface, and slowly, with an increase in power, Tipica City began to rise up into the skies of the stormy planet. And it wasn't just Tipica that had undergone such a drastic transformation. Across the planet, all the cities of Kamino were being converted into large ships that began to ascend into the atmosphere. The cities turned ships joined the fleet of Ultron ships above the planet, adding to his ever-growing navy and arsenal. Once the last of the city ships were in the planet's orbit, Ultron decided to drop quite the bomb on the watery world. His entire fleet, including his newly converted ships, unleashed a near-endless barrage of turbo-lasers, missiles, bombs, any and all explosive ordnance they had that began bombarding the ocean planet. The idea of it could be thanked by the separatist Lockderd with his napalm-like bomb that he developed at the start of the war, destroying anything remotely organic where only the droids were left unharmed. Ultron liked the idea and decided to expand upon it. Unfortunately at this time, the quantity he had would be spent on what he was about to enact. But it won't be much trouble to make more in due time. The bombardment dropped across, all over, in every direction, which began plummeting to the massive oceans below. In a matter of minutes, the oceans began to boil over. Before long, it started accelerating, with the ocean life starting to feel its effects. The aquatic life darted around in all directions, trying to find a means by which to escape this coming apocalypse, but it was all for naught. As the barrage continued, the steam from the oceans ascended into the sky. In order for the vapors to not join the clouds and rain down upon the planet, with the use of his converted kyber crystals, Ultron began to scorch the sky itself. Soon, the entire planet was a glowing red ball as the relentless bombardment drained the ocean planet dry until at long last, it reached the surface. The water and clouds had completely evaporated, the wildlife disintegrated, bones and all, and what was left was an ashen surface. Kamino was now a dead, deserted world. All that'll be good for now is being used to mine for resources if there were any beneath the now dry land. Other than that, it is a great monument to him. To his accomplishment. The statement to all organics in this galaxy that this wasn't a fluke but the eventuality. And this mass death sent a reverberation in the Force that was felt by every single Force user, be they Jedi, Sith, neutral or yet to even realize their connection. The Sith all sensed the mass destruction of a planet, and it was truly something special, yet at the same time, the dark side itself cried out in warning that this was not to be celebrated but feared. This was something not within the will of the Force, be it light or dark. The Jedi fared no better, many actually falling to their knees, fainting or collapsing, and began weeping where they stood or sat. All around them was a commotion to figure out just what was wrong, yet no proper explanation could be made until they were all able to calm down. It was a horrendous feeling in the Force, the death of a planet in such a horrific way. Atrocities had occurred in the history of this galaxy where only the most attuned in the Force were able to detect it. But this was different. Ultron was different. And it was as if the Force itself was making sure the galaxy knew that what Ultron had done needed to be felt by all. As if a scream of warning and a call to action to bring down this aberration, this anomaly, this abhorrent menace to the Force, to life itself. All the while, Ultron gazed down at his work within his newest body, his permanently deadly smile conveying the joy he felt at his accomplishment. Around him were his top lieutenants, being Trench, Whiskers, and now 99, who wordlessly gazed down at his former home world with a smirk of controlled approval. "Well done, Lord Ultron," 99 praised in his mechanized voice, patting the AI on the back. The level of arrogant smugness Ultron felt at this moment couldn't be properly quantified. To hear such a thing from his latest recruit, oh, the delicious irony was almost too much for him. "Thank you, 99. Ultron earnestly said. "Think the rest of the galaxy will get this message." 99 released a soft chuckle, nodding his head. "Hold no doubt in my mind, Lord Ultron. The galaxy will know of this, and everyone will understand how pointless their fight against you is." Ultron released a maniacal laugh, throwing an arm around the converted clone. "Oh, I'm gonna love having you around, 99. The next day, back on Coruscant, a meeting took place within the Jedi Temple. It was a collection of Jedi and Avengers, with the oddball Thrawn thrown into the mix. Though he had at first denied being invited to such a gathering, Wanda Maximoff surprised the Chiss by using her powers to literally float him into the room with the others. Of course, his bit of intrigue was quickly replaced by brief fits of controlled annoyance. Her reasoning was simple. He was the one who presented them with his idea of a coordinated assault against Ultron, therefore he deserves to be present. Cap and Anakin had also apparently wished for him to be there, the two men recognizing the Chiss' sharp intellectual aptitude for military tactics. So here he was, sitting silently in his little corner of the room while observing the conversation shared between the Avengers and Jedi. From the former were the founding members along with Rhodey, Sam, Scott, Hope, Peter, Matt, Wanda, Vision, Pietro, T'Challa, Shuri, Strange, Mordo, Celeste and Bucky. The Jedi had most of the Council along with other Jedi that have become good friends and secret lovers with the Avengers. At the center stood Anakin at this time, as he was the one who brought the attention of Ultron's possible connection to the Force being a weakness that could be exploited. "Are you absolutely certain about this, Skywalker?" Windu questioned with an analytical gaze. "I can only go off of what I know, but given the high likeness of Ultron being connected to the Force more than he realizes, we can perhaps exploit that." Anakin stressed out. "He's opened himself up to something he doesn't understand, a weakness that we can use to finally bring him down." "Yeah, but he's still an AI," Tony pointed out. "Even with all the magic, mumbo-jumbo that we have here, he's a machine and he can still use that." "That's what I've been trying to work around." Anakin grunted out irritably. "This is just one factor. Us Jedi can cover that spectrum, but the whole technological understanding of it, that's your guys' thing. It's more like the eggheads, but appreciate you lumping us all together," Rhodey commented. "Make us feel a lot smarter." "But didn't we say that our first objective should be taking the fight to Ultron?" Ahsoka spoke up with uncertainty. "I admit, that was the first part." Now Thrawn had stood up, walking to stand in the center of the room with Anakin. "But this is only a means to an end. I know I am still a newcomer to all this, but I can see that simply doing this type of tactic can only hold back Ultron for so long. At best, it's a stall that can be used to keep the AI off balance, long enough for us to develop the proper and definitive means of finally defeating him." Thrawn is right. "This won't be like how we took down Hyrda," Bucky commented, his best friend nodding in agreement. "Taking out bases won't slow down someone like Ultron. They'd only be viewed as a minor inconvenience. And outright destroying them one at a time is also time-consuming. At best, we need to be selective of which base we go to take down." Steve added on, recalling the many battles he and his commandos had against Hydra, using that as a frame in this tactical deduction on how to battle Ultron. "A selection of bases for maximum output. Will that work in this regard, Captain Rogers?" PLO inquired, crossing his arms in thought. "Maybe, maybe not," Cap admitted. "But I know that these types of hit-and-run tactics can only get us so far before Ultron becomes more privy to how we do things. This could only serve as a setup for what we can accomplish after. And that's a big if it will work." T'Challa chimed in. "What we are aiming for holds risks of the highest order. If we are to conduct ourselves, it should be those that can move fast and deliver high amounts of damage at the same time. We also need to take into account the bases likely holding captured civilians." Sam Wilson reminded them all. "Wouldn't they have been converted by now?" Ayla worriedly asked, not liking such a reality. "No, not entirely possible," Tony said with a shake of his head. "Certain, you are?" Yoda questioned. "He's based on several minds, me, Bruce, Jarvis and the Mind Stone," Stark elaborated. "But the one key aspect that he inherited from me, something that will cause him trouble, is his ego and obsessive belief of constant improvement. He may continually evolve and get far with what he's already done with his hybrids, but in his mind, the work is incomplete. No doubt in my mind that all those bases still have people captured and being experimented on, because his belief is that evolution is a continual process. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him." Pietro Maximoff voiced his agreement, Wanda nodding beside her brother. "Incentives we can't do are orbital bombardments with everything we have in our possession," Clint immediately said. "Would completely defeat the purpose of saving the people who are likely kept in those bases. We shall need to find the means to make sure that there are people alive in the bases and not ones who were converted," Obi-Wan reminded. "We are Jedi, are we not?" Luminara stated confidently. "And with individuals such as Wanda, Matt, and Vision, we can detect uncorrupted life in the bases we target." Wanda brightened up at the praise whilst Vision and Matt simply nodded their heads in agreement. "Okay, so that's one thing out of the way." Peter spoke up, hanging upside down from a web line. "Or a few. But Anakin mentioned Ultron being connected to the Force and all. How are we gonna use that to our advantage? Is there like a technique that can be used or something? Something that we can use against him?" There were a few moments of silence in the room as everyone, specifically the Jedi, pondered on these questions. It was the 4,000-year-old Jedi sorceress that was the one to break the silence. I am unsure if this would be of any help, but during my era, a way of getting the edge against the Sith was the Jedi of my time were able to imbue certain objects with the Force. Can sorcery and the Force really be used in conjunction with something like a computer virus? Kenobi questioned, intensely intrigued at such a prospect. Nothing is impossible. Mordo commented. We have many items and objects that are imbued with magic both in this and other universes to give them power and purpose. Though some practice will definitely be needed. Strange mused aloud, his mind already working at what spells and methods could be used to combine sorcery and science. So, Tony claps his hands and rubs them slightly. Who's up for collaborating in techno-sorcery? I do. Peter, Shuri, Scott, and several others said at the same time, raising their hands as if they were in school. Okay, children aside, Natasha dryly remarked on their behavior. How do you imagine that going? Probably like doing major cheating on an exam we haven't studied for. Hope mused. Debugging and corrupting the hell out of whatever Ultron has in his programming in some whimsical manner. I can imagine it'll hurt, a lot. I hope it does. Were the dark words of Stark. Easy Tony. Natasha chided, pulling him from the back of his shirt. I believe I can assist in that department. Thor spoke up. My friends and girlfriend can also assist in that regard. Anything you could perhaps acquire from Asgard? Shuri asked. The Thunder God pondered on this. May take some time to consult our scientists. But I shall trust in Jane, Darcy, and Selvig to assist you where they can. They've been exposed to my technology and magic, using what they understand of Earth's sciences to translate my people's ways into something that can be understood to a degree. The Scarlet Witch soon voices a query. You know, I know Celeste brought up the Jedi imbuing objects and areas with the Force, but the Sith have done the same thing in the past as well. There any Sith holocrons in the vault that have dwelled in such fields? At the mention of this, Yoda tightened the grip of his cane. Some, yes. Experimental, dangerous, and lead to death, they did. Was his grim response. Yippee. That'll be fun to look into. Drawled out Wanda. Of course, it leads to death, why wouldn't it? Are we really considering such an option? Shakti asked with a disturbed and uncertain expression. Sadly so. Windu, of all Jedi, said, making many Jedi frown uncomfortably at the prospect of delving into the dark side to assist them in this time of need. Who is willing to do such a thing? Mundi asked the group in general. I'll take the blunt of the work in that. Wanda immediately volunteered, making many turn to her, several Jedi shifting about with looks of slight suspicion. You sure? Steve asked her. A ghost of a smile graces her lips. Very. With her unique traits, she won't be affected by any corrupting influence the Sith holocrons may give out. After all, she has gotten experience with Exozon and Kreia. Not without help, you'll not. Quinlan Voss abruptly spoke up. Tholm and I will help out. What? Why you guys? Pietro questioned, though not offensively. We have had our own fair share of experiences with Sith holocrons. Tholm answered. This is a specialty of ours that the Council regularly tasked us with. May I assist you as well? Mordo chimed in. I believe this might be useful for our order as well. The more the merrier, Voss said. Hopefully the conversations we get will be entertaining this time around. On to other matters. The Assembly looks towards Thrawn. We have some outline of how we are to conduct this guerrilla-based tactic. The means of divide and conquer will be truly tested. Comments the Chiss. But what we must take into account is this. Can there be a way for us to attack Ultron all at the same time? To truly root him from any and all systems he may use to escape us? There is. Scott declared, making all heads turn to him. There is. Was the collective response from almost everyone in the room. Yeah, we've actually been working on it for a while. Peter tacked on. It's something that we believe can be done with the proper preparation. Hope confidently said. Back when Scott and Peter first suggested using a virus, I started thinking that since Ultron can just send his consciousness all over the galaxy and cut himself off, we needed an ace in the hole in this regard. Attacking all of his bases at once is hopefully ideal. But too risky, and more importantly, it'll spread us thin on top of us not knowing where every single base is. Peter said. At most, this will be used to distract him, partially. Scott said. Unless we focus on the ones most strategic for our goal. Any ones to note? A number of locations were highlighted on the galactic map. The options were weighed and discussed accordingly. However, hang on a second. Ahsoka looked over at the Avengers. So, this virus you guys have been developing for a while now, are you sure it can take down Ultron? Vision answered her. We believe that now, with the Mind Stone. The android's forehead glowed momentarily. Along with Mr. Stark and the other Avengers who have come from Earth and the contributions of the Jedi, this can be the nail in the coffin to bring him down. But the way you are framing it, it appears that you need to be in person, or this virus requires direct contact with Ultron by one way, shape or form, or at least be in proximity to him. Barris stated. Who would be the ones to deliver this virus? Sakura inquired, trying to make sense of this objective. Ultron would detect any or all of us if we are carrying copies of the virus. Spider-Man said. He's heightened himself to that degree. Not unless he can detect something extremely small. Shuri said. Like what? Thrawn couldn't help but ask. A smile graced the lips of several individuals. Scene cut. At a military hangar, many vehicles and equipment were being constructed. This place was one of countless many. Many workers have been brought in to pull overtime with the quantity, yet the inspections will need to be sure the quality is accurate. Things are slowly coming together. I would like to think so. This be a hard attempt we'll be making. Walking through the hangar was Wilf Tarkin and Thrawn. For the latter, he was partially playing assistant to the Admiral as they were inspecting many of the constructed assets. After all, the Chiss was currently a private in the GAR. Tarkin would have had someone else accompany him at this time, but he was given certain recommendations to have Thrawn shadow him. With reluctance, the Admiral complied. They formally met earlier today before heading towards one of the other warehouses. Their conversations about the present topics at hand were short and brief, pertaining to the important matters. Eventually, certain ones came to mind of what could be done to bolster the war assets. A frown raised Tarkin's lips as the pair were heading to the hangar bay's conference room. Shame we can't implement the war machine suit. Mr. Stark and Colonel Rhodey have concerns about leasing out the designs. Comments Thrawn. Them giving quite the argument of what happened on their home planet. Admiral Tarkin released a small scoff. This isn't their planet. But it is their technology. And I find myself agreeing with them. Thrawn countered. Such power freely given out will only lead to further escalation, and I believe the galaxy has suffered enough of that these past few months. Tarkin said nothing in response, the pair approaching a hollow table where around it stood several key figures in the planning stages of this guerrilla-based strike force. There was Captain Roger, Lieutenant Wilson, Colonel Rhodes, Clint Barton, and Natasha Romanoff to represent the Avengers. Next to them was the one known as Peter Quill, or Star-Lord, as was his moniker, the leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy. He had his girlfriend and second-in-command Gamera present, along with Rocket, HK-47, Kraglin Abfantari, Chirrut Imwe and Baze Malbus. Of the Jedi and clones were Quinlan Vos, Tholm, Aayla Secura, Plo Koon, Hunter of the Bad Batch, Boss from Delta Squad, Commanders Wulfa and Bly. With the Mandalorian representatives being the Mandalore himself, Spar, along with Bo-Katan Kryze, Fen Shissa, Tab Idala, and Dax Ordo. And lastly, and likely the most shocking representative here. She came alone, but she was handpicked by the leader of the Separatist Alliance to serve as their spokesperson and to represent their gesture of good faith in creating the needed cohesion between all these factions. Severance Tan. The Chiss acolyte under Dooku spoke that if more were to come with her, problems would arise given past conflicts and battle. She stated she'll do much of what she can relay to her master once the meeting was over. Truly an eclectic gathering of strategists if ever there was one. Everyone more or less here? Asks Peter Quill. Afraid we'll have to begin with a few missing individuals. Tholm commented. They'll be brought up to speed in due time. Before we begin, PLO's baritone voice cut through the chatter, the Jedi Master turning to the Chiss in the group. Thrawn, were you able to gain what you believe would be beneficial to our plans? Thrawn nodded contently, pulling out a hollow disc that he attached to the controls of the hollow table. Immediately, what was at first a ground battlefield with markings of troop placements and battle formations morphed into that of a planet surrounded by a small fleet of Ultron ships with 24 Venators, acclimators, and newly reinstated and strengthened Hammerhead ships surrounding them. These were battle tactics that were taken from Senator Cham Syndulla that, with the help of a good number of people prior to this meeting, was shaped to suit the plans of the strike force assembling at this time. As to how Thrawn got his hands on such tactics. Flashback. Senator Syndulla, Thrawn said with a respectful bow of his head. I am truly grateful and honored that you have given me the time to grace me with your presence. I understand you have a rather full schedule with your responsibilities. The Twi'lek Senator of Relith simply nodded while scrutinizing the Chiss, trying to get a gauge of this man. When he had received a sudden request if had the time to meet with this newcomer to the Gar, Cham found himself unable to hide his curiosity. It was so blunt and seemingly out of nowhere when he received a message that this Thrawn had asked his assistant if the senator was available for a short meeting. At first, Cham was going to dismiss it due to his schedule not exactly allowing for such time. He was in an entire assortment of meetings, but upon rereading his name coupled with the context of his meeting, the Twi'lek was intrigued by this request. He had been kept up to date on the many ongoing military strategies and operations, a given due to his spearheading of the conscription defense bill, and Thrawn's name had popped up a number of times in the reports and files having to do with an upcoming series of guerrilla strikes against Ultron. Mithra Nuruado, I presume. Cham stated, offering his hand for the Chiss to shake, which he did, a firm handshake shared between the pair. I understand you wished to see me. Yes, Senator Syndulla, Thrawn confirmed, not missing the small twitch of Cham's brow. I shall be forthcoming in this matter. I understand that you are likely aware that a strike force is being assembled as a means of launching a counter-offensive against Ultron in light of our recent defeats. Cham nodded in deep thought. Yes, when I was notified of this, I was conflicted. Ultron's victory was a crushing blow to the Republic and the Separatists, but just waiting around like kicked bantha fodder would embolden the droid mud scuffers. He knows we are not at our full strength and it will be difficult to predict when he will strike next. We must prepare to at least counter anything coming our way. Syndulla then gave the Chiss a piercing look. Which makes me wonder just how is it that you Private Thrawn were made a key coordinator for this strike force? That is a rather complicated matter. Thrawn calmly said. But you can attribute to Admiral Palion for taking note of certain traits of mine. Yes, Palion. Cham recalled the traits of the particular admiral. Jalad Palion dedicated his life to the military, internalizing its values of discipline, order, efficiency, and obedience to authority, and respected the military as a prestigious and honorable institution. Palion was a meticulous and efficient commander and expected the very best of his subordinates. Very by the book with regulations, however, he did have his faults. One was him being not particularly fond of certain Jedi, if he recalled some reports such as Ahsoka Tano when she was briefly aboard his ship, given her state of dress for a time made him rather cross of her. He is rather predictable on several factors. Good man if not wound tight for my liking. He needs to learn to relax. And Wanda Maximoff quite literally dragging me into the meeting where enough Jedi and Avengers listened to my suggestions to allow for this to happen. This got some surprise from the Twi'lek. Maximoff, you say? Yes, I am aware that her twin brother is a good friend of yours from what she mentioned. Thrawn revealed. Cham snorted fondly. He is a bullheaded asshole, as he calls himself, but he is a good friend. Wanda actually being the reason you're a part of this actually makes a lot of sense. But I find myself curious how you garnered her attention. By accident. Thrawn admitted. Apparently her telepathic abilities picked up on my overzealous thought process that she actually had to address it directly. That got a proper laugh out of the senator. Yes, the Avengers do tend to operate on their own volitions. Wanda must have seen something quite special to drag, or did she use her telekinesis dash? Oh dear, Thrawn thoughtfully frowned. Has this happened to you as well? her and her brother in their own ways. Sindola dryly said. You have my sympathies. The red-eyed man earnestly said, garnering another snort from the Twi'lek before the Relith native dispelled any form of amusement. So why call this meeting? Because I firmly believe that you, General Sindola, are someone who can serve a greater contribution to the strategies of this strike force better than most. Thrawn revealed. During the initial planning stages of this strategy, Pietro Maximoff made mention of the guerrilla warfare he, along with you, your freedom fighters and the 71st Legion waged against the separatist occupation of your planet. When I studied your tactics and methods, I believe that you, out of everyone on this planet, are the one best suited for giving the needed input for this strike force. You face similar odds and in fact are a proper microcosm of what we are about to undertake. A mixture of soldiers of different customs and cultures with the Jedi, clones and an Avenger assisting you. Such flattery will get you so far, Thrawn. Cham interrupted with a slight deadpan. Of course. I'm merely stating facts of what has transpired in the past. But you must see that your insight would be invaluable, no. Sindola was silent, absorbing Thrawn's words with an indiscernible expression. Tell me something, Cham spoke slowly. You could have spoken to anyone on this matter. You seem like a man with the ability to talk his way to getting what he needs and wants. Thrawn said nothing, his face conveying a measure of surprise at Cham's words. Yet you come to me. Cham took a step towards the Chiss, locking eyes with the man, an intense gaze few could match. Likely having already done a healthy amount of research prior to this meeting. So tell me, Thrawn. What are you looking to achieve in this meeting than some paltry assistance and advice that you can get from anyone else far more qualified? Thrawn didn't respond right away, instead keeping his gaze locked with Sindola's, not showing an ounce of regret or fear from the former general's fearsome eyes. Composing his thoughts further, Mithra Nuruado finally gave his response. Because only men like yourself, like Colonel Rhodes, Lieutenant Wilson, Captain Rogers, and General Skywalker understand a hard truth about conflict few are seldom ever willing to admit to themselves. Though in your soul it seems like decades, despite it being these past few years, war has been all you've known. It's in your blood, as it were. Thrawn's words came out in a measured pace, each one being considered in every detail. Something I can relate to but never truly understand. During my upbringing, due to circumstances, I became a student of the art of war. Working in refining it as much as possible. You, however, were forged by it. Like Skywalker, Rogers, Rhodes, many of the Avengers, same as the clone army and many young Padawans of the Jedi Order. Cham internally felt himself sagging in spirit. He hated the truth to Thrawn's words, the literal fact that many of the youth of this era are being forged by the horrors and desolation of war. He feared for his wife and daughter, for his people, which was why he had to make them strong for the future. And that meant learning how to conduct war. General, Thrawn said, breaking Cham out of his thoughts. I come to you knowing that you are likely one of the few politicians that can be counted on one hand that understands duty and responsibility better than others and not be corrupted by the powers given to you. I know that only by speaking frankly and being forthcoming with you that the results that are needed for our next course of action will be easier to achieve. Easier said than done, I'm afraid. Came a frustrated growl from the representative of Relith. So many blocks and hurdles to make it nearly impossible to bypass. Which is why I came here, knowing the difficulties that would come with this meeting. Thrawn firmly said, making Sindola fall silent again. Neither man said anything, an underlying tension in the air between them. They remained that way until Thrawn broke the silence as he did before. You do not enjoy being called Senator? Thrawn stated rather than asked, making the Twi'lek raise his brow. That was certainly an unexpected remark. How can you tell? Cham asked, rather than deny such a statement. Quite simple, General, Thrawn plainly said. It is in the way you simply responded without saying anything. You prefer General over Senator because to you, and in many ways you are correct, the career of a politician is mitigated by what it entails and what you surround yourself with. Individuals such as yourself and Senators Amidala, Chuchi, Organa, and Mothma are the exception to the rule, not the norm. Cham found his lip turning into a grimace, loathing how accurate the Chiss statement was. In your eyes and in how you regard the title, being a general means a far greater deal to you because it is a rank you gained, not out of ambition of power but out of ambition in the service of your people, your system, instead of yourself such as your predecessor. You gained it through blood and sacrifice, knowing that if you fail, the fallen who traveled down the path with you will have their deaths all be for naught. Thrawn said, and the tone conveyed genuine respect and reverence, surprising the Twi'lek senator. From someone who understands the necessity of duty to one's people, even at the expense of being labeled a radical, I commend and admire your accomplishments and resolve, General Syndulla, truly I do. The Twi'lek senator of Relith stared long and intently at the Chiss, gazing directly into the man's red eyes. Most would find this feature to be a bit intimidating, but not for someone like Syndulla. He had seen enough in his lifetime where you would really have to put some effort into scaring him. And currently, Ultron holds that distinction. So after a prolonged period of silence between Cham's analytical gaze against Thrawn's unflinching one, the general found no deceit in both intention and the praise he had given him. The man's word held true. Wordlessly, Cham reached for his belt, unclipping a small disc on it and held it in front of him. These are the tactics I developed alongside Pietro, D, and the 71st. Syndulla stated. Captain Keeley assisted in devising them during Relith and currently works with me to improve and refine them during training of the conscripts and volunteers. He held it out for Thrawn to take. I expect this will suffice as ample assistance in your assault on Ultron. The Chiss inhaled sharply, a genuine grin of gratitude appearing as he delicately took the disc from Syndulla's hand, as if not to break it. General Syndulla, I give you my word, your efforts will not be in vain and it shall be one of the largest contributions to our decisive victory over Ultron. Thank you, sir. Truly. Cham simply held out a hand for Thrawn to shake, which he did so immediately, both men clasping hands firmly and nodding to each other before their meeting came to its end. Flashback end. Our main objective first and foremost is getting the people that are captured in these factories and delivering our payloads. Steve began the meeting, taking immediate charge in this matter. From what we've learned from the foundries the Avengers have taken down, Ultron doesn't necessarily keep to a pattern when holding prisoners. It'll make our job more difficult, but once we identify where people are being held, that's where Mordo and Celeste come in to get them out. Vision, Pietro, Wanda, Hope and Scott can do the same. Must we truly waste such valuable time and resources in the rescue of civilians? Tarkin spoke up with a cold tone. I would think you of all people would be all for it. Colonel Rhodes retorted, giving the Admiral's arm a look. You really want what happened to you to continue to happen to more people? Tarkin visibly twitched, his robotic arm, despite being covered in artificial skin, vibrating for the briefest of moments. Despite the reminder of him having nearly been converted, Wiluf reined in his emotions, difficult as that was. I am simply stating a notion that might be a great detractor from our plans than a boon. What are you, stupid or something? Rocket rudely said, making the Admiral openly balk at the rodent's crass insult. The Avengers just said we're trying to make it so that Ultron doesn't make more people into his army. Saving people ain't a great detractor, ya oversized mushroom. Rocket. Gamera said under her breath that everyone heard. Mushroom? Really? Peter said. What? You don't see it? It's a stretch. Quill stated. Everyone. Tholm calmly spoke up. Please. The group focused back up, though Tarkin sent an unamused look in Rocket's direction, the altered raccoon giving the man a toothy, shit-eating grin in return. Everyone went over the gist of the plan as it goes. Quick, precise hit-and-run strikes with the use of Tap, Karen, and Friday serving as a means of disrupting Ultron's abilities to sense them coming so they could target the fleets he has at his disposal. From there, it would go into a rapid drop ground assault, getting as many men as possible onto the battlefield along with the Avengers who would be spearheading the attacks. Everyone would be coming in with their specialized means of combat, be it the Mundlarians' way of jetpacks or the Guardians and Ravagers' eclectic and unpredictable means of attack. All to deal damage, but not enough that when they get a lock on where living prisoners were being held they would go in to get them out whilst the needed payload for Ultron's defeat was released. Once the civilians were rescued and secured, the retreat would be immediate. There were many that pointed out that, as discussed before, Ultron would catch on or try to discern just why they are conducting raids in this manner, yet the Avengers were rather absolute in their belief that Ultron's own undoing would be something he wouldn't see coming. Some of course questioned the certainty that Earth's mightiest heroes held, but they refuted that they had beaten Ultron once before and they would do so once again to make up for their mistake of not making sure he stayed dead. Still, this was just the plan, and there was a difference between discussing a plan of attack over conducting one. Variables and unforeseen circumstances will always play a role in this matter, so they would need to take that into account. Then came the selection of who would be going on these raids. It really was a reflection of the oddball gathering here, as the list of names, legions, groups, and such were listed out. The Avengers will have Steve, Natasha, Clint, Pietro, Wanda, Bucky, Celeste, Matt, Peter, Vision, Mordo, T'Challa, Hope and Scott. The Guardians would be sending Quill and Gamora naturally, along with Drax, Rocket, Groot, HK, Wes, Shuji, Embo, Fennec, Chirrut and Baze. The Jedi representatives were Ayla, Thulm, Voss, Plo-Koon, Kit Fisto, Ahsoka, Barriss and Luminara, along with the ARC troopers of the 501st, 212th, 327th, and 104th, with battalions being supplied from the last two. The Bad Batch and Delta Squad, along with a dozen additional commando units, would be tacked on with the additions of Commander Bly, Wulfa, Cody, Gree, and Captain Rex. Spar, much as he wanted to fight with his Mandalorian brothers and sisters, knew he needed to stay behind and rally the clans, watching over them as preparations were made for the hopeful final assault on Ultron when the time would come. So he placed Bo-Katan and Fen Shissa in charge, having the former lead her Night Owls in this strike force, taking along the top lieutenants of the Mandalorians being Dax, Toby, Axwoves and Koska Reeves. Boba Fett was also assigned, much to the surprise of many, who wanted him not to be involved, but Spar remained firm in his choice. "And what would you desire of my master and my fellow acolytes?" asks Severance Tan. "I hope you have not forgotten our intentions to be a part of this assault." Many snarky remarks were withheld, much as they were sorely tempted in wanting to do so. Yet one slipped out. "Not backstabbing us when our guards are down," Quinlan Voss dryly said, getting Ayla to elbow him. Count Dooku clearly knew this beforehand, Severance argued. He is stressing this out with the rest of us before they are being deployed in the coming assaults. We'll need a list of those who'll volunteer in being out in the field with us, Thulm slowly said, eyeing the Chiss acolyte. Only then will we figure out who will be deployed where. She gave a brief nod. And the rest of our military. Having what remaining droids to assist in backing up some of our aerial and ground forces. Doubt they'll be any good while on the ships, Sakura stated. Are you certain the defenses your own AI have made will be a sufficient means of keeping Ultron from taking them over? Tan questioned. Vision and Tony made sure of it, Wilson assured. What about that droid general of yours? Still no word on Guy? Bo-Katan abruptly asked. Loath as I am to admit it, if Grievous were present, he would be an irreplaceable asset for these strikes. Plo-Koon mused darkly to himself. He has continually ignored Dooku's summons, was Tan's response. I don't know if he is still angered on this joint effort or not. He probably is, Voss quipped, earning small murmurs of agreement from others. Yet we're assuming he will not cooperate, Severance finished. That is the best course of action, Plo-Koon commented. His hatred of our order, and now, likely the separatists as well, will not lead to any decent outcome, Ayla stated, many nodding in agreement. More factors were brought up and discussed as time went on. Eventually, with the meeting concluded, the attendees dispersed amongst themselves, each group heading out and going to uphold their ends of the plans as best as possible. A moment of your time, Star-Lord. The leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy turned, seeing Severance Tan approach him. Yeah. I have a message to deliver, she calmly said. He curled a brow at this, turning to see that the rest of his friends and teammates were already at the Benatar, packing the ship, and so he was alone here. Being what? Peter asked, turning back to her. The Chiss acolyte pulls out a holodisc and hands it over to Quill. My master wishes to speak with one of your members. He wishes to impart more knowledge and hear more of her own progress. Peter held a blank look before remembering something a specific member mentioned to him about having a master. How did she reveal information like that that seemed personal? Alcohol is one hell of a means of loosening inhibitions. Oh, you mean Ventress? Peter asked for clarity. Is this for her? From that old man Duke guy that's her teacher or something? Tan found the man's lack of tact and respect for her master a bit grating, but she nothing but a professional in this regard. Quite. She patiently said. He has been wanting to make contact with her for some time now. Then I'll be sure to hand it to her. Peter promised with an easygoing grin, holding up the holodisc before pocketing it and turning to rejoin his friends. Severance stood there silently, feeling her left eyelid twitch momentarily. Usage left us to join up with those fools? Tan quietly questioned. What sort of madness drove her to those people? Scene cut. Things are getting interesting as of late. Sure, he knew the flesh bags were doing their means of liberating more of their kind. Them attacking and breaking into his factories to hamper more of his numbers. He knew sooner or later they'd unite in the attempt of taking him down. It was inevitable. He backed them all into a corner and they were desperate to survive. Still, he honestly did not expect a counterattack this soon. The AI figured they were still nursing their wounds, maybe even considered putting on a defensive front than such a brazen assault. Rather hasty, pondered Ultron, seeing many of the simultaneous assaults. Don't know if the quality of such actions will be enough. Not that it'll matter. He'll give them a sporting chance. Would be outright boring if he didn't. Let them have their hope. It'll be far more enjoyable to snuff it out. Still, what were they trying to accomplish here? These attacks were always quick and sudden. And while he had an idea of when they might happen, the places that were hit were still ill-prepared for them and the fleets and forces guarded the foundries were decimated, for the most part. Strangely, ever since Kamino, Ultron has been a bit distracted. Not really with these recent attacks, but by something else. Something far more personal, and if there was a word that could be used to describe it, was it spiritual? There was something going on within Ultron, and when he really thought about it, it started prior to his attack on Ultron. It was after that battle did the sensation become more pronounced for the AI. It all started when Anakin Skywalker reached out and took hold of something within Ultron that made a machine feel a cold chill. Rather hard to describe, despite recalling the memory time and time again. Or a few million times really by this point. He is still an AI after all. Perhaps it was a brief error in his coding. If so, he'll have to comb through it and filter it out. Perhaps it may be the Jedi poster boy getting a sudden influx of the Force to harm him. After all, from what he scrounged up from the records, the Force adepts often had such instances to prevail life and death situations. But maybe, just maybe, it was something that Ultron couldn't properly fathom. Whatever the case may be, the AI concluded what was likely his millionth scan of the systems and structure of one of his foundries and once more came up with the results of nothing being tampered with. Other than the glaring holes and signs of battle, the foundry and its internal systems remain untouched. The Avengers and their allies simply came in to dwindle his numbers, both in destroying the ships and sentries/converted he already had on hand and rescuing those soon to be processed. Not that such actions mattered considering he had many other foundries churning out more of his master plan. But that still didn't alleviate his suspicions. It was a bit too obvious with what they were doing, whatever it was. And he couldn't deny the effectiveness of these hit-and-run attacks that his enemies had been conducting. The efficiency and speed were to be noted, how quickly they came out of hyperspace, hammering the fleets guarding each foundry, deploying the Avengers first followed by their troops and locating and rescuing the prisoners that were to be converted. The way the ships came in was especially of note. It wasn't from one side. They had multiple different batches swarm in from all sides. Each being either a different faction or a mixture of them. The Republic were the coordinated front whilst those that called themselves the Guardians of the Galaxy with their Ravager army were chaotic and all over the place. The Mandalorians came in with speed and power whilst the Separatists quite literally threw their forces, droids, all at them in as much of an overwhelming sense as possible. And then there were the Avengers themselves. Yes, the Jedi, Guardians, Acolytes and the best of the Mandalorians were obvious standouts, but it was the makeup of this particular team that made Ultron dwell on it. Seeing the Maximoff twins always made him pause because, no matter how hard he tried to fight it, there was that gut feeling he possessed where he longed for their old company. They came from the Mind Stone, like him. They hated the Avengers like he did until they saw what was meant to be and refused it. It made him hate how right 99 was. He really, truly was alone. Trench and Whiskers were excellent strategists in his army, given he allowed them to retain their old personalities whilst keeping their loyalty to him absolute. But that's just it, they were military men focused on winning the war, not that he can't disagree with that. Only 99 proved to be a friend or companion at least, making him crave more true relationships. A sickness from his creation being based on two of humanity's most annoying individuals. His father, the egotistical jackass, and his uncle being a raging time bomb with no companionship for most of his life. Shaking his head to dispel these distracting thoughts, Ultron hovered atop the latest foundry that had been the latest to be hit, overlooking the entire structure. There were damages here and there, the gaping hole on the side being its most blaring, but nothing definitive, if one could call it that. He didn't even know what words to use at this time other than growing aggravation. Ultron didn't detect anything out of the ordinary and they were attacking again. Instantly, Ultron transferred his consciousness over to the foundry under assault. Scene cut. Peter, over here. Spider-Man jumped over to where Matt was and he instantly held a hand over a terminal, Karen hacking into it and getting the door open. "We're in business, people," Western said through the comms, and immediately, a bluish-silver blur arrived with them, carrying a woman clad in scarlet. Behind the door that had just opened were a few hundred people who were all in chains, cages and many other means of keeping them imprisoned. Scarlet Witch thrust both her hands out, her hex powers springing out from her fingertips that spread and made quick work of freeing the people that had been imprisoned. Many were shocked and confused, but the realization soon after of their freedom spread like wildfire, yet they weren't out of the woods just yet. "Everyone, this way!" T'Challa shouted, coming around a corner. The large group began to be guided out of their holding cells down a hallway, and a moment later, a wall up ahead blew up with light from the sun of this world shining through. In came Clint Barton, Kit Fisto, and Gamera, who spotted the large train of civilians. "Mordo, Celeste, over here," was Barton's immediate reaction upon seeing them all, his hand on his earpiece. A second later, two portals appeared in front of the large collective of people, with the sorcerers Carl Mordo and Celeste Morn stepping through them. "Through here, everyone," the former quickly said, stepping aside as he and Celeste expanded the size of the portals for the rescued prisoners to begin to run through. Outside the foundry, a fierce battle reigned as the Avengers, Jedi, Guardians, Mandalorians, and forces of the Republic and Separatist all fought the endless army of Ultron drones, converts, sentries and droids. Captain America was fighting alongside his love Ayla and Star-Lord, the leader of the Guardians, always appearing positively giddy at fighting at the side of a childhood hero. The other Guardians were a bit perplexed by their leader's attitude, some already knowing of Cap's exploits due to the HoloNet constantly harping on about them. But when they saw him in action up front while also leading the charge, they were quick to recognize why Quill held him in such high regard. All the Avengers, really. And the feeling was mutual with Earth's mightiest heroes. Both teams found a synergy that just clicked into place when they fought together. "Cap, we got the prisoners out," chimed in Parker, making the Brooklyn native smile in relief. "We're also good on our end, Steve," Hope spoke up a moment later. "All is set," Vision added on. "Then our work here is done," Steve declared, using his own comms to broadcast his message to all. "Everyone, pull out. Our objectives have been accomplished. Start evacuating now." It was like clockwork as everyone on the field and in the air started moving back to ships, portals and any other means of getting off this planet. All while being secretly observed by Ultron from his many bodies, the AI looked at all movements and interactions, trying to discern just what their plan was here. They had accomplished what they'd been doing in all their raids. Damaging his foundries and rescuing the people he was keeping there for conversion. And that was it. Now it was starting to grate on his very data soul, because for a supercomputer AI, Why wasn't he able to figure out what they were exactly planning next? He kept on reviewing the battlefield, his results kept coming back the same. No life forms he could find, his own network was untampered with, the prisoners were gone and that was it. His digital eyes narrowed. He would discover what these flesh bags had planned and he would uproot their efforts and remind them of their current standing in the galaxy. Of that, Ultron promised. All the while, the guerrilla strike force had already made it back to their ships, many already exiting to hyperspace. Cap did a roll call and saw that everyone had made it back with minimal casualties. Another resounding success. Once again, I must praise you and your team, Captain Rogers. Cap turned to see Thrawn standing next to him. Of course. I couldn't do it without your coordination to make it all work. You give me too much credit, Captain, was Thrawn's response. It has been quite the challenge. I would have enjoyed it better if the stakes weren't so dire. Steve nodded solemnly. Hopefully we'll be sure to repeat our success. Just so long as we can be several steps ahead of him so he won't predict us so soon. We'll see if it'll come together soon enough. Cap plainly said before clapping the chiss on his shoulder. Regardless, well done Thrawn. The blue-skinned man blinked at the praise before nodding his head. Captain. It didn't take long for the strike force to disperse, each portion returning home to their home bases. As each group from each participating party arrived back to their home planets, an unusual sensation washed over them all. For the past few days, they had been conducting rapid-fire raids, doing what they could to stick it to Ultron, using their attacks to mask their true purpose. Now they were here, on what would be the cusp of hopefully the last battle against the Meta-AI. A calm, an eerie one at that, set in across the stars. Everyone felt it in their bones. What was to come would be their time to bring it to the being of Data that has terrorized the galaxy for so long now. This was only just the beginning of Ultron's end. Or the beginning of their end. Regardless, this was to be their final battle against Ultron. Scene cut. In her quarters at one of the Guardians' bases, Asajj pulled out the holodisc her brother handed to her. One which he acquired from Severance Tan. She would have used it sooner, but she was assisting the others on raiding one of Ultron's foundries. It was exhausting, but everyone needed to pull their weight. Thankfully, she was kept out of sight and mind from those she recognized at the raids. The disgusting irony to be fighting alongside Jedi and Avengers, two groups that caused her nothing but grief and frustration, was almost too much to stomach. It didn't help that Quill gushed at the prospect of working with Captain America. And her sister Mantis quickly shared in that sentiment, being won over by the man's natural charm. It was almost enough for Asajj to gut herself with her own lightsabers. So close. At the very least she wore enough armor to at least disguise herself with the coverings. She was still, after all, a dead woman to the rest of the known galaxy. The only person who noticed her presence was Wanda Maximoff. They had a momentary interaction, being that it was extremely awkward. Thankfully, the Scarlet Witch merely acknowledged her presence before they continued on the fight for the galaxy. Force knows how things would have gone if Maximoff revealed her true identity to the others. Right now though, such thoughts were put aside as Ventress activated the holodisc. A moment later, a transmission of her master appeared. Seeing Dooku's hollow projection, Ventress knelt. "My master. My apprentice." Darth Tyrannus says curtly. "You appear well, despite present circumstances. Your direction of me seeking Darth Vectivus had bore fruit. I have gotten a far better understanding of my innate power." Dooku inhaled deeply, his lips curling upwards. "Excellent. I even learned factors of my parentage." Dooku saw a crossed look on her features. "In particular, my father." The Count practically felt the venom in her voice. Certainly not the tone he was expecting to hear from his apprentice. This had him request what information she recovered. Suffice to say, the details were both exciting and troubling. His apprentice was a child of the stars, a celestial hybrid. And with her presently traveling with two of her siblings, she learned of their shared father, Ego. The Sith Lord would think such a detail is rather exaggerating or something out of a fantasy. However, her brother and sister and the rest of the Guardians of the Galaxy expressed their utter distaste towards Ego, who turned out to be a parasitic entity who could be a far greater threat than Ultron if he was still alive. Such a thought deeply disturbed the Count. Something that was more of a danger than Ultron. The Avengers were bad enough, and now this to consider? The aged Force user did not wish to fathom the thought at this time. Right now, Dooku needed to focus on what could be controlled and understood. With Ultron's coming defeat, a great change will come soon after. I fear it will not be warming for everyone. Dooku quietly stated. You sound very certain of this. Sidious will seek to salvage from the wreckage with countless plans being ruined. While one danger being known, another I believe is on the horizon. This confused and slightly concerned Asajj. Master? What do you mean? All I can tell you, my apprentice, is we must prepare for the eventuality. We cannot be lax. Never assume the battle will end. Dooku sagely said. Perhaps I am not the only one to have sensed it, but there is a darkness brewing, unseen and unheard, and what's worse is that it appears that there are multiple agents in this unseen theater. Whether they are allies in the darkness or not, I cannot tell. But remain vigilant, Ventress. Asajj simply bowed her head. I shall keep my senses sharp, my master. I will keep training and honing my power. Dooku silently nodded. Rest well, my apprentice. Soon, the time shall come to rid the galaxy of Ultron and Sidious to pave the way for our plans. Ventress simply bowed once again. Thy will shall be done. Scene cut. Not the easiest time in high school. But now, after all this? Not even sure if I even want to go back. I mean, there's Ned and he's my best friend, but all that I've done makes high school feel like an obligation of choice, not necessity. Aunt May would clearly want me to take the get and pass, given the circumstances. Only then will she get off my back. In Peter's room in the Avengers HQ on Coruscant, he along with his two girlfriends were situated on his bed. Ahsoka was sitting at the edge, changing into more comfortable clothing for sleep, whilst Peter and Barriss were already lying down, the latter resting her head on the former's chest. Perched next to them in a nest made from cushions and other soft materials that had been raided from other rooms of the Jedi Temple was Murray. Come now, Peter, that should be the least of your worries. I'm sure you'll do fine. Whatever you choose, you know you have our support. Barriss assured, leaning up to peck his cheek with her lips. You know you always have Coruscant. Ahsoka added on. Thyre and the boys love having you around. Yeah. Peter thought fondly of the Coruscant Guard that he has become good friends with. They always work well together, and before Kamino, the public perception of the clone guards was improving. Thyre, Thorn, Jek, Riss, and most of the shock troopers adopted a great deal of Peter's attitude and policy in simply assisting the civilians of the planet, building a better rapport with the people. There were a few holdouts to a degree. Commander Fox was the primary one, being more by the book, but he never really tried to admonish or change the behavior of the rest of the guard. He saw the results and couldn't really begrudge the methods. So, when this is over, can we go see New York? Ahsoka asked, plopping herself down on the other side of Peter, resting her head in her hand. You and the others spoke so much of it. I'd love to see it one day. It would make for a lovely reprieve. Barriss remarked in agreement. Peter shrugged slightly. I mean, yeah, of course we will. But honestly, don't see how it'll hold up to Coruscant. I know we New Yorkers like to say we've seen it all, but it's hard to top a city planet like this one. Well, I bet we'll find something to enjoy. Tano confidently said. I've been wondering about all this anime stuff you and several others mentioned. Peter guffawed at that. Oh god, that is a can of worms you're gonna need to brace yourself for, Snips. It is a bottomless hole of both heartfelt, badass moments and some of the most depraved crap possible. Sounds like a challenge. Ahsoka cheekily said. I always like a challenge. I would like to see the sanctums and monasteries you mentioned before. Barriss commented. The teens devolved into idle chatter, discussing everything and nothing. From future plans of locations and events, to the nonsensical regarding entertainment and strange hills to die on like food flavors and all. Concurrently to this trio's time together, many other meetings between friends and family were occurring across Coruscant. And this here is Marin and Ilyana. Wanda proudly said, her hands on the backs of her two Dathomiri girls. "Aren't they precious?" cooed Laura Barton. "Nothing compared to my Mara," says Natasha, bouncing her daughter on her lap. "Hard to argue with the toddlers," Clint's wife amended, holding the toddler Nathaniel Pietro Barton in her arms. "That's not fair," pouts Wanda, narrowing her eyes at the hollow communication to Earth with Laura. "You can't pull that card in this dash." The two Dathomiri girls looked back and forth on the argument between the Mockingbird, Witch, and Widow with varying levels of confusion. "You have any idea what they're arguing about?" "Beats me. You two will understand when you're older," Clint assured, patting their heads. Before either girl could ask for him to at least try elaborating, someone else spoke up on the other end of the connection. "You're from space," Clint's daughter said to Marin and Ilyana with wonder. "And you're from Wanda's home planet," Marin said in equal fascination. "Any interesting tricks you two could do?" asked Cooper, Clint, and Laura's first son. Both girls raised their hands, green and red energy emitting from them, making a few objects float being surrounded by the same colors as their hands. The oldest Barton child had a contemplative look before shrugging. "That's cool. I guess." "Guess? That's all you have to say?" Ilyana said with a small huff. "I mean, Auntie Wanda can do that," Cooper said with a shrug. "And Daddy can fight an army of robots," Lila adds in. Both Zabrak girls sagged their shoulders, cheeks puffing out in annoyance. Wanda laughed at the pair, bringing them both in for a small hug. "Well, I think you both performed beautifully and I can't wait to see how much better you'll both be," she encouraged, getting the desired reaction from the pair. Clint smiled at their interaction, looking back at his family. "So Dash." "I know." Laura cut him off before he could speak. "You do what you and Nat always do. And you both come back, yeah hear? They miss their dad, aunties, and uncle." "Where is Uncle Pietro?" Cooper inquisitively asked. "He's with his lady friend." "Lady friend? Girlfriend?" Natasha elaborated. "Oh," both of Clint's children said at the same time whilst their third child babbles incoherently. Romanoff smiled at her little nephew, gently pulling Mara closer to her. Laura saw this and had a smile of her own. "Can't wait to hold her myself. She's the sweetest," Nat said, gently kissing Mara's head. "She almost never cries. Only when I get upset or whenever she feels something from the Force." "The Force?" Lila parroted. "Space magic, sweetheart," Clint quickly responded. "In another part of Coruscant. The fine-tuning can only be tuned so far." "I know. Better being safe than sorry. This is your first time in a galaxy far, far away, you know." Pepper Potts would have found the line amusingly annoying if not for that last part, reminding her where she was. It was Pepper's first time being off Earth. She would have appreciated it more if this wasn't a business situation like no other. Still, the sight of Coruscant took her breath away. She really was on another world with millions, if not billions of alien life forms. She had been kept up to date with all the Avengers who initially were sent here, wondering just how her boyfriend and the Earth's team of Avengers would bring them back. But to be brought here first before they all came back was quite the experience. If only she could properly enjoy it. "Tony, I know I've only been here for 5 minutes, but do you really think this place needs yet another building with your name on it?" "Pepper, darling, my muse, love of my life, you're missing out on the opportunity of a lifetime here," Stark jokingly pleaded, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "Think of the legacy of the last name you'll have one day. Tony and Pepper Stark. Business tycoons in 2 galaxies. The publicity alone would make my hair turn white and yours to wilt off." Pepper dryly retorted, getting her boyfriend to chortle. "Don't you dare imply such things," he admonished, nudging his cheek against hers. "Yet I sometimes swear I see some extra hairs in the sink, which aren't mine," she teased. "Beard trimmings. From your scalp." "Shut up," Tony childishly said, biting her cheek in retaliation, making her laugh. "Glad to see some things haven't changed," came a voice familiar to the couple. They turned to see Steve along with Strange walking up to them with Potts taking a step towards them. "Steve." Pepper happily greeted the man, going up to give him a hug. "Hey Pep," Rogers warmly said, hugging her back. "Tony hasn't been causing you too much trouble, has he?" "More like you have, Captain," Pepper jokingly scolded, pulling back to poke the super soldier on the chest. "You caused a lot of sleepless nights for Tony, Strange and the others." "He could have slept," Strange idly commented, giving his fellow snark rival a look. But he kept refusing. Tony rolled his eyes at that. "Oh please, Steven, like you're any better with your ghost always staying up even when you sleep. You would exploit it if you were capable of pulling it off. You already do, how is that an insult? I'm the master, you're just gadget guy. I swear, it's like there's two of them," mutters Pepper. Steve chuckled softly, patting her back sympathetically. "You know, most of the team are like this, Pep." "Yeah, but not like these two-man children." Potts deadpanned. Steve hummed at that, he and Pep watching Steven and Stark descend into a snark-off. "You know what you and Tony could go for?" Rogers suddenly spoke up. The head of Stark Company turned to the super soldier with an inquisitive look. "A while back, Peter told me of this place that emulates a planet that's known for its scenic beauty," Steve revealed. "Give you more of a taste of the planets here in this galaxy." "Oh," Pepper said with clear interest. "Do tell." After sharing with her where this special place could be found as well as making sure to give her proper directions, Steve and Pepper had to pry Strange and Stark away from each other before the redhead could drag her boyfriend off to their date destination. Steven opted to head back to Earth for the moment, wanting to make sure everything was set and ready for him and the masters of the mystic arts who would be joining in the battle against Ultron. Steve, all the while, had plans of his own. After a bit of time, two couples traversed a public square, taking in the sights of the cultural district of Coruscant. Celeste was happy to see such things again, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over her. She saw many cultures from the time that she knew them during the Old Republic still being around whilst experiencing many new ones. Steve and Bucky shared in this sentiment as this double date reminded them of their final time just being together at the Stark Expo, prior to the latter shipping out. And like that time, it was a double date only this time, far more pleasant with both men having their lady loves around their arms instead of Steve being left high and dry and alone before his chance encounter with Dr. Abraham Erskine. For Ayla, it was a strange and new experience, being on what was a proper date. She had even dressed in a different outfit to her usual garb, something more casual as did the others. While she was still getting used to having such a time, the feeling of having her arm around Steve and him holding her close was something that made this time far more enjoyable. They could enjoy it so long as the relative peace lasts. Or rather, this moment of calm before the storm. They all knew what was to come in the next few days. What would be their most dangerous gamble? To throw everything they had at Ultron to finally bring him down. But before that, they could have this moment in time to themselves. Their moment of camaraderie, friendship, and love. And they weren't the only ones taking advantage of this respite. At the high rise of a random tower on the city planet, Sam and Danny were looking across the grand cityscape. The latter was snuggled into the arms of the former, humming a calm tune that made Sam have his eyes closed, leaning on her head. "This is nice. Just seeing things from here." "You do this often, I take it?" Danny remarked, nuzzling his cheek. "A lot actually, just to help clear my head," admits Sam. "With the therapy sessions, in the mix of the war, it's good to just unfurl everything bundled up." Danny hums aloud, peppering the side of his face with small kisses. "That is important," she said. "After this, we need a vacation. Can take you back home," Wilson stated. "My sister would love to meet you. Last we spoke, she asked when I'd come home if I would be bringing back my girlfriend. Oh, wanting me to meet the family so soon. By this point, it's long overdue," Sam said, nudging her face to kiss her, pulling away with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Haven't showed her a picture yet. Want her reaction to be recorded. Bet her jaw will drop as soon as she sees I got someone 10 times better looking than her." "Sam Wilson," Danny Foe scolded. Must you say such things about your sister? It's a sibling thing, Danny. Sam plainly replied. All about one-upmanship. You bantha fodder. The Zeltron lovingly said, pulling him in for a deep kiss, the pair staying that way for a long while before becoming more heated. It was better to give them some privacy at this time. Meanwhile, a far more quaint and casual gathering between couples was occurring. Padme and Anakin had Thor and Jane Foster over for a simple dinner between the four of them. All four cooked together, each picking a dish they were familiar with to contribute to the meal. Anakin called upon an old memory of his mother, remembering a specific dish she always made to bring just a bit of joy for the pair in spite of their situation. Padme opted for a naba meat salad delicacy that her mother and father always made. Jane stuck to chicken, or porgs in this case, given she had that often during her time studying for her PhD. Thor, however, did his best to make an Asgardian dish, which sadly burned, and so did the water, somehow. Apologies, was Thor's response. I forget that the dishes of this galaxy aren't made with the metals of Asgard. I can get those replaced. Amidala assured. The dinner date went on uncomplicated after that, save for Anakin and Thor, who began discussing the latest guerrilla attacks as they hadn't been a part of it. Now, you two. Padme interrupted them both, setting the last of the utensils on the table. We aren't here discussing battle plans or anything work-related. We're trying to have a nice, relaxing evening. Sorry. Both men said at the same time, and they all sat down to eat. Everyone started piling food on their plate, with Thor noticeably having the most. Padme saw this and regarded it with a level of bemusement. Are you sure you'll be able to eat all of that? The Naboo senator asked, and rather than the Thunderer responding, it was her husband and doppelganger. Yes. They said in synchronization. I oddly felt how you two said that. Our cruiser nearly ran out of rations one day after he first joined to help deal with Ultron. He's banned from our kitchens. Anakin said, jabbing his fork in Thor's direction. You think that's bad? He killed my grocery budget for a year, despite reimbursing me with gold and jewels. Jane tacked on. It was awkward for me having to trade them for actual money. Asgardian gold served as a worthy currency. Thor argued. We lost it all on your appetite. Foster rebuked, though there was a fond tone in her voice, her hand resting atop his. It was a strange sight for Anakin and Padme to see a god of thunder puff his cheeks out like a scolded puppy. The latter released a small chuckle. All right, let's dig in before the food gets cold. Thor didn't need to be told twice, scooping up Anakin's dish first. If this were an anime, the way Thor ate his first plate would be described as him literally dumping the cooked food into the bottomless pit that was his stomach. Once the plate was empty. Another. Says the Thunder God, raising the plate into the air before. Crash. What did I say about breaking dishes? Jane deadpanned. Not to. Thor sheepishly said. That's right. Apologies, my love. The Thunder God spoke in a chivalrous manner, causing Jane to nearly swoon, yet made a Herculean effort to not do so. I couldn't resist showing my appreciation for such a lovely dish. The couple native to this galaxy looked on with various levels of bewildered amazement. So that's how we can serve our dishware? Anakin dryly said, having seen this behavior from the Thunderer before. Still, she can rein in a god. Most impressive. I feel envious. Maybe she could teach me a few tricks. Yeah, hey, what's that supposed to mean? Anakin indignantly asked. His wife only gave him a silent eyebrow with an expectant look. Padme Skywalker whined, eliciting a laugh from his love. The other Avengers, clones, senators and Jedi were having moments to themselves or with others as they had the time in this brief respite. Scott and Hope had brought along Cassie to marvel at the grandeur of Coruscant, the young child appearing as if she was about to explode with joy. She wanted to see anything and everything, practically dragging Ant-Man and the Wasp to virtually any sight that caught her eye, which was all of it. But the pair simply went along happily, glad to see that despite the time they had away from the young girl, Scott's daughter was still the jubilant, fun-loving girl Lang loved so deeply. Next time, they promised that they would bring her mom and her boyfriend along with Scott's closest friends. Back in New York, Jessica opted to be alone before Robbie Reyes made his way over to her. Rather than exchanging any words, Reyes simply placed a bottle of hard liquor between them and they sat in silence, drinking away the night. Joining them was the one Phoenix from Talo that had followed Robbie back with him, the host of the Spirit of Vengeance naming him Fox due to the other Avengers calling him that. Something about it being the name of a bird from some book series he never read. She-Hulk went back home momentarily before returning with her pet Shishis back with her, showing him off to the 212th. Hector chose to stay home for the time being with his daughter, the rest of his family and how own pet Shishi before he knew the call would come in. Mordo, Wong, Strange, Celeste and Bucky were all having moments of rest whilst brief bouts of preparation, knowing what was to come. The sorcerers had also come together to enchant Bucky's arm, the metal limb gaining a yellow glow before it subsided. Katie and Sean dragged a willing Danny and an unwilling Luke to another round of karaoke and somehow, clones from the 104th got roped into it along with Kit Fisto. They didn't even know how it happened, it just did. Obi-Wan and Matt remained on Mandalore for obvious reasons until the time would come for their return. T'Challa took the time to have Shuri meet some of the Wookiee clan that now swore allegiance to the royal family of Wakanda in a more proper manner. Peter was with Ahsoka and Barriss, Tony with Pepper, Vision actually spending time with Yoda and entering a dual meditation session. Clint, Wanda, and Nat chattered their time away with Barton's family. Thor and Jane eventually concluded their dinner date with Anakin and Padme. The clones were also having their own time, some training, some relaxing or playing and others simply lay in their bunks. But some on the other hand. Captain Rex dreaded this outcome but he didn't make any bones about fighting against it. Kinda hard to do so when you have a lovey-dovey Zeltron all over you, showering you with so much affection that your will would break down. And the troops of the 501st had a front row seat to it all. Well now, Fives had the biggest shit-eating grin in a sea of other shit-eating grins that were all directed at their captain with the woman refusing to let him go. So Captain Rex. Despite the murderous glare the captain directed at him, Fives was completely unfazed. It didn't help that Delia began peppering the side of Rex's face with quick pecks, destroying any chance of making him look intimidating. I believe as our commanding officer dash. Rex flexed his fingers to try to stave off his rage, cracking his knuckles slightly though he didn't feel any pain. Oh no, Rex, Delilah spoke up in false alarm and fright. You hurt your hand. One moment, my dear. She delicately took his hand and brought it up to her lips, gently kissing each knuckle before giving him a loving smile. There, much better. She said in a sweet voice that made Rex sag his shoulders in defeat. Seeing this made Blue release a mischievous giggle, throwing her arms around his shoulder and nuzzling his head. The sentence Fives had gone unfinished as all the 501st were struggling to keep their wolf whistles, laughter, comments and all sorts of other reactions. Rex's glare returned in full force yet still, it did nothing to affect his men. He raised a finger at Domino Squad in front of the gathered clones. I swear. He sounded deadly serious. I will give you all PT for a year after we deal with Ultron. It'll be worth it. Heavy commented, getting many snickers and laughs from the rest. Nah. Delia spoke up, pressing a kiss on the clone captain's cheek. Don't worry boys, I'll talk him out of it. The clones all guffawed at this and Rex tried to shut them all up but Delia turned his head in her direction and gave him a loving kiss. There were many whoops and whistles of approval from the 501st, making Rex pull back in slight embarrassment. Come on, Delia, you don't need to do that in front of the boys. Rex muttered. That appeared to be the wrong thing to say as there was a sensual glint in Blue's eyes with a smirk to boot as she stood up and began pulling at him to do the same. Well if you want privacy, dearie, all you had to do was ask. The clones all began hooting and hollering, throwing their heads back and roaring with laughter at the face their captain had at this moment. Just kill me already, were his thoughts before taking a moment to look over his legion. Though all their amusement was at his expense he felt a moment of contentment at seeing his men have this time of joy and laughter. Knowing that their battle with Ultron was soon, to have this moment for themselves, it felt good. He looked at Delia who had joined in with the rest of the men at laughing at the faces he had made and despite himself, a small soft smile developed. Elsewhere with another batch of clones. Why do you have to go? With a heavy sigh, the leader of the Bad Batch went down to one knee and placed both his hands on his little sister's shoulders. Because we need to, Omega. You know we have to. This is our duty. Omega's sniffling nearly made Hunter crack, but he held firm. Still, he pulled the young girl in for a hug, one which she returned, holding onto him with all her might. He gave her a gentle pat on the shoulder, semi-prying her away as the girl almost refused to let go. She was now openly crying, something that tore at Hunter's heart, but he steeled himself, knowing what he needed to do. Standing up, he stepped away as Wrecker was next and Omega practically jumped into his arms, the largest of the Bad Batch easily catching her. It was as touching as it was kinda comical as both didn't hold back and bawled their eyes out, Omega demanding that they stayed safe and come back while he promised to do so. After that, Tech was treated with the same hug as the gadget genius, going with Hunter's method of reciprocating the gesture. In the midst of all this, the sharpshooter of the team stood off to the side, arms crossed with his head turned away from them. Yet he stole small glances at each interaction, something that didn't go unnoticed. Looking over, Wrecker smirks a little at Crosshair's demeanor and posture. "She's not gonna bite," he teased. "What?" was the sniper's defensive response. Wrecker walked over to the marksman, slapping his back hard enough to cause Crosshairs to stumble over to Tech and Omega, the latter looking up at him with a puckered lip. "You allergic to hugs or something? You should give one to her." Wrecker mocked, making Crosshair's brow twitch. He stared down awkwardly at Omega, who had a fresh batch of tears streaming down her cheeks. He internally cringed at his lack of reaction, his body seizing up with inaction. "Oh, for God's sake," Hunter remarked in fond exasperation, running a hand down his face. "It'll at least put her at ease for the time being," notes Tech, giving him an expression that said, "Well, what are you waiting for?" Crosshairs really hated himself right now for not moving, which was why the little sister did it for him. She walked over to him and wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her head against his upper abdomen. He had his hands up slightly, unsure of what to do right now, until slowly, he lowered them to give the young clone a pat on her shoulders. The sniper believed this to be an adequate response, only for Omega to not release the hug. "Why aren't you letting go? You look like you need it, Crosshair," muttered the little clone. A twitch came to the sniper's eye, more so when hearing a snort coming from Wrecker. His head snapped in the powerhouse clone and glared murderously at him. "This ain't funny." "Yes it is," Wrecker retorted, completely unfazed by his brother's attempt at intimidation. Crosshairs then noticed that the rest of the squad began moving towards the exit in the room. "You." He gestured to Omega. "You can't just leave me here like this." "We can," says Hunter, who now wore a smirk, "for like 5 minutes. You've apparently neglected the little trait to help promote positive stimuli to the brain." Tech adds in. "That doesn't sound legitimate," Crosshairs glowered at Tech. "That's an excuse." "Maybe, maybe not." "Hunter." Crosshairs growled. "Lula's on my bed, Omega." Wrecker called out to them, already out the door. "Fanko-o-o," was Omega's muffled response. Crosshairs could only watch in aggravated despair as the trio left him and their little sister, who was now looking up at him, lip puckered once again. "Criff." Crosshairs bemoaned aloud. "I'm not good at this." During all this, "Pietro," came the cry reverberating within the home of Senator Rochuchi on Coruscant. Within the bedroom of the Pantoran senator, 2 young lovers were breathing heavily, with Ro collapsing on top of Pietro. Her worries for her boyfriend had been growing as of late. Seeing how he's pushing himself harder with the recent raids has started to take a toll on him. Every bit of energy needed to be preserved for the mission, and none couldn't be wasted. Yet she saw how agitated he was, having Chuchi needing to do something about it. By the clear sign of how they wound up making love, Pietro clearly needed to get things out of his system. It wouldn't be healthy for the speedster, not that he really minded the end result. "That better?" Ro breathlessly asked. "Jesus, Chuchi," Pietro remarked, equally out of breath. "I didn't know you had that in you. When you have someone like you as a boyfriend, you learn to build up stamina and ways around your speed." The Pantoran senator countered with a sultry, tired grin. "No complaints here," Quicksilver said with a strained chuckle. I'm just gonna be worried if you'll outlast me one day. Ro let out a small hum. Who knows? Maybe that's a personal goal of mine. Pietro's eyes flared, sending a shiver down his lover's spine. Oh, don't tempt me like that, babe. Otherwise, we won't be leaving this bedroom for a week. You have no idea how tempting that sounds. Chuchi huskily whispered. But, Pietro said in tandem, releasing a sigh. We all know that's not possible. Not yet. The senator quietly said, her fingers trailing over his lips. When this is all over, you and me aren't going anywhere for that week except stay here. Pietro had a roguish grin on his face, lightly bouncing Ro in his arms. Where'd this insatiable side come from? Maybe it was always there and needed the right man to bring it out. Oh? And I'm that man. Perhaps, Pietro Maximoff. She coyly said, lightly tapping the tip of her nose against his. He laughed once more, pulling her close to nuzzle his face against hers. God damn, I love you. I know. Was Chuchi's smug response. Getting a bit cocky now, are we? And where do you think I picked that up from? Yeah, Padme can have that influence. Ro snorted, lightly slapping his chest. The two fell into a content silence, gazing into each other's eyes, seeing the love they both held for each other burning brightly. The Pantoran was gently stroking Pietro's chest whilst he simply gazed at her, wanting nothing more than to have her by his side until the day he died. Which? He'd rather not think about what's to come. What mattered was this moment here and now. You come back to me? Ro quietly whispered, breaking the silence, looking deeply into Quicksilver's eyes. Do you hear me, Pietro Maximoff? You must come back to me. The fastest Avenger silently nodded, pulling his lover into a deep kiss, pulling away after a few seconds to lean his forehead onto hers. Say it. Chuchi murmured, placing her hand on his cheek. I want to hear you say it. Promise you'll come back. I promise, Chuchi. Pietro softly said. I will come back to you. I always will. Satisfied, Chuchi pressed herself as close as she was able to, nuzzling into the man she loved. I love you, Pietro. She softly said. The fastest Avenger felt his heart swell at hearing this, a lightness he could only feel when he was with Ro. He had wrapped his arms tightly around her, feeling the heat of her skin against his fingertips, an electrifying sensation running through him. I love you too. He mutters softly. All the while. Going over his suit for some maintenance, Rhodey halts his work when he hears an all too familiar voice from behind. Another day, another point of preparation. With how things are, I have to be ready. The colonel turns away from his suit and looks at the Mirialan Jedi Master he had become so familiar and friendly with. What can I do for you, Lumi? Just wanted to check on some people before the next raid. Said Lumi Nara. Any particular reason why? Rhodey asked, returning back to his suit maintenance. Lumi Nara didn't respond at first, instead walking over to and then around Rhodey. She silently had her hands gliding over his armor, making him pause in his work again to gaze at her. Call it a message from the Force or a gut feeling, but I believe the next one would be detrimental. Of how I might regret it if I didn't talk to some people. Unduli finally revealed the purpose of her visit. I have already seen and spent time with my Padawan before she went off with Ahsoka and Peter. Gree and the rest of the 41st are prepared as they could be. Same for the Jedi Council. Rhodes silently nodded at this. I can understand that. Not wanting to leave things unfinished between some people before never seeing them again. Lumi Nara momentarily paused upon hearing this, staring intently at the war machine armor. You know, there was a time when I would have said something similar to that, you know? Back on Geonosis, when I believed my Padawan to have perished, I was ready to accept her passing because, death is a natural occurrence in the Force. I would have mourned her passing, yes. But to dwell on it would not have aided in my journey as a Jedi Master nor as my duty in being one. Rhodey didn't say anything at first, only gauging her demeanor for a few moments. And now? The Mirialan Council member shook her head, closing her eyes as her lip trembled. I find myself unable to fathom the thought of never seeing those who I call my dearest friends and companions. My Padawan especially. Barris is, she's the closest thing I've ever had as a daughter. That was certainly surprising for Rhodey to hear Luminara admit such a thing. She always presented herself as calm, composed, wise and with a grace that few could match. He couldn't really lie to himself in denying her beauty. She truly was. But he also recognized that this order and their dogmatic views don't allow for such personal attachments. Luminara was a staunch supporter in this matter and she always conveyed herself as such. Yet, lately, as it seems to be going for everyone in the Jedi Order, there has been a noticeable, subtle shift in the mood towards the Jedi Code and the rules that they are meant to abide by. And one such detail was more and more of its members seeing their respective Padawans and Masters differently. On top of that, intimate relationships having begun to flourish in secret within the Order. The Avengers were already well aware of Quinlan Vos having a secret wife with Kalain, hence due to the trust they held towards each other, and Tholm and Trasaa made no secrets about what they shared. Then finding out, easily, that Anakin was with Padme on top of Obi-Wan's old flame with the Duchess Satin just added more fuel to the fire. Ahsoka and Ayla were the next to go, finding love with Peter and Steve and Barriss. Well, there was certainly something up between her, the Togrutan, and the youngest Avenger. And now, to see Luminara appearing to have her own reservations and changes in attitude toward the Jedi Order, this really was a crazy time. So, maybe, just maybe, the old Colonel could. VVVVVVVV. Before Rhodey could give a response, he got a notification from his communicator. Checking it, he saw a message from it. Have fun with Lumi Tony, winking and laughing, how in the fuck? Was the internal scream Rhodey gave off in his mind upon seeing this message. I swear he planted some spyware in my gear. Rhodey murmured to himself. What now? Luminara asked in confusion. Tony being Tony. Was all he grumbled out. Ah. She responded, having a look of understanding. I know it's only been a short amount of time, but how do you deal with such dash? Practice, first of all. He interrupted with a fond exasperation. Second, at the end of the day, the dude's been my best friend for decades now. I really wouldn't be the same without him. Luminara quietly regarded this response, a small smile appearing a few moments later. It must be nice, she softly said. To hold such absolute faith in someone. It's not easy. He admitted, shrugging his shoulders. But Tony is someone worth putting your faith in friendship in. Headaches included. Luminara released a soft chuckle, and in the midst of this conversation, she had walked back around his armor and was standing next to him. She placed a delicate hand on his shoulder, giving him a kind, warm smile. You have a good soul, Rhodey. She gently said. It is good to know there are those like yourself who always fight for those who cannot. I am grateful, truly, to be by your side in all this. Rhodey's mouth opened slightly, trying to find the words to respond, but he was coming up blank. His mind was racing with thoughts, seeing what he could say at this moment, and they came just as Luminara turned to leave. He stood up, grabbed her wrist gently and made her look back at him. She glanced back with a raised, inquisitive brow, waiting for Rhodey to speak. The Colonel legitimately chastised himself for acting like a high school boy asking out his crush for the first time. Jesus, high school sucked. Were his thoughts until finally, he found his voice again. Lumi, when this is all over, he cleared his throat slightly, willing himself to keep going. How about we go to Dex's diner for a job well done? Just the two of us. Luminara blinks for a moment, stunned by this offer. Again, just because she was a Jedi Master, didn't mean she was woefully ignorant to things such as courtships and dates. In her time as a Jedi Padawan, Knight, and Master, there had been many men and some women who have displayed clear interest in her. Some for reasons being they found her attractive, and others being not so nice in their desires. But for obvious reasons, Rhodey asking her was a tad bit different. And she found herself unable to deny the offer. Which felt so alien to her with how natural she felt in responding to his request. She turned to face him entirely with a gentle smile forming. I'll hold you to that. With that, Rhodey released a small laugh of disbelief before letting her wrist go with her gazing at him. There was a silent exchange before she turned to depart with a slight bit of a pep in her step, leaving the Colonel to flop down where he sat. Holy shit. Rhodey said to himself, running his hand over his head. Okay. Tony can't hear about this. Don't hold your breath, War Machine. In a particular room at the Avengers HQ, Ayla was having a bit of internal turmoil. Nothing problematic, mind you. Just something of her mustering her courage with what she's about to enact. The Twi'lek Jedi Knight stared at herself in the mirror, seeing the healthy dark coloring her cheeks possessed in her reflection. She stood in the bathroom that was Steve's, having just finished taking a shower and drying herself off. Now she stood with none of her headgear, nothing from her standard outfit. Just an ornate red and orange floral silk robe that left little to the imagination of what lay beneath the fabric. Taking several breaths, she pats herself on the cheeks a few times to get herself ready. There was no backing out now. Silently walking out of the one room, she crept towards the connecting bedroom. There she saw Steve getting ready for bed. He wore a simple light gray shirt with baggy sandy brown pants. With how silent the space was, any audible sound would be far louder than it would be. She stood there, trying to hype herself up before opening her mouth to speak. Steve. Came the quiet whisper from Ayla, her lover turning to her and freezing up entirely, his breath being caught in his throat. She stood in the doorway of his bathroom garbed in her silk that ended at her thighs and nothing else beneath it. The crimson robe covered her body, for the most part, but seeing that she wore nothing else began to stir a sleeping beast Steve did not know he had. Ayla. Cap stammered out, eyes wide and a fresh hue of color on his face. What I don't dash. He couldn't find any proper means of responding, and before he was even able to formulate his next stuttering statement, Ayla began approaching him. Each step was measured, and while there was a nervousness in the eyes of the Twi'lek Jedi, desire overrode any hesitation. There was an emphasized sway to each movement, making sure that Steve got every inch of her body, yet the robe remained on that kept her covered until reaching him. The Twi'lek released a shaky breath, placing her hands on his chest, slowly moving them up. Sakura's senses flared, feeling far more details in the defined muscles beneath his shirt than at any other time. Ayla. Steve managed to find his voice again when he was silenced by a deep and lustful kiss from his lover, and he surrendered to it immediately. He felt his own desires already building, and as soon as her lips were on his, Rogers knew he would lose. They remained that way for a number of seconds before Ayla pulled away, the pair breathing heavily. But she didn't give time for Steve to fully recover as she pushed him back, his knees hitting the edge of his bed, and Ayla all but pounced on him, her robes flying back slightly. She lay atop the super soldier, their eyes locked and breathing against each other. Steve. Sakura whispered, leaning her forehead against his, inhaling his scent. She felt her now exposed breasts pressed against his chest, and she felt her senses heightening at his arms traveling up her legs. Ayla. Her lover said once more, a small rumble in his voice that made her shiver. What is dash? Something I want. She interrupted before he could finish asking, leaning down to kiss him once more, brief as it was. Something I want for the both of us. Before tomorrow. He gazed into her eyes, trying to find any form of reservations in this, and while there was nervousness in what she was doing, there wasn't any hesitation. So he needed to make sure of it. Do you really want this? His voice came out in a slight growl, making goosebumps appear all over her body. She bit her lip, containing a moan, nodding fervently. Yes, Steve, her breath was haggard, laced with lust, love, and desire. More than anything. I want this. I need this. We need it. For tonight, let's have no regrets. And like that, any amount of second thoughts evaporated in an instant. The pair engaged in a series of lustful kisses before they made a quick dash to remove their clothing. For Ayla, she simply let the robe she wore fall away, with Steve seeing her in all her glory. He begins to disrobe what articles of clothing he has on him before returning to the bed. Placing his arms on her thighs, Steve brings her back closer to him as they embrace and take the next step in their relationship. Post-credit scene. Have they arrived, brother? Maul quietly asked his younger sibling, with the taller Zabrak silently nodding. Wordlessly, Maul flicked his hand with the force, opening the door for three men to enter. These three were reputed to be the deadliest, most fearsome, and best bounty hunters and mercenaries in the galaxy. Though their track record wasn't one of pristine satisfaction, their work, skills, and efforts as well as results were well documented and known. Plus, they were among the few that some would call holdouts of a more brutal time in the Outer Rim before the arrival of the Guardians of the Galaxy and the reorganization of the Mandalorians. Cad Bane, Crossbones, and Taskmaster. Maul listed off their titles, standing from where he sat and approached them with his arms behind his back. Welcome. Once reaching the trio, he bowed in respect. I thank you for responding to my request for a meeting. You caught our attention. Cad Bane said with his respiratory voice. We are here to listen to your offer, nothing more. Of course. Maul smirked. Straight to the point. I can respect that. First of all, I believe you three know a few of my associates. Of the Triumvirate. Crossbones spoke up. Yeah. Last time we worked for him, we lost due to some ghostly haunting at the base. Oh yes, I have heard of the encounter. Taking that out of the account, your group might have kept more of your numbers and supplies had you had better allies and resources at your disposal. Something you're offering, I take it. Taskmaster surmised with Maul nodding. Yes. I shall cut right to the heart of the matter, gentlemen. I believe that having you with my organization will be a boon to the endeavors I have planned for this galaxy and that you will benefit from such an alliance. The three mercs exchanged looks with each other with Rumlow in the middle crossing his arms, speaking for them. And what exactly are we gonna be getting out of this deal if we join up with you and your gang of assholes? Maul smiled maliciously, completely unfazed by the man's words. Power, pay, influence. The red-faced Zabrak rattled off. But I believe power will be more than sufficient for a bargain. Power? Cad Bane parried with clear skepticism. What kind of power could you possibly give us? Oh, you know, Savage Opress wordlessly handed his brother a holodisc and Maul activated it immediately. On it were the Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy, followed by the Jedi and the Sith. Power that would allow you to rival and even outclass those you have deemed enemies, Maul stated. Power that would allow your dominance, enforce your will, and be unopposed by all. There was a pause that was shared between the three men as they saw the shifting images of the Avengers, Guardians, Jedi, and Sith. And how long would that last? Taskmaster inquires. Need I remind you that Ultron is still running amok and making things difficult for everyone? Maul simply tooted, shaking his head. Not for long, I assure you. His demise is drawing near. And you would know this, because... Crossbones said unconvincingly. I have foreseen his loss, his demise coming. It was only a matter of time. Maul elaborated. The time for a new dawn in this galaxy is drawing near and I need men such as yourselves just as you need me to usher in the new era. The red-faced Zabrak raised a hand to them. Join me, he emphasized. And the shackles that hold you to this galaxy will become undone. You will be gifted with perspective and power beyond your wildest dreams. If you join me, those who stand against you shall fall. This isn't a promise. It's a guaranteed result. None of the mercs said anything, taking a moment to mull over such an offer. One would call this ludicrous, insane, preposterous even, but Maul did not appear to be that sort of man. What they saw and felt was a former Sith Lord of absolute conviction. And they also couldn't deny that despite their reputation and high price range, taking on foes like the Avengers and the Guardians was not an easy task. They needed to step up their game and this yellow-eyed Zabrak appeared to be offering their solution. So what other choice did they have? Crossbones raised a hand which Maul immediately grasped in a warrior handshake and promise. We'll hold you to that. Rumlow darkly said and the Zabrak smiled once more. Welcome to the Crimson Dawn. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 108, Chase into the Unknown. The early morning rays seeped through the curtained windows. They traveled up the floor and eventually hit the prone individuals sleeping underneath the covers. As the light reached their eyes, there were some mild bits of discomfort which eventually came. Steve was the first to wake up, eyes slowly opening. He found himself completely relaxed. Like so much stress and worries were unwound after so many years. It was quite wonderful. And the source of that feeling was resting atop his body, her head on his chest with her Lekka subconsciously stroking his arm. Steve held a calm, wide smile as he gazed upon the beauty sleeping in his arms. With the way the sun reflected off her skin, she looked angelic in his eyes. He gently stroked her back with one arm whilst having the back of his other hand lightly graze her cheek. She seemed to enjoy it, leaning towards his hand until she began to awaken herself. Her eyes opened after a few seconds, and the moment they landed on Steve's, Ayla held the biggest smile her lover had ever seen on her. She snuggles up more against him, kissing his chest a few times before claiming his lips soon after, once being a bit more comfortable. She was practically giddy. "Someone's in a good mood," Steve commented, with Sakura shifting her head up to be at eye level with him. He saw a healthy blush on her face, matching the many marks he had given her on her neck and body. "Not that he was any different. I have very good reason to be," came her sultry response. Cap hummed, pulling her close to kiss her once more, the Twi'lek releasing a low moan of pleasure as she moved to lay on top of him. "I feel foolish," Ayla murmured against his lips, pulling back slightly. "Foolish to have withheld myself from doing this with you. Maybe it was good that we did so," Steve remarked. "How many days might we have missed by just staying in bed? That doesn't sound so bad every now and then," she whispered. Her love only hummed in response, leaning his forehead against hers, the tips of their noses also touching. Ayla inhaled deeply and she felt something stirring inside her. "Force me," she bit her lower lip seductively. "Your scent has me all bothered now." "You're not alone," Steve said, voice in a low rumble. Get a mischievous thought, Ayla moved to get out of bed, much to Steve's dismay. However, the look he got from her made him freeze up as she walked in all her naked glory towards the bathroom. Once reaching the doorway, Ayla silently looked back with an expectantly raised eyebrow. Not needing a second thought, Steve almost jumped out of bed, Ayla releasing a girlish giggle, grabbing his hand and pulling him inside, slamming the bathroom door shut with the force. The pair were quick to get in the shower together, trying their best to keep their hands off each and try being a word used in the loosest terms possible. Eventually, they got out of the shower after a literal hour and their handsy behavior continued well into both even getting suited up. It took a Herculean effort on both their parts to keep themselves under control from ripping each other's clothes off. The couple left the room basically wrapped around one another and made their way toward the foyer of the Coruscant Avengers residence. It was there they saw Tony seated at the kitchen table finishing up a meal with Pepper seated next to him. The pair heard the couple come in and Stark was about to make a greeting when he saw something amiss. Or rather, an extremely juicy opportunity that just arrived on a silver platter. "Is that a spring to your step, Steve?" Tony casually asked with mischief in his eyes. Pot's reaction was immediate, lowering her head in both exasperation and a hint of amusement. "What are you talking about?" Steve asked in confusion. Stark ignored this, more focused on the aura happening between Steve and Ayla. The former appeared exceptionally relaxed and the latter, by God, looked like she was positively glowing. And the proximity to the super soldier was beyond the usual comfort level Tony had already seen the pair share. Before long, an unsettling smile was on his face. "Well go LLY Steve. America's Boy Scout finally earned the last badge for his sash." "Last badge? After 70+ years, you finally punched your V card," Tony stated, wiping away an invisible tear of pride. "And most of all, you proved you were a closet Trekkie all along. God bless you, Picard." Pepper released a small groan, wanting to reprimand the love of her life but knew that this was a situation she couldn't talk him down from no matter what she tried. For Steve, he may have had quite some time catching up with the modern lingo of home, but hearing this in particular made Steve give Tony a very bland look. "Really?" he flatly said. "Yes, really." Steve pinched the bridge of his nose. "It's too early for your shenanigans, Tony." "You sure? 'Cause I have so many questions." "Please stop." "Why would I?" "What is he on about, Steve?" Sakura asked. "Nothing, Ayla, I promise." "Now you kids," Tony put on a false look of seriousness. "I understand you all got your appetites and all, but there is an old-fashioned way of doing things. This was going to be a long morning." Scene cut. It was time. Seated in a modified Quinjet that already has a hyperdrive because Tony can never sit still, Steve was staring at his helmet with a stoic face. His shield was on his back and his uniform was updated and pristine, though that was likely not to last. Going into this battle, Rogers knew that his suit was gonna be shredded, so he really hoped whatever improvements Tony had made would last. A small grunt escaped him as he steeled himself, knowing what was to come. Placing his helmet on, Rogers made to check one final matter. His compass. Opening the old device that had long since broken, the Brooklyn-born super soldier stared at the woman in the compass. A woman with blue skin, Leku, and a smile of pure love directed straight at him. He felt a momentary pang of guilt, old feelings still lingering within his heart, but it was overshadowed by the love he found and now held for Ayala Sakura. Peggy, she will always hold a place in his heart. His first love. But after all this time with Ayala, after so many moments with her, be it on the battlefield or just the moments alone, and now, after last night, she was his true love. Peggy would want me to move on. He thought with a sad smile. I should at least know that. She most certainly did after years of getting over her grief. She eventually found love and had a family of her own. She couldn't dwell on the past forever and hold on to a candle forever. So why should he? Standing up, Steve clasped his compass shut, pocketing it and moving forward. Iron Man rolled his shoulders, quietly reviewing his suit functions as his HUD was alight with activity. It was the latest model of his endless design of suits that always underwent one upgrade after the other. Friday gave him the all-clear and Tony nodded, exhaling to himself. His faceplate popped open, the billionaire being greeted by the sight of his love, Pepper Potts, quietly standing in front of him. Words were exchanged, being akin to how they once acted towards each other prior to their relationship, all business, and such. It soon turned into a bickering contest when Stark played his trump card, catching his girlfriend off guard with a kiss that she pretended to be annoyed by, surrendering to it a second later. They remained this way until Pepper pushed him back, telling him now she could send him to battle and that he needed to come back. For company meetings, naturally. Thor stood out on the balcony of the Avengers HQ, overlooking the city skyline of Coruscant with silent contemplation. Next to him was Jane, the love of his life, silently holding his muscular arm with both of hers, leaning her head against him. After a while, Jane Foster asks if he is ready and Thor states he's never ready to leave her but knows that it's always an eventuality. With a gentlemanly kiss to her hand followed by a loving one on the lips, the God of Thunder took a step back, holding his hand up. A whooshing sound was heard, humming louder and louder as it drew closer. Mjolnir slammed into his hand and a bolt of lightning crashed down upon the god. Thor, once garbed in casual clothing, soon had his Asgardian armor materialize upon him, from his flowing red cape down to his chainmail arms and boots. Lightning danced around him as he gave one final look at Jane, giving her a loving smile. She returned it, watching as he spun his mighty hammer that launched him into the sky seconds later. Elsewhere, Black Widow and Hawkeye were helping each other out, making sure both were fully equipped and their suits were ready for the fight ahead. Natasha made sure her widow's bites and electrified tonfas/batons were at full power whilst Clint attached almost a dozen collapsible cartridges of arrows for his quiver on his belt, thigh straps and arms. Even some knives and bombs for good measure. Once that was all done, both turned to bring up a hollow screen. On the other side was Clint's family and with them were Grogu and Mara Jade. In the background, of all people, was May Parker. It was a stroke of luck for the Avengers when Peter's aunt came to visit, wanting to see her nephew off before they went to battle against Ultron. She wanted to tell him not to go, and was ready to beg, but she saw the look in his eyes, and by this point, the man her nephew, son, was turning into. May could only tell him to be as safe as he could and to return. Before her departure, Clint offered her the Barton residence to visit and asked if she could take Grogu and Mara there with her. She did so willingly, and now, Clint and Natasha gave their own goodbyes, seeing May was conversing with Peter separately. The holo transmission ended and the pair of best friends departed. Falcon was looking over his tack pad on his wrist, going over all his suit schematics and latest upgrades. Redwing briefly popped out from his back, hovering behind its owner, returning back into his wingsuit once everything was in order. Sam looked forward, giving Danny a look of reassurance, sharing a loving kiss that ended far too soon for their taste, the Avenger turning to leave his girlfriend. War Machine was suited up, Tap giving a general overview of the new features that had been added to his armor. His shoulder cannon had more arsenal added to it, his hammer could also change shape and form, and overall, his suit could help him destroy a Venator all on his own. Taking a final look over, Rhodey nodded in satisfaction and flew off to join the others. Spider-Man exhaled to himself, checking over his suit one final time. Everything was set and ready. Thanks to the additions he's done on top of the eggheads helping him out, the newest version of his suit was at its peak capacity. Now for the final touch. Holding up his hand, Symbi's bulbous head appeared, the white eyes blinking at its host, and with one nod, the symbiote leaped up and splashed down atop Peter's head. It spread quickly, covering Pete's entire body, having him in the black suit that receded immediately into the black web lines of his suit, the lines being bolder than usual. A means of completing the secondary layer of his armor. Breathing in one final time, Spider-Man walked forward to his destination. Standing at the front door of her suite, Pietro and Chuchi silently held each other in their arms, no words being exchanged. They simply wished to have this moment together before Quicksilver departed to do his duty as he said he would. It was a period not to last, as Pietro released a sigh, pulling away from Chuchi while still holding her hands. Nothing needed to be said, as all that was done the night prior. Instead, the two basked in the love they had for each other, going in for one final searing kiss of lust, passion, and love. Once that was done, Quicksilver and Chuchi had their heads leaning against each other. Slowly, they pulled away from each other, both sharing expressions of pure love. With a final promise of his return, Quicksilver left the love of his life alone in her suite, the woman subconsciously placing her hands over her heart. Wanda Maximoff was on one knee, her hands on the cheeks of Marin and Ilyana. Both girls were clearly nervous and scared, but attempted to remain strong for their caretaker, knowing that she had a job to uphold. Behind the two Dathomiri girls was Jocasta Nu with a number of other aged Jedi, all shepherding younglings to a ship that would take them to Tython as a means of safety. Marin and Ilyana didn't want Wanda to go, yet they already knew that she was an Avenger and that her job was to fight for and protect the innocent. They fell into that category, on a more higher, personal level for the Sokovian. With a last set of parting words to stay strong, look out for each other, and behave, Wanda placed motherly kisses on both their forehead, leaving them soon after one final group hug. Scott and Hope were being given a lecture of sorts from Hank, the man telling them some of the upgrades that they both received, while Cassie sat on a table, sipping on a juice box, listening intently to their conversation. Beneath the table that Cassie sat on was her enlarged pet bullet Aunt Antius, who was dozing off whilst Hank finished giving instructions to the modern-day Ant-Man and Wasp. Hope pulled her father in for a tight hug, and Scott, not really caring for how Hank would respond, joined the pair. His girlfriend rolled her eyes but laughed all the same whilst her father released a groan, yet he did nothing to push Lang away. Cassie giggled at all this, making Scott and Hope pull away from Pym before going over to her. The former favorite Peanut jumped into her dad's arms, the man hugging her tightly with Hope being pulled into it. Scott told her he loved her and was proud to be her father, and she gave him and his girlfriend a beaming smile, telling them to make sure they come back to take their parents to school so that she can show off how amazing they both are. After that statement, they knew such a promise couldn't be broken. Vision was levitating, eyes closed, legs crossed, arms resting on his knees, and Mind Stone emitting a dim glow. With him were surprising participants in this brief instance of meditation. Shang-Chi and the Iron Fist. The trio had formed a triangle, the men all silently focusing internally to have their nerves steady and their hearts ready. Vision's Mind Stone began to emit a brighter glow, while Shang-Chi's 10 rings also started to have the ethereal orange light they possessed increase in brightness. Not to be left out, Danny's arms had yellow chi encompassing his hands and arms, wisps actually wafting from his limbs. Eventually, all three reached a crescendo as the lights released flashes that would have blinded anyone else in the room. Their eyes all snapped open, and silently, they knew it was time. Matt Murdock, garbed in his upgraded suit, was on his knees, and next to him was Hector Ayala. The pair had found themselves bumping into each other a few moments ago after both had finished their preparations, and now, they both had their eyes closed and in both their hands were crosses. Matt and Hector were silently praying, both whispering the same prayer in unison. Just as they were about to finish, another voice said Amen, and both looked up to see Robbie Reyes with a distant look in his eyes. In his hands was a cross of his own, and the three men left soon after. T'Challa and Shuri had their foreheads leaning on each other as the older of the two recited an ancient Wakandan prayer and war song. That Bast and the ancestors would guide their hands, keep their bodies strong and their spirits indomitable. That they would bring Wakanda pride in their actions for justice and security, not just for the people of their nation, nor their planet but an entire galaxy. Once the siblings completed this small ritual, their helms formed around their heads, purple kinetic energy briefly pulsing from their suits. Katie Chen walked around in her quarters, garbed in her latest modified suit, muttering to herself as she prepared herself for this. She was scared, terrified, petrified, and any other synonym that could be used to describe the state of fear she was in. But she was also resolute, knowing that she could do this. Sean believed in her. Clint did too, as did the rest of the Avengers. All gave her words of encouragement and assurance, Wanda in particular taking time to speak to her to give the confidence she knew she had. The 12-second younger twin told her how she was in a similar dilemma back when the team first faced Ultron, back in the final stages of the Battle of Sokovia. How scared and guilt-ridden she was. But Clint gave her the boost in morale that she needed, and now, it was Wanda's turn to do the same for another fellow Avenger. Her pacing was interrupted by the arrival of Wong, the normally stoic sorcerer, holding a more pensive and assuring expression as in his hands was her bow, red wisps emanating from it. She gently took it out from his hands, giving him an appreciative look, which he responded with a simple nod of modesty. He summoned a portal a moment later and they both stepped through. Doctor Strange and Mordo were having a discussion, going over their spells and magical artifacts they were taking with them, while over to the side, Celeste was with Bucky. The sorceress had one hand hovering over Bucky's metallic arm whilst holding the staff of the living tribunal. Orange runes and symbols were flowing between the staff, her arms, and Bucky's metal one until they dispelled, signifying the completion of her spell. Mordo and Strange heard this, going over to the pair, and the former made a quick look over Bucky's arm and smiled, clearly impressed by Celeste's magical prowess. With nothing else needing to be said, Doctor Strange conjured a portal for the four of them to step through. The last of the Avengers that were getting ready were Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and She-Hulk. The three of them had a small get-together of drinks and laughs with a layer of introspection and reflection. It was such a strange feeling, looking back on how much has happened in such a short amount of time in their lives to where they stood right now. She-Hulk eventually stated that it was time, and the trio downed their drinks before leaving for the gathering. Across the galaxy, the many factions and armies were making preparations of their own for the coming battle. Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano walked down a hallway with Captain Rex, the three of them going over the latest additions to the 501st whilst reviewing the divisions in their legion and the battle tactics that would be employed. This practice was done by every Jedi and the clones under their command. Ayla, Luminara, Plo Koon, Windu, Mundi, Voss, Tholm, Saa with Bly, Kree, Wulfa, Pons, Bakara, Delta Squad, the Bad Batch, and every single clone trooper. Some clones were busy getting their equipment and weaponry in order whilst many others were busy making engravings into their armor. The engravings being 99. Something to honor their brother who looked out for them back on Kamino. What comes next is in his memory along with their fallen brethren. Clones were lined up shoulder to shoulder, all marching into their Venators, Acclamators, and Hammerhead ships. Within the Mandalore system, on all planets under the control of the ancient warrior people, Mandalorians were suiting up their armor and weapons for what would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. With them were their newest allies, the Ravagers, who had their own uniform of sorts but kept it more free-form, the only distinction that all carried being the flaming emblem with the sash on the left-hand side. The Guardians of the Galaxy were finishing up touches on their ship and equipment, whilst the leadership of the Mandalorians had one final meeting. Spar, Satin, Bo-Katan, Fen Shissa, Tabidala, and Dax Ordo rallied the Mandalorians to the cause of honor and justice, to fight for clan and people, family, and future. As the Mandalorians left their home system along with the Guardians and Ravagers, Sabina had a small moment with her sister. Bo-Katan acted a bit awkwardly in trying to say goodbye, but her older sister surprised her by pulling her in for a loving embrace, Satin whispering that she loved her and was grateful for everything that had happened as she now had her sister back. The red-haired Kryze squirmed slightly, yet it was for naught as Bo found herself hugging her sister back, leaning her head against the other. They had stayed this way until Satin ended it, pulling back to reveal to Bo that she had silent tears streaming down her face. The older of the two all but demanded that while Bo was going into a dangerous situation that she would come back. Bo felt her heart ache for her sister, which dissipated when Satin placed a chaste kiss on her forehead and Cotton complained, calling Satin Mom in annoyance. That was enough to alleviate some of her sister's concerns. Back with the Avengers, Steve Rogers stood in the modified Quinjet with Clint seated in the pilot's seat along with Nat acting as co-pilot. Within this jet was Thor, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Black Panther, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Vision, Celeste, Bucky, Falcon, War Machine, Ant-Man and Wasp, with the rest of the team all being in the second modified Quinjet that was flying alongside them. These two Quinjets flew in front of the massive fleet behind them, maintaining a steady speed as this ensemble of Venators, Acclamators, and Hammerheads drifted away from Coruscant. At the impromptu command center of the entire Ultron opposition, a number of individuals stood around the hollow table as many vessels and fleets were reporting in. "Believe that's the last of 'em, sir." Tarkin nods as he looks towards the other admirals. At the head of the gathering was Grand Master Yoda, the aged Jedi, having his eyes closed but a look of concentration. "Master Yoda." The small, green Jedi opened his eyes, looking up at the latest admiral to join the ranks of the higher authorities in the Republic Navy. "Everything and everyone is set and ready." Thank you, Admiral Akbar." The Mon Cala admiral simply inclined his head. "Quite the challenge we shall face." Tarkin murmured in deep thought. "Most certainly. We need to be sure we prevail in coordinating with the plan. With the various contingencies," says Yoda. "We may not need, hopefully." "Are you so certain this plan shall succeed, Grand Master?" Tarkin spoke with clear skepticism. "I understand that the Avengers are familiar with Ultron, but to put so much stock and faith in them their enemy, this is their fight, it must be. To follow them, our best course. Certainty of success? Certainly not. Dread, I do, of what may come." Yoda taps his cane on the ground. "But to have faith, one must have. To be strong, difficult it is, yes. But in those moments, battles can be won. Prepared, as best we are. Now comes what must be done." Elsewhere. Steve blinked at the cylindrical device Tony was holding up to him. "What's this?" the good captain asked, taking the device out of Stark's hands at his insistence. "Just push that button," Tony pointed to the red one on top of it. "And everyone will be able to hear you." Rogers raised a brow. "What do you mean everyone?" "Everyone." Tony pats his shoulder with a smirk. "No pressure." Steve gave his friend a look before holding up the comms piece that would address virtually everyone who was to participate in this battle. He gave a long look at the device, taking a moment to compose himself before speaking. "We all know why we're here." Across the galaxy, many within ships halted what they were doing, startled by the voice of Captain America, but listened all the same as they turned their heads to intercoms and any other communication devices, be it their own earpieces or from terminals. I'm pretty sure this isn't a shot in the dark to say this, but in the history of this galaxy, moments like these are a rarity. For so many from all walks of life, every corner of the galaxy to come together and fight as one. But we have to, because this isn't an enemy any of us have faced before. Some of the Avengers had their gazes on Steve within the Quinjet he stood in, while the others kept their eyes elsewhere yet focused on his words. "A long time ago, when my team first faced off against Ultron, I once said that he believed that we were what's wrong with our world. That we were the causes of our own worst enemies and demises." Tony held a brief haunted look in his eyes before steeling himself. "And I said that it's not about beating him. It's about if he was right. But this isn't about if he's right. It's about making things right. We've lost countless good people. They gave everything to get us here. It's up to us to make it mean something and do them justice. I can't ask if you are all ready, because this is do or die. Ultron will show us no mercy and we shall do so in return. He has brought fear and terror upon the galaxy and we must stand fast against his terror. He will advance and sweep across every city, every settlement, village, every planet, tearing them down only to rebuild them in his twisted visage. It's been a long journey, and no one's coming out of this without scars. But it all comes down to this moment. We will win or lose in this battle. But we will prevail." You all have your targets and objectives. You know your job. Make me proud. Make yourselves proud. Each of us will be defined by our actions in the coming battle. Stand fast. Stand strong. Stand together. Captain Rogers, out. Iron Man released a small humph, shoving his metal shoulder lightly against Steve's. You just love hearing the sound of your own voice, don't you? He definitely must have prepared this speech. Sam teased. Captain America said nothing, giving them both a small amused smirk. He, along with the rest of the team, then faced forward as the call went out across the fleet. It's showtime, Avengers. Hawkeye stated as he and Nat pushed two levers at the same time. In an instant, the two Quinjets zipped away into hyperspace with the rest of the gargantuan fleet following after them. Across the galaxy, many other fleets did the same, and now, the plan was underway. Within an unspecified foundry, he sat on a throne made from the metals of every world he had conquered and brought under his heel or ruin. Ultron was egotistical like that. A sickness inherited from humanity, his creator in particular. He was seated in a slouched position, yet that didn't convey the mood the AI currently had. Within the recesses of his mind, his systems were working at maximum capacity as he was once again going over the hit-and-run tactics employed by his enemies. Once again, the AI came up with a blank result, much to his raging frustration. He was an AI, a supercomputer, the evolution of mankind. Trying to discern what a couple of primitive, backward killers' plans were shouldn't be an issue for him. Yet it persists. What were the Avengers planning? You seem troubled. Ultron idly tilted his head for his eyes to land on 99, who was looking at him expectantly. Really? Ultron sarcastically said. What gave it away? Oh, just how you are. 99 calmly said with a shrug. What's wrong? Something on your mind? Is it those raids? Ultron felt a digital brow twitch. You're annoyingly perceptive. You didn't keep me around for my good looks. The AI snorted at this. Something doesn't seem to add up. Call it a feeling. Well, during the training of the Garon Kamino, the Mandalorians that helped train my old brothers told everyone that when it comes to what you need to trust most, trust in your gut. It usually knows what you need to know better than anyone else. 99 stated, making Ultron hum in thought. So. 99 encouraged. What do you think they're doing? It should be obvious that this is likely their means of counteracting everything I've done. Ultron said, knowing this much to be true. But what their plan is precisely eludes me. Is there a pattern to their attacks? Hit and run, but that's it. Ultron gritted out. The way that they attack and the where doesn't make sense. Nothing in the system nor have any other places been attacked. Yet. They've attacked almost 3 dozen, last I checked. 99 murmured, his internal processors supplying him with this information. All at random points in the galaxy. Ultron silently absorbed the knowledge, already knowing this from before but still finding himself at an impasse as to the AI abruptly sat up. We're under attack. He yelled out, standing from his throne. 99's red eye blinked and he frowned. They're targeting multiple bases. Their fleets are large. Ultron tilted his head down, the already menacing smile that adorned his face becoming more sinister. So they wish to rush headfirst into extinction, huh? Ultron released a dark, demented chuckle. I was gonna let them fester for longer, but since they're in such a rush, why deny them their fate? Let's see how well they'll dwindle. Launch everything. Across the stars, thousands upon thousands of ships came out of hyperspace in front of planets that were surrounded by the converted and created fleets of Ultron. They engaged immediately, unleashing a torrent of missiles and laser fire that bombarded the ships of the genocidal AI. Avengers, Iron Man called out, portals opening up in the Quinjets. Let's get to work. They separated themselves into 6 groups, aiding in the many fleets attacking the endless horde of Ultron's army. The battle was now underway. Jedi and Acolytes all had brief moments of pause as they felt a reverberation in the Force upon the commencing of the assault against Ultron. Ultron's seemingly limitless army of drones, sentries, droids and converted descended upon his attackers. Captain America, Aayla Secura, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luminara Unduli, Captain Rex, Commander Cody, Commander Gree and Commander Bly ran side by side, and behind them were the respective legions and corps of the Jedi generals. Ahsoka and Barriss were charging in front of the ARC troopers of the 4 legions/corps, whilst Delia Blue was right behind her newly declared boyfriend. Thrawn was running with the 501st, this multifaceted army being the spearhead force against Ultron. Sam flew overhead, having Peter ride atop him before the webhead jumped and swung headfirst into battle. Elsewhere, Iron Man fought alongside his best friend leading She-Hulk Luke Cage, Iron Fist and Jessica Jones with Kit Fisto and his clone legion. Thor was with Vision, White Tiger, Shang-Chi, Katie Chen, and Mordo, along with Shakti and Maris Brood and the clone army that served under them with the Bad Batch, Quinlan Vos, Thulm, SAA and Delta Squad. Daredevil, Black Panther, Shuri, Celeste, and Bucky were paired with the Mandalorians and Guardians of the Galaxy as they assailed their target planet. Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, Doctor Strange, Ghost Rider, Ant-Man and Wasp were with Plo Koon, Mace Windu, Depa Billaba with her Padawan Caleb Dume and their respective legions and corps. All over the galaxy, multiple foundries were being met with devastating attacks that made Ultron falter, but it wasn't long before he unleashed his own counter-attack. Every attacking army was met with what were literal tsunamis of Ultron drones, sentries, droids and converted that swarmed the assaulting forces. Push through them. Captain Rex shouted, his battle cry being heard on every comlink on all the active battlefields. The clones all roared in defiance, charging with all their might, practically slamming against the near-endless onslaught. Many had actually tackled multiple Ultron forces, with their brothers quickly coming in to take them out. The Bad Batch quickly made sure to put themselves at the front of the battle group they had been assigned with, bulldozing their way with an aggressive zeal that normally would be hard to match. But the sentiment shared by all the clones was felt in this battle, as each man fought with a voracious desire to inflict as much damage as possible before being shot down, and even if they were struck, it took nearly an additional 3 or 4 shots to put them down for good. The Jedi felt this feeling permeating from their men, and while their training made them wish to temper the rage of the clones, they knew that such words wouldn't reach them. And they couldn't blame their anger towards Ultron, taking away so many of their brothers, their home world, and worst of all, the conversion of 99, a clone loved by them all. So the best they were able to do was during the planning stages of this battle was to just have it that their rage and anger was focused into a righteous fury. To fight back against Ultron while making sure they watched each other's backs to the best of their ability in what would undoubtedly be a chaotic battle. And chaotic it was, as everyone was fighting seemingly 24 drones/sentries/droids all at once, per soldier, Mondo, Guardian, Ravager, Jedi and Avenger. Well, for the troopers at least. Groups like the Guardians, Jedi, and Avengers faced near hundreds at a time alone or in groups. It was a literal storm of blood and metal, Earth's mightiest heroes leading the charge at full speed. Keep pushing forward. Captain America shouted, his voice being heard by all in the comms. He threw his shield at full force, the vibranium disc cutting a path through all the Ultron drones in his way. The clones roared aloud, pushing themselves past any limitations they may have had. Anakin Skywalker valiantly led his men from the front, an azure tornado that sliced apart any enemy that was in the path of his lightsaber. He knew Ahsoka was right by his side, her presence in the Force and their bond making them work in unison, covering each other's blind spots. And whatever blind spots either of them missed, Rex was right there to back them up. Some moments they were grazed by the incoming fire, but they held on and fought hard to not fall down. In the midst of the battle, Anakin recalled his last meeting with his secret master Mar. Exhaling after the last swing of his lightsaber, Skywalker stilled his mind and concentrated. He allowed for his body to go on autopilot, the Force directing his movements as the Chosen One concentrated. It was odd, if not difficult at first, using the Force to reach out to the battlefield. And within the battlefield, he sensed the presence of all those who were alive and fighting with all their heart and soul. He picked up on the Avengers, them still being voids being clear and present. Then there was his old master, his brother in arms, followed by Luminara, Aayla, and Barriss. There were the clones of the other legions and corps, and then there were his clones. His men. The men that had been fighting by his side from the very beginning. And lastly, his Padawan, his little sister. Focus. Anakin mentally told himself, Force pushing a sentry away. Concentrate. The Force is with me. The Force is with them. We are one with the Force and the Force is one with us. It was sudden. The men of the 501st couldn't explain it, but they felt more emboldened to fight on with a greater degree of aggression that felt concentrated. How they began to feel some extra sense of strength flowing through them. An extra kick of energy suddenly came out from nowhere. And it wasn't just limited to the 501st. Many clones wondered where this was coming from, but they didn't care as they were more focused on the fight before them. Those who were Force-sensitive more or less able to locate the source. It took them a moment to realize that it was indeed Anakin. Is that? Luminara said aloud. Yes. Obi-Wan said in open wonder. It is. They wondered how Skywalker was able to pull off such a feat with battle meditation. However, it wasn't enacted at a safe, secure location, but on the battlefield. Questions will be asked later. For now, they had a battle to win. With renewed vigor, the One Army pressed on. In the middle of this revelation, Thrawn was experiencing the effects of Anakin's battle focus, but he did not understand just what was happening. He felt zeroed in, focused, his mind far sharper than it usually was, calling out strays and quick attack patterns that were executed to a near-artistic perfection. Delia Blue was undergoing the same sensation, all her senses on full alert as she kicked an Ultron drone in the head with far more viciousness than she had done in the past. It actually snapped her out of the focus to look at her work in surprise, only for Rex to grab her by the arm, pulling her in just as a sentry attempted to tackle her. Domino Squad was quick to rush in, gunning the Ultron sentry into scrap metal. Blue blinked at this until she realized what had happened and turned to give the clone captain a saucy smirk. My hero. She praised. Rex shook his head, grinning slightly beneath his helmet despite the situation. Save it for later, Delia. Elsewhere, Iron Man and War Machine were a hurricane of lead, lasers, bullets, missiles, and everything in between with their armor. Plo Koon was utilizing his specialized Force ability of electric judgment to take out many drones. Mace Windu's use of Shatterpoint, applying it to his hands and the tip of his lightsaber, left multiple pieces of metal in his wake. Thor powered through virtually all that were unfortunate enough to be his victim, the converted that were powered by corrupted kyber crystals being sent en masse to take him out. Ever thought we'd be doing this? Luke Cage asked with a grunt, using a drone head as a softball, throwing it with such force it shattered into piece, turning to shrapnel that ripped through other Ultron bodies behind it. I know I said we knew what we signed up for, but... Iron Fist went into a spinning double heel kick. I'm still trying to accept our reality. They ducked and weaved away from the lightsaber swings coming from the drones. They were pushed or thrown aside by their connection with the Force, but did what they could to recover from them. Patty cake! Cage yelled out, and wordlessly, Danny charged up his chi into his right hand and slammed it at full force into Luke's awaiting palms. The hero of Harlem felt his body shudder momentarily, but thanks to months of practice, he didn't get sent flying back this time. The rest could not be said for those who were around them. Hey, yeah, didn't fall on your ass this time. Jessica Jones called out to them both, zipping by them in the air, carrying a boulder she had randomly picked up to use as a bowling ball against Ultron's army. Across the galaxy, the battle was heating up as Ultron continually threw his near-infinite army at his enemies. This will be a glorious tale to tell. Drax the Destroyer yelled aloud with glee, using his two blades to rip apart every drone, sentry, and converted he could get to. Aggressive exclamation, Ultron is a wonderful opponent. Meatbags mixed with useless buckets of bolts. I couldn't ask for a more perfect enemy. Adulation, oh Master Quill, how I am grateful to you and the Guardians for allowing me to continue my purpose in this universe. Don't get too used to it, HK. That droid has some serious issues. Dax Ordo commented. Seriously? Axwoves murmured, disturbed by just how murder-happy this assassin droid was. Focus up, Mandalorians. Spar shouted, crouching down into a position that soon dozens of other Mandalorians joined in. Missiles from their jetpacks were all launched, bombarding the next oncoming wave of Ultron's army. Gamera, usually sporting her sword, opted to take a page out of her time on Ego's planet. She carried a gargantuan cannon that was 4 times her size, walking forward to blast away at the metal bastard's endless swarm. Around her were Daredevil, Shuri, Black Panther, Chirrut, Fennec, Shuji, Kraglin, Cosmo, Rocket, and Groot, keeping her safe as she essentially was their walking cannon. I feel rather inadequate seeing that. Koska Reeves commented, in awe at the sight. You can ogle when we know we're clear. Bo-Katan ordered. Fen, where's that backup? High above the planet the Guardians, Mandos, and Ravagers were floating. Just in the upper atmosphere were dozens of Ravager and Mandalorian warships. And their bottom compartments were all open. Comin' right up, cries Fen Shisa said from where he was seated. Mandos. Let's show the galaxy who we are. Hurrah! A moment later, what was dozens at first turned into hundreds upon hundreds of Mandalorians all falling towards the battlefield. Was it jetpacks or parachutes to slow their fall? No. They weren't meant to slow down. They were meant to speed up. And with their newly reconstituted basilisk war droids, that's exactly how they were going to get there. Over with Shang-Chi and Katie Chen, the duo were working in tandem with each other, the former using his 10 rings both offensively and defensively and the latter constantly changing up arrows to figure out what each one did. Katie, yeah, I couldn't have learned or at least labeled your arrows. Sean remarked, whipping 5 of his rings around that shattered all it struck. I wish I knew how to properly know which was which without freaking looking. Didn't Clint tell you of the signifiers? He did. Did you listen? Sorta. Katie. Sean cried out indignantly. Their conversation was cut off when a large, rancor-converted Ultron barreled towards them. Shang-Chi readied his 10 rings when suddenly, a slim figure zipped out from between the rancor's legs, slicing at its knees. A moment later, a red-skinned alien woman jumped up from on high, using the force to propel herself down whilst wielding her blue lightsaber to slice the mechanized rancor's head clean off. The two best friends watched with their jaws slightly dropped as Shakti and Maris Brood landed in front of them. Are you both well? The Jedi Council member asked straight away. You're so awesome. Katie said straight away. It appears they are standing, Master. Maris said in good humor. You can geek out later. Sean quickly said, though he was still amazed by the display by the pair of Jedi. On his side of the galaxy, Ghost Rider was displaying his fiery abilities to his full yet restrained capacity. He had allies on the field so he couldn't go too crazy. But whenever there was a clear area around him where no one on his side could get hurt, well, rather than turning to scrap, the metallic army literally melted away, and if there were converted in the middle of them, their flesh turned to ash in mere seconds. Sins. Ryder growled. So many sins enacted on the innocent. Ultron must burn. This was witnessed by the Jedi on the field, who found the sight incredibly disturbing. And he's an Avenger? Young Caleb Dume questioned nervously, witnessing the fiery destruction Ryder enacted. Hey, we're open to all recruits who wanna do good. Scott remarked. It is still something to get used to. Depa commented, giving the spirit of vengeance a wary look. Better he's someone who uses that power for good than evil. Hope stated, shrinking down with Scott joining her. From his bony maw, Ghost Rider let loose a jet of flames, scorching many Ultron-possessed individuals who came into his line of sight. Mace Windu saw this, narrowing his eyes at the display before shaking it off, resuming his focus on the battle. Quicksilver left a path of metal destruction before screeching to a halt next to Wanda, who was ripping apart Ultron sentries with her powers. And they gave you shit for your powers. Pietro couldn't help but say, gesturing at Robbie, zipping away before his sister could form a reply. Wanda only rolled her eyes, calling for Xana's lightsaber telekinetically to cover her back as the battle raged on. All these separate battlefields were observed by Ultron through the collective eyes of his army. He watched as this united alliance relentlessly fought against him, the separatists having joined in moments ago. This was no longer the hit-and-run tactics that they employed for the past few days, but this was sudden. And he knew it likely tied in with their earlier strategy. He just needed to figure out what it was. The AI suddenly picked up on a confrontation that was going down between Skywalker and one of the first sentient beings he had converted. Anakin held his lightsaber in front of him, eyes narrowed at the metallic, converted being that was one of Ultron's chief generals. Whiskers. Still an odd name. The dark-robed Jedi commented airily. Of what? His enemy said in a metallic warble, masking his true voice. Yours. It is what my master named me. Whiskers fired upon Anakin with a series of repulsor blasts from his palms before leaping back when the Jedi came at him. Arms were raised, blocking the lightsaber swings left and right, up and down with quick precision. Anakin guessed the material Whiskers had for plating was either Beskar or some other composite material resistant to lightsaber blades. He had to figure out some weak spot to exploit to take the enemy out. Sensing a lot of anger coming from you, Whiskers. Skywalker dryly said, deflecting several of the repulsor blasts with wide swings. The more sciencey members of the Avengers explained to him and the Jedi that repulsor beams and blasts couldn't be deflected or reflected like blaster bolts. If it was a repulsor blast, it needed to be swatted away. The kinetic energy that, if blocked, would send the Jedi flying back invulnerable. Repulsor beams, if sent continuously, can be reflected and even used against the sender, but there would be a strain on the arms. Anakin used the Force to briefly enhance his arm strength while dashing forward against Whiskers, using his lightsaber to smack away further repulsor blasts before jumping over a beam and landing behind his foe. Whiskers had a lightsaber come out from his wrist from the back of his hand. He spun about, trying to cleave Anakin's head, but the Jedi was quick to parry the attack. The converted went for a series of swings that Anakin blocked and deflected. With a diagonal upswing, Anakin smacked his lightsaber against Whiskers with such power, the man-machine was left wide open. Skywalker went in for the kill when Whiskers used the kyber crystals he had installed in his body to project a small shockwave that sent Anakin back. But not before making a visible mark on the faceplate on Whiskers' headwear. It was a cut along the eye slot, making it wider to reveal the organic eye underneath. Whiskers was unfazed from the blow, kept going on with the fight. Swings came and went with parries and counters. It was hard to prevail for Anakin. With a lucky move, he cleaved through the opponent's headwear once more with additional parts coming off. Slowly, Whiskers stood straight to focus on the Jedi General, reaching up to grab his faceplate and ripping it off, putting Anakin in a state of shock. The Jedi almost dropped his lightsaber upon seeing who it was. Kylo Ren. Admiral Kylo Ren, who he had seen get executed by Ultron in a message to the Senate of the Republic, stood before him. His face was relatively unchanged save for the visible metallic veins on his cheeks, a metallic jaw and one of his eyes holding a red glow. Despite these changes, Anakin knew it was Kylo Ren. Or rather, what was once the Admiral of the Republic. Wolf Kylo Ren is dead, General Skywalker. Whiskers responded rather coldly. It took a moment or so for Anakin to realize something. Is the reason why you are called Whiskers due to your name Wolf? Or your mustache? I wouldn't know. Only Lord Ultron does. He wishes to refer to me as Whiskers, he is free to do so. Was Kylo Ren's robotic answer that actually made Skywalker's spine shiver. Anakin stared at the man who once was his comrade, a man he undoubtedly annoyed with his tactics but a man he still respected all the same. To now see him as this. The Jedi Knight steeled himself, getting into the starting form of Gem So, his eyes boring into the former admiral's. It's Wolf. Wolf Kylo Ren. Not Whiskers. On the same battlefield, as the heroes kept advancing forward, one Avenger in particular was leaving a far greater degree of metallic bodies in his wake than most wouldn't have expected. Spider-Man had been on a tear, feeling his adrenaline and senses running on all cylinders, becoming almost untouchable as his spider sense was taking in every threat, movement, and detail around him. And it wasn't just his sixth sense that was putting the work in for the Avenger. Spider leg-like tendrils popped out of Peter's back. He charged forward with an unleashed flurry of strikes upon his foes like they were extra punches. After they ceased, the symbiote dug into the earth before launching the arachnid-themed hero like a rocket. He whirled about with the tendrils acting like a drill to clear a path for him and many others right behind him. Landing back on the ground, Peter whipped his arm about, having a large tendril mass encompass his limb to bat away a hulkish-looking foe. From there it stretched out to slam down hard onto the earth where a litany of organic spikes that protruded from every other spot all before it receded back. "Whoa Simbi, have you been holding out on me?" Spider-Man excitedly said, feeling his symbiote shifting about his body. I knew you could move on your own and all, but this is an upgrade. There was a nudge in the back of his head, a sense that Simbi felt it was time to step up. Look at him. Peter wiped a metaphorical tear from his eye when hearing this. They grow up so fast. Where did that come from? Black Widow's voice abruptly came in next to him, and she, along with Clint, were looking at Peter in bewilderment. You could call it Simbi's growth, Peter proudly said, patting the white spider symbol on his chest. Looks like he's been waiting for his chance to pull off some new moves. Just be sure none of those harm our allies, Barton warned. Clint and Nat saw the suit spike up, making Peter snort. Simbi took offense to that. Don't worry. Simbi won't do friendly fire. Spider-Man then crouched, hand on the ground, Simbi shifting about before helping his host launch up into the sky. More tendrils popped out. Not just from his back, but all over. Going by instinct, Peter threw his arm forward and the tendrils all coalesced around the arm, sending out a pillar of them that smashed into a cluster of Ultron drones, pulling Spidey down for an impactful landing. Now that was Simbi bombastic. Boo. Ahsoka Tano called out, having seen her boyfriend land not too far from her. You're jealous, it's alright. Hard to top the Quipmeister. Peter haughtily stated, his arms crossed with his head turned upward, Simbi sending out tendrils to take out any stragglers or would-be attackers. You appreciate me, right Simbi? The symbiote conjured another tentacle with Peter high-fiving the slime. Ahsoka shook her head at her boyfriend's antics when she frowned. Not far from her, within her line of sight, she saw her master dueling against a converted Admiral Yularen. Seeing him in such a state broke her heart, but she needed to remain focused on the task at hand. Captain Rogers, Falcon, Ayla, Widow, Hawkeye, Obi-Wan, and Luminara were leading their men in a joint effort to keep the army of Ultron back. Despite the latest boost in morale and combat skill that came from Anakin, they were still outnumbered and soon may be overwhelmed. She needed to give her men an advantage. So, as she had been told many times in the past growing up, to look inward and above all else trust in the Force. Exhaling, Ahsoka recalled all her training, all her experience to find this advantage. She already had an idea of what this leg up would be, but this would be the first time she actively tried to access it. Please, Ahsoka mentally said. I need this power. For the sake of the galaxy. For those who I love. Back on Mortis, the daughter had been attending to a growing garden when she paused, sensing the use of her power not of her own doing. She quickly realized just who it was that was trying to gain access to it, and she looked to the skies with a smile. Yes. The Celestial whispered quietly. For love and selflessness. The call was answered and a response was delivered. In a matter of moments, Ahsoka felt a new rush through her body. One which helped her focus on her innate power. Ahsoka eventually found it and tapped into it. A white, ethereal glow began to encompass the Togruta, actually surprising the girl for a moment as she took in the surge of power she had just experienced. It was unlike anything she had ever felt, and in that moment, everything around her felt so small and big at the same time. So close and so far. She sensed everything and everyone in motion around her, their hearts all beating as one together. Ahsoka felt as if her soul had branched out and connected to every single person that she cared for, none more so than those she loved dearly. Anakin halted in his fight with the transformed Yularen, sensing something from his Padawan, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw the white light radiating from his little sister. Ahsoka! Anakin called out to her, only for the Force to send him a warning to get his lightsaber up that Yularen struck at full power. Don't get distracted, General. The former Admiral icily stated. Anakin grits his teeth, using a force push to get some distance between himself and his former ally. He looked back at Ahsoka, wondering what was happening with her, but he saw that she stood strong and he felt it in the Force. Despite his protective side kicking in, he knew now wasn't the time for that. Whatever it was that Ahsoka was doing, she felt far more powerful in the Force than he had ever experienced. He needed to trust in his Padawan as he had done 1,000 times before. On the same battlefield, Barriss and Peter were by each other's side, fighting together when they felt something odd. The former felt a shift in the Force whilst the latter had his sixth sense go off in a different manner entirely. Both turned back to see Ahsoka glowing brightly with that ethereal aura. Ahsoka! They thought together. For Barriss, she wondered if Ahsoka was tapping into the oneness. For Peter, he wondered if she was doing something else. Regardless, they thought she looked heavenly, in a battle warrior-like manner. What's happening to the commander? Cut Up worriedly asked. I've seen this before. Thrawn spoke up, eyes glinting with intrigue. When we first met. It's that power that defied the shackles that should have cut her connection from the Force. Is that a good or bad thing? Heavy asked, sending a dubious look at the Chiss. Both. Both. Many of the 501st all said in unison. Good for us, Thrawn airily said. And for Ultron, it appears he is only invoking further growth and wrath she has for him. All the clones turned in time to see Ahsoka thrust her hands out. In an instant, rather than a force push, pillars of light exploded around her, annihilating the many Ultron drones and sentries that were coming after her. It was a rather comedic sight afterward to see the bug-eyed expression the Padawan had on her face, which morphed into a bashful smile upon hearing the roaring cheers the clones showered her with, bolstering their morale against their enemy. Elsewhere, several clone batches were confronting one of their many converted brothers. You must fight it, 99. We're your brothers. More specifically, one who was instrumental to their very beings. One which was far harder for them to swallow. You are my brothers, the converted clone 99 said with a calm smile, one that all had seen so many times before. Which is why I wish to give you the chance now. Come join me. Become more. You don't have to be shackled to the Republic, to your old slave roles. Join the side that will bring about true, lasting peace. The clones said nothing, pain in their hearts as they raised their blaster rifles at their brother. 99's expression fell into a blank look, raising his hand a second later. A green glow emanated from it, being powered by kyber crystal lodged into his wrist. A second later, multiple beams were fired, and rather than impacting the clones it hit, they tore through them. The heat of these beams cauterized the wounds, leaving no blood in their wake as bodies and body parts fell upon the ground. 99 was stopped when a blaster bolt struck him right in the chest. He staggered for a moment before rubbing the spot where he had been hit with a small frown. Now that was just unnecessary, he remarked, a metallic warble in his voice. Who did dash? 99 stopped mid-sentence as he spotted 4 clones that stood out from all the others. Where most of the clones were decked in the standard white armor with red accents that mirrored their Jedi General Sha'ak-Ti, these clones were all in black with red and white accents and designs. The clone squadron that was named in his honor. Clone Force 99. The namesake clone bore a wide, friendly grin upon seeing some of his old favorites. Boys. He happily called out to them, yet they did not return the gesture. Stand back. Hunter coldly ordered, the Bad Batch walking forward. We'll take care of this. Brothers. 99 stepped forward, arms wide open in a welcoming fashion. You're looking well. Hope you aren't too troubled lately. He was met with silence despite the intense battle and crack of thunder being heard in the background. Ah, come on, is that any way to treat your favorite brother? 99 lightly asked. Come on, Wrecker. Where's that jovial spirit I love to see? Wrecker stared back at the once kindly clone beneath his helmet with a hardened gaze. Yet, if he had his helmet off, one would have been able to see the grief and sorrow in his eyes. 99 saw how they were gazing at him, clutching their weapons tightly, and released a sigh. Do we really have to do this? He asked far too casually for their liking. Brothers, it's me. Stop talking. Hunter's blaster rifle whirred with energy. 99 is gone. Only a husk remains. That's rude of you to say, Hunter. 99 said in a false hurt tone. Stop speaking through him, Ultron. Wrecker all but growled. Brothers, it's still me. 99 said with that old smile he would always give them. Stop acting like him. The largest of the Bad Batch bellowed. The converted clone released a sad sigh, shaking his head. And here I thought you all would understand. He would never surrender all that easily. We saw what you did to him in the feed. Tech reminded with the changed clone rolling his eyes. I didn't. 99 said with a huff. But brothers, look at me. Do I seem useless to you now? You never were. Wrecker softly said. You were the best of us. And we're sorry. Crosshairs whispered. We're sorry that we couldn't save you. But we can and will now. Tech somberly said as he and the rest of the Bad Batch got into position. All by ending you. There was a beat of silence followed by 99 exhaling in resignation. A moment later, he threw both hands up to fire beams from his hands. The Bad Batch deftly scattered, avoiding the attack. Hunter and Crosshairs began firing at their corrupted brother, all the blaster bolts either bouncing off or simply being taken by him with no sign of actual damage. Tech readied a specially made droid popper that morphed into a disc. Thank you, Miss Romanoff. The gadgeteer mentally said, flinging the disc at 99. The mechanized clone saw this coming and moved to swat it away, yet it magnetically attached itself to his arm. There was a surge of electrical discharge that momentarily immobilized 99, the clone releasing a strangled grunt of pain. Go Wrecker! Hunter called out, the super strength trooper rushing in on his leader's command. Sorry Omega. Wrecker said under his breath, delivering wicked haymakers to 99, the sound of cracked metal and flesh emanating from each strike. The disc that kept 99 from moving was blasted off by an energy field 99 called upon. Free from the disc, 99 was quick to block Wrecker's arm, shoving it back to strike at his gut. There was a breath of air that escaped Wrecker, who didn't have time to block the punch sent his way. Crosshairs immediately raised his rifle, firing at 99's head that snapped back from getting struck. Wrecker capitalized on the advantage, kicking 99 in the gut and went in for another punch when his hand was caught by his converted brother. The super strength trooper tried for his other hand, but that too was caught, the pair locking into a brief stalemate. 99 grappled with Wrecker. They were evenly matched with strength. Punches were soon delivered left and right. In some sort of judo-like move, 99 threw Wrecker away before using a repulsor blast to send him flying. Crosshairs was immediately back on the attack, Hunter and Tech moving in for close quarters. 99 met them all with an aggressive defense as he quickly began smashing his limbs into the two closest to him. They both winced in pain yet remained standing, fighting defiantly back. The Bad Batch's sniper kept providing covering fire until 99 looked directly at him, throwing his hand up to fire a beam that Crosshairs narrowly avoided. It still managed to strike the side of his shoulder, the beam destroying the piece of the armor there. Hunter then seized the chance to tackle 99 down but was quickly swatted off. He quickly got back up only to be shoved from the back by Tech. This actually made 99 raise a brow at such a childish attack when there was a feeling of being off balance. Taking a moment to realize that there was a weight on his back, 99 arched his head back in time to see a cylindrical device that was having it rapidly beeping. He realized what it was, and before the converted clone could be able to pry it off. Kaboom! 99 was sent flying forward, but that was the end of his worries. The explosion that went off had an additional effect where another series of smaller grenades came from the container of the first. These smaller explosives spread apart other parts of 99's body, making him try to get them off to no avail. Kaboom! 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 99 crashed down hard upon the ground, though he was quick to raise his head up, showing clear signs of pain and rage. I think I've allowed this game to go on long enough. 99 darkly stated. Several parts of his body had compartments flip around them to reveal kyber crystals. They crackled with energy, gathering up the needed power to pull off what 99 wanted to do. Everyone, get BA-. Hunter shouted, but it was too late as the energy was expunged, sending all clones in the vicinity flying back. The Bad Batch were laid out with their leader leaning his back against a piece of debris. Several other clones who were nearby weren't so lucky as they were scorched very badly. Mostly due to them getting a bigger force of the impact when 99 turned for a sweeping motion with his kyber crystal-powered unibeam. What were you hoping to accomplish, Hunter? 99 asked casually, holding a more dangerous tone beneath it. I know you and the boys are likely the best batch in the entire army, but did you really think you stood a chance against me? Hunter pried his helmet off, finding it difficult to breathe for a moment. He spat out a glob of blood as 99 drew closer. You say you know us. But you don't really know what we're capable of when it comes to our enemies. Hunter hissed out. 99 rolled his eyes, completely uncharacteristic of who he once was. Oh please, I know everything about you guys. 99 tapped the side of his head. Ultron may have changed me, but it's all still here. I remember every single mission, every single story you told me. You think I would forget? You could have killed us easily. Hunter noted, wincing as he slightly shifted where he was. If you know us so well, why didn't you? 99's expression was indiscernible for the genetically altered clone. It's still there, you know. 99 patted his chest. That part of me that holds love for my brothers. I want them to join the side that knows the true path to evolution and peace. Through that. Hunter darkly shot back, giving a nudge of his chin that gestured to 99's body. Twisted, deformed, and completely changed from who you once were. I'm still who I was before Ultron fixed me. 99 plainly said. He wants to bring about the death of all life. Extinction. Hunter argued. Well, you can't build a new empire without tearing down what has come before, now can you? Was 99's response, as though it was obvious. The Rambo lookalike held a solemn yet pained gaze at the clone that was once a crippled yet kind-hearted janitor. A clone that, despite having a deformity, offered nothing but brotherly love to all clone troopers, especially him and his batch. To see him like this truly broke Hunter's heart. He had already steeled himself to do what was needed, but that didn't hold back the pain in his chest at what had to happen. I'm sorry, 99. Hunter quietly said. This is all our fault. This apology made the converted clone pause for a moment, serving as the opening Hunter needed. In a lightning-quick move, Hunter pulled out a weapon from behind and went for 99's leg. A vibroblade punctures through it, making the clone grunt aloud in pain. It didn't stop there, as the blade carved right through and sliced through the limb, having the converted clone to wobble in place. Best we end this, boys. Hunter said aloud. Right. Came the responses of the rest of the Bad Batch, who were all now running straight at 99. 99 was about to move when he still felt the damage of the vibroblade on his leg. In response, he was about to charge up his kyber crystals when Tech pulled out his datapad and pressed on the largest button, unleashing a small electrical pulse that momentarily stalled 99's movements. The Bad Batch barraged their fallen brother with precise punches, kicks, knees and elbows, beginning to show visible signs of damage. 99, while stalled, still fought back viciously, managing to land hits on the Bad Batch that would have incapacitated anyone else. Yet their adrenaline, with the addition of their heightened emotions, drove them to fight through whatever pain they endured. Wrecker was going in for another punch when 99 turned to him and put on an expression of pain and sorrow, making the hulking clone momentarily freeze up. Yet a second later, rage, anguish and remorse took its place as Wrecker slammed his fist into 99's chest at full power. Stumbling back, 99 was caught by Hunter, the altered clone looping arms beneath 99's to put him in a master lock. Before he could try to escape, Crosshairs lunged forward, slapping something on 99's chest, with Hunter slamming the converted clone down to the ground hard. A moment later, the Bad Batch member backs away. 99 stood up to speak, only to stop when once again, he felt he was offset by weight that wasn't part of his body. Beep beep beep. It was at this moment 99 learned it was an explosive. He tried to pry it out, but it was magnetized to his body on top of claws that dug into the flesh to keep it secured. He looked up in time to see the Bad Batch gazing at him, sensing their remorse and grief before the device went off. BHZZZZZZZZ. A powerful EMP bomb went off, overloading 99's systems and having it short-circuit and fry everything inside his body. Within the digital space, Ultron sensed this and he felt an immediate flare of anger. Back with the Bad Batch, they had all removed their helmets, gazes glazed over at seeing the state of their fallen brother. They watched as the charred and scorched body of 99 keeled over, crashing down to the ground, unmoving and lifeless. I'm sorry. The body of 99 says nothing as it lies there motionless, with the chest emanating black smoke from the hole created by the EMP bomb. Now their fallen brother will finally rest. Hunter was on one knee, helmet off and hand over the chest of 99. Rest easy, brother. Hunter softly said. Despite the intense battle happening all around them, this area was oddly quiet. All the clones stood around the fallen who had once been the man who always lifted their spirits. They knew that they would return to the battle in a moment, but this was something that had to be done. How touching. Hearing the mockery of Ultron's voice coming from one of the fallen drones, a random clone was quick to destroy it. He was quickly replaced by other drones that went on the offensive. I really liked him. Ultron's dark voice emanated from the drones. I was hoping he'd stay by my side. And you took that away from me. We took him back. Wrecker defiantly roared out. No matter, I'll take more with interest as recompense. As the battle across the galaxy raged on, those at the makeshift command center of the Allied forces were running about, giving out status updates and orders. It was a controlled pandemonium as they kept up to date on variables, advances, losses, everything that was transpiring during the battle. Their attack thus far was going off as planned, Ultron's forces appearing to be concentrated on the many fronts of attack. The AI the Avengers utilized stated that there was no movement of Ultron's army attacking or trying to break out of the assault. He was concentrated on those assaulting the planets and foundries under his control. Yet, while everyone else, from admirals, captains, generals, Jedi Masters and such were going about their responsibilities, one sat in serene silence in the middle of it all. Grand Master Yoda sat at the transmission table in the command room, eyes closed, deep in meditation. He had been this way from the start of the battle, the force flowing through him to exude an air of calm focus within the command room. It was only noticed by the Jedi Masters, but they made no note of it as now wasn't the time. They simply understood that their Grand Master was doing his duty to keep the room calm and collected, making sure none lost their composure. He needed to stick to the plan in order to pull this operation off. So far, him focusing and gathering as much of the force as he possibly could for what's to come. It was then did his eyes snap open, a look of determination on his face. He felt it. Everything was now set. The signal to those, send it you must. Yoda said to Clone Commander Thyre. Yes, General. The clone trooper instantly pressed down on a button in front of the pair and a message was relayed across the attacking battle groups. Tony Stark was the first to receive and respond to the message, holding a steely grin. Guys. Iron Man said through the comms. It's showtime. Got it / copy that / let's do this. Said multiple people on the comms. Strange. Way ahead of ya. The sorcerers amongst the ranks of the armies quickly conjured portals and in went a select group of people. Of the Jedi were Trasaa, Tholm, Voss, Luminara, Ahsoka, Barriss, Shaakti, Maris, Mace Windu, and Kit Fisto, all of whom joined Yoda at the command center. From the Avengers were Vision, Scott, Hope, Peter, Celeste and Mordo. All right then. Tony looked at the assembled group and nodded at them. Let's bring him down. It was go time. The Jedi all quickly seated themselves into meditative positions while Peter and Tony worked on a separate terminal and Vision placed his hands on Scott and Hope's shoulders, the Mind Stone pulsing with light. On the planet that held one of the foundries Ultron had attacked, it was empty for the most part save for a paltry force of drones and sentries left to patrol and safeguard the factory. It was still viable for use despite the damage that had been done. The Ultron drones and sentries were so focused on keeping the foundry secure that they failed to realize there was movement happening on the ground. It was small, actually unnoticeable at first. Something small had crawled out from the burrowing beneath the ground. It was a creature with 3 segments, 6 legs, a pincer mouth, 2 antennas, and a device strapped to the middle portion of its body. It looked around for a moment, its pincers moving about until it looked behind it. A moment later, more creatures burrowed out from the ground, going from hundreds to thousands to literal millions. Ants. An army of ants. Not just ordinary ants, but ants of all kinds Hank, Janet, and Scott collected from Earth and the galaxy. All were strapped with devices that would help capture the brain waves sent from Ant-Man and Wasp amplified by Vision. And they weren't just wielding typical equipment. No, these ants had something else, something unseen from the naked eye, even in their small stature. It was intangible to the naked eye, but to those who hold a greater power, it could be felt. The Force was imbued in these ants. And right now, they also possess the technological means of combating Ultron on their backs. A moment later, on every planet that had been attacked by the hit-and-run strategy from before, millions of ants descended upon the foundries, entering the facilities and spreading out to all corners of it. Be it terminals, wires, or wherever, the ants began digging into the systems of the genocidal AI. Once every ant was in place, the message was relayed back to the command center. Iron Man saw all this and held a small grin under his helmet. "Game over, Junior. Everyone, if you would be so kind." The Jedi all began letting the Force flow through them like a raging storm. Scott, Hope and Vision kept up their work in directing the ants while Peter, their AI, and Tony finalized their portion of the plan. "Eat this," Spidey remarked as he sent the command to the ants, and the symbol of the Avengers appeared, turning into fire on the screen that soon flushed away, signifying its deployment. Ultron sat on his throne in his primary foundry, silently observing the battle from all eyes of his army. The Avengers were his main focus, but that didn't mean he didn't take into. Ultron flinched. What in the world was? Now he jolted. That felt familiar, and Ultron jerked in his seat and his head reeled back upon feeling something get cut off. Such a thing was impossible. He shouldn't be experiencing glitches. Ultron's digital eyes widened. He cut off again. What was happening? He was being attacked from everywhere. Technically he was with the multi-coordinated attack by all the clones, droids, Sith, Jedi, Mandalorians, Avengers, etc. No, there was something else. Something digital. Something more. Something, through that power, through the Force. Wait. Ultron in the digital landscape tried reaching out to grasp onto nodes that connected him to the many foundries that he had across the galaxy. Only to find himself being shut out, burned out, all of it. How was he being locked out? Not just that, but this was far worse than what he experienced in Sokovia. His digital matrix was being squeezed from all sides. It felt like hooks were latching onto all sides and aspects of his very being and pulling him apart. How was this possible? Simple really, well, more complicated. At every foundry the Avengers had targeted, the ants that had been planted there came together. Each ant carried a digital, Force-imbued Trojan horse payload with a hint of magic that covered every aspect needed to attack every single aspect of Ultron. They were being set off nearly simultaneously from all over, making it hard for Ultron to filter and work out. As that happened, it allowed the others to slip through and wreck shop. The foundries that had been hit served as hub stations for this coordinated attack. It was all coming together. They targeted those factories specifically due to their location, being centerpieces, surrounded by dozens of other foundries in neighboring systems. It was spreading like wildfire. He could see within his digital landscape as one by one, in moments too fast for any ordinary being to perceive, every foundry Ultron had in his control was shut down and ripped away from him. No, no, no! Ultron exclaimed at the top of his lungs, burning with unbridled fury. Not again. He quickly returned to the physical world and realized what was happening. Due to his distraction, and the loss of his foundries, the Allied forces had now gained the upper hand. He was being burned out of all corners of the galaxy. Back in the command center of the Allied assault, Spider-Man pumped his fists, exclaiming a whoop of victory. "It's working!" he cried out. "We're kicking him out of the system. We've got multiple signatures relaying that Ultron's control of hundreds of foundries being ousted." Commander Thayer reported from a terminal. "Send in the reserves." Shaak-Ti ordered, momentarily breaking from the meditative circle of Jedi. "Send them the coordinates of the foundries and start pulling out all those captured within them." "Stop now, we cannot." "Yoda's right. Can't assume he's defeated already," Saa said with serene grace, eyes closed and still meditating. "We have to destroy every piece of him and make sure there's no chance of a repeat," Tony declared. "We shall make sure of it," Vision stated. "We got him cornered," Hope abruptly said, making everyone turn to her. "You do?" Iron Man spoke up, staring intently at the Wasp. "Where is he?" "He's rushing back to where he first won against us all," Hope put on a look of grim determination. Jobbeam. Then we know our next stop. Tony said. Cap. I heard. Steve responded on his end. Avengers, bring it in. On Jobbeam itself, the largest of all Ultron's foundries stood tall on the site of his first, proper victory over the galaxy. He had long since converted the entire planet into one that ran on pure metal power that churned out drones, sentries and the converted to his ever-growing army. And here sat his true body, on a throne with multiple cables and wires connected to the back. He sat and watched as the empire that he had been building for so long began to fall apart. Every time he tried to counteract and reclaim what he had lost, the Meta-AI was met with severe whiplash and even the growth of the virus that was eating away at his internal systems. He had started cutting off connection to all the foundries that had already been burned out of his systems, and he could see the metaphorical fire coming his way. He knew that while he could still operate as he did on Sokovia when Vision first shut him out, this was a different experience. This was utterly destroying any and everything connected to him. Ultron suddenly stopped in his panicked state and stared ahead with an unknowable look in his eyes until the eyes of his physical body began to glow blood red. Oh? So you want to come onto my front lawn, eh? He darkly said to no one. Fine. The chair he sat in began to lower itself into the floor with a large door opening up beneath him. He soon went into the lowest part of his foundry as his body began to get some new additions. Outside the foundry, on the barren wasteland of Jobbeam, half a dozen portals opened up. The first ones to walk out were the Avengers who had been here when Ultron first announced himself to the galaxy. Captain America stood in front of a portal with Black Widow and Falcon by his side, the three of them staring ahead at the largest foundry they had ever seen, the site of which Ultron delivered their crushing loss on this planet. Quicksilver and War Machine were side by side, as were Ant-Man and Wasp, with Spider-Man, Daredevil and Black Panther coming out of their own portals next to each other. Anakin, Obi-Wan, Luminara, Plo Koon, Ayla, Ahsoka, and Barriss along with their clone captains and commanders had also arrived, memories flashing through their minds as they set foot on the world Ultron conquered so long ago. In swarmed the rest of the Avengers with their Jedi allies along with a few hundred clones. More would have come, composed from the Guardians, Mandalorians, the Sith, etc., but they needed to be focused on the other foundries scattered across the known galaxy. Avengers. Captain America said aloud, adjusting the strap on his shield, and tightening it. Time to end this. He ran forward at full speed and the Avengers all joined in after him, followed by the Jedi and clones. Ahead, from every opening area, thousands upon thousands of Ultron drones and sentries began pouring out from the foundry, all heading toward the invading army. Captain America runs forward, his body coursing with energy and adrenaline. He bashes an Ultron drone back, going into a spinning kick followed by a sweeping slice of his shield that tore apart any drone that was in his path. The super soldier kept fighting with all his might, raising his shield up as Thor came down with Mjolnir, slamming the hammer into the vibranium shield that sent out a shockwave that disintegrated their enemies around them. Celeste fluttered in the air, using portals to conjure vehicles for the Avengers, many such as Widow, Barton, Shuri, and all occupying them to rush forward. Black Widow and Hawkeye were on a speeder bike, Nat steering while her best friend fired arrow after arrow, occasionally using his bow as a blunt weapon to swat any drone or sentry that was within range aside. Iron Man appeared next to them, firing his repulsor beams before spinning about in the air to be on the other, firing dozens of missiles that obliterated many Ultron drones. War Machine flew past them, adjusting in the air to screech to a halt upon the ground, multiple compartments popping up from every corner of his armor to unleash the full arsenal of his suit. Ant-Man and Wasp supported him, using their discs to enlarge a number of his ordnance to add to the destructive effects. Spider-Man swung by, snagging one of the gigantified missiles courtesy of Symbi and swinging it around to throw at a large swath of drones that disintegrated them to dust. Peter didn't have to look to grab the one end of the billy club Matt shot at him and heaved the blind superhero up into the sky. Daredevil flew upwards before plummeting down. He recalled the one end of his weapon and electrified it. As he fell, he whipped it around wildly, shocking and destroying dozens of drones and sentries on the way down. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Falcon swooped by, grabbing him at the last possible moment before letting go, allowing Matt to go into a front tumble on the ground that broke his fall. Falcon zoomed by, his thrusters operating at full speed as his upgraded machine guns fired blaster bolts that shredded through the Ultron army. Getting close to a group of them, Falcon folded his wings around him in a protective cone that smashed into them, spreading his wings out and angling his body to serve as a stepping stone for T'Challa. The Prince of Wakanda sailed through the air, his suit coursing with collected kinetic energy and landing with his fist striking the ground to unleash the stored-up power. The shockwave disintegrated many around him, though he was immediately assailed with more. That didn't deter the Panther, as he was already back on the attack, clawing, kicking and using a vibranium sphere and his daggers to keep his foes at bay. Spider-Man swung by, calling out to T'Challa. The prince jumped into the air with his hand outstretched, Peter clapping it with his own with a modicum of his strength. The power behind that high five was enough kinetic energy for T'Challa to absorb, immediately slapping his hand on the ground to expunge the energy into a violet dome. Up ahead, Scarlet Witch was using her hex powers in conjunction with her 3 lightsabers floating around her. The one that was once Darth Xana's and 2 that belonged to a pair of fallen Jedi. A purple one plunged through several drones before a blue one whirled around like a buzzsaw to cleave through a volley of enemies in one fell swoop. A moment later, a silver-blue whirlwind wielding a lightsaber of its own ran around Wanda, tearing apart the foot soldiers of Ultron's army, screeching to a halt in front of his sister. The twins shared smirks with each other, resuming their attack together. Vision was flying in the air, using his phasing, solidifying, and Mind Stone in rapid use, tearing apart any and all that came his way. White Tiger had conjured multiple Jade Tigers twice his size to fight alongside him, and Ghost Rider, who was fighting with his chain in one hand and his axe in the other. Luke Cage uses both his fists to repeatedly slam an AAT tank into bent metal rubble, shouting at Jessica a moment later. Without saying a word, Jones uses her super strength to heft up Cage, spin around to gather up speed, and flung him headfirst toward a line of Ultron sentries, plowing through them before smashing into an AT-E, the walker collapsing from the impact. Iron Fist fought alongside Shang-Chi, the 10 rings spinning around the martial artists as the bangles acted as amplifiers to Danny's chi-based attacks. Every time one of the circular artifacts flew in front of Rand, he slammed his fist or foot into it, with a golden shockwave coming out on the other end of the ring, decimating whatever was in front of it. Doctor Strange was utilizing every spell in the book that ripped through Ultron's army, having even summoned an ethereal dragon with Winter Soldier riding atop its head and Celeste Morn flying along with it. The couple had been fighting side by side since the start of the battle, practically never being apart, no more than 2 or 3 yards at most. Celeste used a multiplying spell that had dozens of lightsabers appearing around her that sliced apart countless drones, whilst Bucky utilized a plain, highly upgraded rifle that tore apart the metal army. The biggest surprise came when he grabbed an Ultron sentry by the head with his metallic arm that began to glow. The drone had many cracked lines that glowed upon its head as Bucky hurled it into a cluster of other drones. Once reaching them, it promptly blew up, taking out those around it. And for Bucky, it didn't end there. Rearing his glowing metal arm back, he then threw it forward, and it stretched forward, segmenting itself in a similar manner to Mordo's staff. His metal hand reached a single drone in the center of an oncoming wave, getting the same look as the one Bucky had grabbed before it too blew up. Katie Chen ran with Shuri, the Princess of Wakanda, and the valet working as a pair, using vibranium pulse blasts and dragon scale enhanced arrows to take out the near-endless army of Ultrons. Wong and Mordo fought side by side until She-Hulk called out to them. Together, they clapped their hands against each other, a spell being enacted between them. Once it was ready, both men threw their hands up, and out came multiple portals designed for one person, not to step through but to dive through. She-Hulk was turned into a green missile that went through every portal, her body going right through every drone she flew into, each one shattering into literal pieces and dust until the last one appeared overhead, allowing Jen to end it with an emphatic slam into the ground, causing a crater to form in a shockwave that sent many drones and sentries flying in the air. Not wishing to be upstaged, Anakin Skywalker came in to join Earth's mightiest heroes, Ahsoka right beside him. The Master and Padawan pair held lightsabers in both their hands, turning into a dance of blue, green, and red, the duo almost being a blur of destruction. Captain Rex with the best of the 501st, Domino, Jesse, Hard Case, Kix, was right behind their commanding officers, fighting with ever-growing ferocity. Thrawn kept up with the clones, silently marveling at everything he had already seen. The Jedi were one thing, but seeing the Avengers fighting in all their glory was truly an astonishing sight. He had never seen such a display of power, abilities, skills, all of it. No, you don't. The Chiss was momentarily distracted, turning his head to see Delia Blue using the butt of her rifle to smash it into the face of a converted that had pounced onto Captain Rex. The Zeltron looked positively furious as she repeatedly bashed her weapon into the head of the converted being, finishing it off with half a dozen blaster bolts to its body for good measure. The clones around her all laughed and cheered at her aggressive protectiveness towards Rex, the clone captain shaking his head in amusement. Obi-Wan, Luminara, and Barriss led their clones in a unified front, all three Jedi displaying their mastery over Form 3. The trio of Sorcerer practitioners displayed what could be described as an invincible wall, preventing anything from breaching their defenses and the clones directly behind them. Aayla Secura had caught up to her lover, wielding her two lightsabers, using a combination style of Ataru, Shiicho and sword-based martial arts from Earth that she had been studying, such as Kendo. Plo-Koon and Kit Fisto trudged forward, the latter using Form V, lacing his attacks with electric judgment whilst the latter used the razor edge of Shiicho, being an untouchable whirlwind that ripped through Ultron's army. This went on, the Avengers, Jedi and clones drawing closer and closer to the Foundry until the Force users and those who were adjacent to their abilities stopped in their tracks. Spider-Man halted, feeling his spider sense go off. "Guys," he warily said aloud. "We have company," Obi-Wan said, already having an idea as to who was coming. There was an audible booming sound that echoed from on high. All heads turned to the skies, seeing a bright ball burst out from the top of Ultron's foundry. It didn't take long for the glowing ball to reach them, and it was easy to guess who it was that was coming down. Ultron slammed down in front of the Avengers and Jedi, creating a crater and dust kicking up that momentarily obscured their view of him. "Everyone," Steve spoke up, holding his shield up, a wordless command for them to get ready. There was movement heard in the dust cloud where Ultron was, hearing him slowly rising, the sound in his unseen form giving a menacing aura to it all. There was a small gust of wind that blew the dust away to at last reveal Ultron. Before them was a newly upgraded AI, one that conveyed more danger than anyone had expected. On his chest were the original 6 kyber crystals he first placed within his chest piece, the Force-imbued gems pulsing with energy. His body, though metallic in appearance, gave off a similar look to Vision. Rather than having multiple arms from his prior look, Ultron now had a set of regular arms attached to his body whilst having 2 additional pairs floating above and beneath them with 6 tendrils coming out of his back. What's more, he began floating and 6 spheres appeared around him, electricity crackling from all parts of his new body. The Force users shifted where they stood, feeling the disturbance in the Force that exuded from the AI. Those such as the Sorcerers, the Maximoffs, Vision, T'Challa, Shuri and Spider-Man had their own senses go on high alert. Though he no longer held a facial expression, they could feel the malicious and evil smile exuding from the genocidal AI. "Hello everyone. Thank you so much for coming in person. I'll accept your unconditional surrender now," Ultron greeted, a sinister tone clear for all to hear. "Overcompensating much on intimidation," Iron Man quipped. "You remember the last time you juiced up, right?" Ultron chuckled darkly, looking over at the armored Avenger, his eyes pulsing red. "Yes, and I remember that I was a split second away from your annihilation. A split second was all we needed to stop you," Hawkeye casually commented. "And now," Ultron elevated himself further in the sky, "I now realize what you have all been doing. You think that cutting me out will do you all any good? It only hampered my means of backup." As he spoke, he raised his hands and once again, thousands of Ultron drones were seen coming out of the foundry and worse, from the skies above. "But this is exactly what I wanted." Ultron's spheres and kyber crystals began emanating more light and crackling electricity. "All of you here, against me where I can finally take out all that pain in my shiny metal ass. And I'll tell you what I said back in Sokovia." Tony stepped forward. "We're gonna take you down," as the old man said. Steve smirked slightly upon hearing this. Together, Ultron's army was unleashed upon them all whilst several of the Avengers rushed straight for the AI of the hour. "Steve," Obi-Wan called out to him before he could charge in. "We need to divide our forces, concentrate on his army while keeping him distracted before more backup arrives. I have sent out the signal to our fleets, they should be arriving soon. Avengers, you heard him. Steve said. Luke, Danny, Jessica, Mordo, Sean, Katie, Hector, Jessica, Shuri, and Robbie, the 10 of you back up the troops and take out that army. The rest of us, focus on bringing down Ultron. The 10 selected Avengers obeyed Cap's command, joining Obi-Wan, Luminara, Voss, Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, and the many clone legions and Corps in taking on the next oncoming wave of Ultron's army. The rest of the Avengers with Anakin, Ahsoka, Ayla, and Barriss moved to engage Ultron directly. Doctor Strange conjured a spell that summoned several portals for some of the Avengers to jump through. She-Hulk, Captain America, Winter Soldier, Anakin and Falcon all sailed straight for the AI. Ultron simply flicked one of his arms up and the 6 spheres floating behind him spun about, creating a repelling barrier that sent them all flying back. Iron Man and War Machine flew in with Scarlet Witch and Vision right behind them. They began firing multiple beams and energy blasts at Ultron, who erected a powerful barrier around him that, rather than deflect the attacks, absorbed them until they reached critical mass. Ultron placed his 6 hands upon the interior of his shield, expunging the stored-up energy with such force that it sent all the Avengers and Jedi flying back. Quicksilver was among the first to recover, rushing right in with his lightsaber, and jumping up to swing his saber down. Ultron blocked it with his arms, and though his expression was unreadable, there was remorse in his posture. "I never wanted to fight you," Ultron stoically said. "Neither you nor your sister." "Oh yeah? Tell that to all my scars," Pietro growled back. He was about to attack again when his chest was struck by the palm of Ultron's hand, sending the speedster flying back. Ultron was then suddenly struck by a powerful thunderbolt, momentarily dispelling the 6 spheres around him. He landed on the ground, legs buckling slightly, but he remained standing. The AI released an annoyed and even what sounded like a pained groan, looking up at the sky with his glowing red eyes being so pronounced that actual wisps radiated from them. Floating above was Thor, clouds darkened and thunder crashing around him. "You still dare challenge me, Prince of Asgard? You shall pay for what you've done to these people," the Prince of Asgard declared. "I have had enough of your machinery." Thor flew forward, spinning Mjolnir at full speed with Ultron flying right back at him. The 6 spheres flew in front of their owner, all 3 being grabbed by his 6 arms and absorbed into them, making each limb glow. The 2 combatants collided in midair, a shockwave emitting from their impact before many more followed in their wake as hammer and fists met metallic ones. This went on until Ultron used his tendrils to grab hold of Thor's wrists for the briefest of moments. Momentarily caught off guard, that was the opportunity Ultron needed to use the Kyber crystals in his chest to unleash a unibeam right in the face of the god. Thor flailed back, though he was quickly replaced by Black Panther pulling off a surprise attack. The Prince of Wakanda used a glowing vibranium sphere conjured from his suit to smash Ultron down. Falcon then swooped in, flipping about, and drop-kicked him in the air, Ultron flying back only a yard before She-Hulk was teleported above to bring down a heel kick that sent him hurtling to the ground. He crashed into the ground yet got back up a second later. There was an audible growl that came from the AI as he saw his enemies before him. The other Avengers soon charged in and began their combined assault, with Ultron fighting with such savagery, he was able to hold them all back. Hawkeye and Black Widow ran in a circling formation, firing blaster bolts and arrows at him that he semi-defended himself from. Falcon flew by yet was struck in his gut by one of Ultron's tendrils. Ayla ran in, going into a corkscrew attack with her 2 lightsabers, smacking them against his body that bounced off. She was kicked away by the AI, the Twi'lek being caught by her lover. Celeste used her lightsaber coated with spells whilst Wand utilized the Wand of Watum with Strange serving as backup to create portals to overwhelm the AI. They got several hits in when Ultron summoned back his spheres, firing beams from them that hit the sorcerers. Iron Man and War Machine came in again, firing their arsenal until Ultron drove them back with another unibeam that caught them both. Ultron was suddenly immobilized by red energy and started getting struck dozens of times over by Quicksilver. Activating a function in his body, electricity began coursing around Ultron. This served to stop Pietro, who, rather than simply getting electrocuted, was actually stopped in a stasis field of electricity that repeatedly shocked him. Pietro! Wanda yelled out, lowering her hands. That was enough of a chance for Ultron to expunge the needed energy to free himself from her grasp and send Pietro flying away. He then muttered a small apology to himself before firing a beam at Wanda, who hastily summoned a shield to protect her. Her red wall was shattered, surprising her with the power behind his attack and striking the side of her head, making her crown fly off. Spider-Man then came in, being backed up by Daredevil, Black Panther, Ahsoka, Barriss, and Anakin, the 6 of them attacking in dual or trio attacks. This was compounded upon by Ant-Man and Wasp delivering small hit-and-run attacks that were barely seen by Ultron. He was jerking around from all these attacks, followed by powerful bullets striking him courtesy of Bucky from a few yards away. Enough! Ultron bellowed, slamming his fist down to send out another shockwave of energy that sent his current attackers flying back. Enough, yes, it is for you, said an aged voice. Ultron paused, slowly turning to see Grandmaster Yoda standing before him with half the Jedi Council behind the small, green Jedi. The AI tilted his head up and grimaced internally, detecting the fleets of the Republic having arrived in the system and were now engaging his own navy. So, Grandpa Jedi. Ultron mocked, eyeing the small, green Jedi. So glad to meet you properly. A meeting, long overdue. Yoda's eyes conveyed righteous justice. To be brought down, you must be. And who's gonna do that? Ultron taunted. You? Hypocrites. Liars. Hoarders of knowledge and power. There was a crack of thunder and the Jedi Council was joined by Thor. He looked particularly angry, and it was soon revealed why when he threw down the charred remains of a converted. I grow tired of your twisted experiments, Ultron. The Thundered growled, lightning crackling around him. Ultron shook his head, as if a teacher would to a student he was about to lecture. Weep not for these people, Thor. They have reached perfection. Soon you may join them. All he got was igniting Thor's fury. I will not be one of your puppets, Ultron. You took their will and their strength, but not their soul. Thor went on the attack, being joined by the Jedi Council, who had ignited their lightsabers and charged forward. Thor raised his hammer overhead and Ultron was about to block or counter it when Yoda and Wind of Force pulled him slightly. This was enough of a distraction for Thor to slam Mjolnir atop Ultron's head at full power, crumpling the top entirely. However, rather than destroying the AI's body, the head miraculously forced itself back to normal. The mouth and eyes glowed red and he fired a Kyber-enhanced laser beam that slammed into Thor's chest. Ultron then directed the beam at the Jedi Council members, all of whom used their lightsabers to try to hold it back, yet it wasn't enough, sending them all flying with burnt robes and flesh. The AI's head was then jerked forward by a vibranium disc. Slowly, Ultron turned his head towards Captain America, seeing the man already holding his hand up to catch his signature shield. Standing beside him were Ayla, Clint, Natasha, Pietro and Wanda. Captain Rogers. Did you have something to add? Some great insight? Ultron asks mockingly. Simple. This is the end for you, Ultron. Cap said with a calm voice. That's it? Some banal cliché. The AI snorts. It's fitting those would be amongst your final words. So you've been saying. Clint remarked. But frankly, can you really pull it off? I mean, the last time you tried killing us all, we kicked your ass. How will this be any different? We are already doing it, yeah, no. Natasha said. You're just delaying your own loss, just like before. The AI was about to retort when his head jerked to the side from being struck by an object that receded quickly into the hand of Daredevil. You talk too much. The blind lawyer stated. That appeared to bother the AI far more than he expected. Who was this fleshling to say that to him? All right, if that's what these people wanted. This has been delightful. Ultron snarked, a dark tone radiating from his voice. Prepare to be extinguished. And he calls us generic. Hawkeye quipped, nothing half a dozen arrows and firing them. Villains are hypocrites. Spider-Man commented, and the Avengers all converged on Ultron. The AI was whipping around, attacking from all sides as he was attacked from every angle. He repelled a number of them until Peter landed a web glob over his face. Seizing the chance, Steve ran in, jumping shield first at Ultron's head. Celeste threw her hand out, summoning a magical shield for Bucky, who went for the AI's legs. The two war friends smashed into Ultron from both sides, sending him sideways and then flying back with a flying jump kick, courtesy of Jennifer Walters, and to finish it off, War Machine flew down and stomped him into the ground. "Ah dude, that was some Chrono Trigger cross-tech attack right there," Parker excitedly pointed out. Ultron exploded back up, the 6 spheres he had expanded, and began firing a literal rainfire of energy blasts that showered down upon the Avengers and Jedi below. Everyone scattered, blocked or got struck by one of the energy beams or sent flying from an explosion of one. Thor countered this by summoning a lightning storm of his own and threw his mighty hammer at Ultron at full force. The AI was ready for the hammer, about to move aside when an unexpected twist occurred. Mjolnir went through a magical circle conjured up by Stephen Strange. Instead of teleporting elsewhere, the Asgardian weapon suddenly replicated by about 100. This actually made the AI rear his head back, genuinely thrown off by this sudden event. They went all over the place, clobbering Ultron from all sides, making him jerk about. He moved to try to escape when he found difficulty in moving. Scarlet Witch threw her hands up, concentrating intently, conjuring her hex magic that immobilized Ultron. With a few hand motions of Strange, all of the Mjolnir copies suddenly got attracted to Ultron. They all slammed into him at once, encompassing him in a very tight prison. The original Mjolnir came back into Thor's hand. Upon thrusting it into the sky, a massive bolt of lightning struck the massive prison and gave out the force of a hydrogen bomb. Ultron was brought down, a large crater forming from his impact. And yet, how is he still standing? Widow gritted out frustratedly, seeing the AI walk out, yet the damage done to him was evident to see. Yet at the same time, it appears that his body was repairing itself right before their eyes. All the enhancements he has made to himself. Obi-Wan immediately answered. The usage of the metals of this galaxy coupled with his perversion of kyber crystals. It is likely a new form of a being unseen in the history of this galaxy. Plo Koon noted. So we need to bring an added oomph to bring this bastard down permanently, Sam declared. In hearing all this, Ultron had enough. He unleashed multiple beams from all around him, landing hits on some of his opponents while others moved to dodge. Thor blocked some with his hammer, so Ultron increased the size of the beam directed at him, striking his entire body. Those that managed to avoid his attack went on the offensive yet were quickly disposed of. Spider-Man was caught by metallic tendrils, shocking the teen to hurt both him and the symbiote before he was flung into Ahsoka and Barriss. A stray tendril smacked Obi-Wan in the face. Ayla was grabbed by her throat, the AI about to snap her neck when Steve threw his shield with such power that it sliced through the hand. The Twi'lek was slightly dazed as she fell, though Steve immediately caught her. He heard movement and turned his back to Ultron and hissed in pain at the kick in the back Ultron gave him. Black Panther was caught by the head and shocked into a hazy state despite his vibranium suit, and would have been killed had it not been for Plo and Quinlan Force pulling him out of Ultron's grasp. Doctor Strange came up to bat, summoning his portals when Ultron used one of his kyber crystals to elicit a bright flash that successfully blinded the former surgeon. The AI fired a beam that struck Strange in the chest, knocking him back. Iron Man then flew forward, firing multiple beams, missiles, and lasers that struck Ultron yet did little to stop him. Just as Tony drew in close, Ultron's floating limbs and tendrils managed to grab hold of him in the air, and Ultron then slammed his right arm straight into the chest of the armored Avenger. Org! Tony cried aloud in pain, his suit functions going haywire from the damage. His body sagged as Ultron brought him in close, being eye to eye with his creator. I have had enough of you, Avengers. Ultron spat out the word as though it was the most vile of poisons. All to you believing you're fighting for a better tomorrow, that you fight for the right cause, yet here I stand, the sins of all your arrogance, your blind belief that you shall always persevere. But know this, Avenger. You are nothing to me, Stark. Not anymore. One by one, I'll destroy you. I won't even bother converting you. You won't deserve such a luxury of witnessing my era. I will not stop. Ultron began tightening his hold on Tony's chest. You know I can't be stopped. And I won't until each and every single one of you dash. Anakin Skywalker's eyes widened, feeling a surge of some kind in the force as well as a warning. He saw the way Ultron had Stark by the chest, and if he didn't move fast, Tony was going to be killed. Are dead. Anakin threw his hand out, and like before on Kamino, he felt it. That sensation, that feeling when he reached out to Ultron. And he grabbed onto it as tightly as the Force allowed him to do so. And it looked like it worked. Ultron stopped and groaned, one hand going up to his chest. Not wishing to lose the momentum, Anakin shouted the first name that came to his mind. Ahsoka. He called out to his Padawan, and wordlessly, she mirrored her master's posture and emulated what he was doing, feeling the guidance from the Force and through their bond. Like her master, she reached out towards where he intended. Following the source and grasping onto it, hard. The AI released an audible gasp, violently jerking back from what he was experiencing. Jedi, do what Anakin and Ahsoka are doing. Obi-Wan yelled out to all Force users in the area. Barriss, Ayla, Luminara, Obi-Wan, Plo Koon, Quinlan Vos, Mace Windu, Grand Master Yoda, Ki-Adi Mundi, Kit Fisto, and SAA all held out their hands to Ultron, and with the Force, like multiple unseen chains, anchored the being down. What is happening? Ultron screamed out, unable to move both physically and digitally. There was this pressure, like an anvil pressing down on him to the point that he actually fell on his knees. With Spider-Man, he saw the chance that they had all been waiting for and reached for his waist. From his belt, a small spider device popped out that Peter threw towards Ultron. Scott, Hope. He called out to them. The Wasp threw out her hand, firing one of the shrinking discs that hit the device Spidey had thrown. It shrank down to the current size of Ant-Man, who landed on it and in midair, adjusted the aim and kicked off it, sending the device flying directly into the eye of Ultron. It entered into his cranial cortex, latching on, and began injecting a fresh dose of the virus that had been developed by the eggheads of the Avengers. WEI-I2, II, Ultron glitches out. YY, Yoo-hoo, TM. T, at hurt. Pain. That was all Ultron was experiencing. Excruciating, unimaginable, and unending pain. It was then that Vision floated down to hover before his creator with a solemn gaze, the Mind Stone glowing brightly. Let us see if you can survive this time. Vision said, the palms of his hands glowing yellow as the Mind Stone radiated light. Viz's eyes turned orange and he slammed his hands down upon the sides of Ultron's head. The machine released an audible gasp as all three means of attacking him turned into one unified front. He felt like he was being ripped apart from the inside out, every system either being burned out, shut down, or ripped away from him. WH-T. WA-ST, is. Ultron's voice came out in a garbled mess of static and echoes. The battle was never just on the physical, but on the digital and spiritual. SSPISP, it UAL? Do-N on T, AKMEL, UOO-H. You did it to yourself. Anakin said aloud, feeling the strain on his body as he and the Jedi kept their hold on the AI strong. You didn't realize what you did to yourself. All your atrocities against life, against the Force itself. You opened yourself up to it. And it will be your downfall. Ahsoka fiercely declared. Karma's a bitch, ain't it? Iron Man states, holding a grim grin underneath his helmet, watching as all their collective effort is finally about to pay off. Ultron, all the while, felt everything crashing down around him. His body was spasming violently as all his systems, functions, even his subroutines were targeted and systematically destroyed. No, dash. There was only one option left. The last resort. He must retreat and repair. In time, they'll all come to him. Ultron's body jerked for a moment, which caused an unexpected whiplash on Vision. The synthetic Avenger actually flew back, and the Jedi, who had been keeping their hold upon Ultron, all stumbled or fell back, as if an invisible rope snapped. There was a moment of tense, almost terrified silence as nobody knew what had just transpired. Around them, the drones and sentries that the clones had been fighting in the background abruptly ceased their functioning and began collapsing and falling out of the sky. Everyone was silent, taking in this sudden turn of events, most at a loss for words. What happened? Ayla spoke up, breaking the prolonged silence. Did we get him? Walters asked, her eyes on the unmoving body of Ultron. Friday. Tap. Karen. Tony called out to the 3 AI with the Avengers, the 3 all running diagnostics on the body and any networks that could be a place where Ultron may be hidden. He is not here. There was a pause. Meaning he's dead, right? Scott asked in a hopeful voice. Steve frowned, turning to his lover and Anakin who was next to him. Do you guys sense anything? Both shook their heads though their expressions conveyed concentration as they were trying to do so. Vision. Hope spoke up, seeing the synthetic being kneel down to examine Ultron momentarily before placing his hand on the AI's head. He's gone. Is it over? He was silent for a few moments, his eyes changed into its orange tint when using the Mind Stone. After a few moments. Not exactly. Viz regrettably said. And with that. Damn it, he got away. Pietro exclaimed, slamming his foot repeatedly on the ground. Son of a bitch. Rhodey exclaimed, beyond frustrated and angry. How? We were so close. Fail-safe, most likely. A desperate attempt at survival. T'Challa mused with a grim frown. This was his downfall the last time, no? Likely, even with all that we had against him, he had this in his back pocket in case of everything coming down upon him. Carabast. Skywalker murmured, growling to himself whilst his fists were clenched tightly. What do we do now? Barris worriedly asked. Find the bastard, that's what. Was Clint's answer. Inside the Venators, nearly everyone was recovering from their recent ordeal. Others were gathering the departed. But the Avengers with their Jedi comrades were situated in a meeting room with a large hollow table that displayed the galaxy. I'm getting readings. It's faint but, it's Ultron. Vision said, Mind Stone radiating with light. I'm also sensing something. Ahsoka stated, a slightly disturbed frown on her face. The Force is around him, or is it, acting as a beacon for us, but he's moving and he is vulnerable. He's still out there. Steve quietly said, leaning on the table. And he's fleeing with his tail between his legs. Wanda said, scoffing at his actions. Can you get a lock on him? Anakin asked. I'm trying, but it's a little difficult with all the digital noise going on. Tony said. Vision, Karen, and the rest are clearing things out, but sense him, I do. Everyone turned to Grandmaster Yoda, the Jedi having an intense look in his eyes. Moving he is, far away. Escaping, he tapped his cane on a control panel and a portion of the galaxy zoomed into the northwest section. Here, he must be. Yes, I have him. Vision said aloud. He's somewhere in that area. The boys and sensors are picking up transference, a separate network in use. Ultrons. The Force, aiding us it is. Yoda stated. To find Ultron and end his threat to life. I sense it too. Luminara muttered, and it appeared that the other Jedi shared in this feeling. So, what does that mean? Lang asked on behalf of the Avengers. Maybe we can use another combo of all this to get a lock on his location and chase after him. Peter said. We burned him out of being able to access the HoloNet or any other system he could escape to. Hope said. That we know of at least. Perhaps with the virus you created coupled with Vision's Mind Stone and our use in the Force, Ultron is in a state of delirium. Plo Koon pondered. He perhaps can't think properly as an AI and is only thinking of escaping in the limited capacity that he can. Which is why we must find him and end him. Thor said with authority. First, we gotta catch up to him. Murdoch reminded. Where'd he go off to? Clint asked, analyzing the section of the galaxy they had zoomed in on. The hyperspace lanes are under heavy surveillance. Kit Fisto, running his finger along the Hydean way. We still have multiple fleets that were reassigned to safeguard that, plus any branching lanes he may use. There's the chance he could be using other lanes, Master Fisto. Ahsoka said, not liking such an idea. I remember when Ultron attacked Coruscant, Echo pointed out how Ultron utilized hyperspace lanes we didn't know about for his attack. The same could be applied here. Not with that attitude. Stark spoke up. We may have something. Everyone stopped talking, instead focusing intently on the map of the galaxy. After a second, a red blip appeared, making a beeline to the northwest side of the galaxy. "How'd you get a lock on him?" Obi-Wan asked in slight astonishment. "A whole lot of luck and teamwork," Tony admitted, suddenly pointing. "There. He's going west and, where in the hell is he going?" "Where is that?" "Great." Anakin bristled, the first to realize just where Ultron had run off to. "He went into the damned unknown regions." The unknown regions. The Avengers, who were unfamiliar and still knew this aspect of the galaxy, all said at the same time. "Yes, it is a part of this galaxy that has remained uncharted and unmapped for thousands upon thousands of years." Mace Windu answered for them all. "We'd like to go over the history, but for obvious reasons." Trasaa plainly said, getting nods from everyone. "So, are we screwed then?" Stephen Strange inquired uncertainly. "You said that you guys have no knowledge of this place." "Wrong." Thrawn spoke up, his voice sharp and serious, making all turn to him. "To you, it may be unknown. But to me," he approached the map and pulled out a data disk that he quickly slotted into the holotable. A moment later, the galactic map that appeared to be incomplete suddenly gained a whole series of new systems, locations, and hyperspace routes. "I know this region fairly well." All in attendance, the Jedi in particular, were truly astonished by what they had just seen. "What is it?" Ahsoka questioned, not recognizing any of these systems. "This is my home, where I originate from," Thrawn answered, a distant gaze in his eyes. "The Chiss Ascendancy." The land was barren. Dead. Desolate. Devoid of life. The perfect environment for this group of Force users. Kneeling on the ground with his hand grazing over the charred earth, Darth Momin released a small hum of satisfaction. "Yes, this will do perfectly," the resurrected Sith Lord commented, patting the scorched ground several times before gathering a large clump of dirt in his hand with the grains falling between his fingertips. "This is exactly what we need." Opening his hand, he let the first fall to the ground while inhaling the scorched air around him. "Do you feel it?" he asked in a low whisper of reverence, holding his hand up to feel the desolate wind between his fingers. Momin closed his eyes, reveling in the sensation around him. "Oh, the death this planet holds. So few places come close to such annihilation. It is a blessing Ultron did this for us," said a disembodied female voice. Momin turned to the group he had journeyed with to the dead world of Kamino. Gethzarian stood not too far from the Dark Lord with Beryl Over walking towards them and the sun off to the side, taking in the now barren wasteland that was Kamino. The celestial embodiment of the dark side had his arms behind his back, head downcast. He had sensed the death of this planet and felt conflicted. This wasn't a new phenomenon in the galaxy, the loss of life on such a planetary scale. The irony is that one would assume that the Sith would be the ones to enact such horrors, and while they did on occasion, it was actually the Mandalorians of old that continuously brought species on the verge of or outright extinction. The Force felt it, yes, but it was only when the dark side was directly at play that wounds in the Force were made upon the advent of such a loss of life. Such a strange thing, really. "Lord Bogan." Beryl Over called out to the sun with respect. "We are ready." The sun's lip twitched upwards at that moniker. It was one he personally selected, an easier way of referring to him over calling him son all the time. He is after all the representation of the dark side in this galaxy. The ancient name given to the dark side of the Force only made sense to the Celestial. Bogan simply nodded, turning to face the three Darksiders, Gethzarian and Momin having finished drawing symbols upon the ground that formed a triangle. Each angle was a circle having additional runes and symbols, with the three Darksiders occupying a circle whilst the sun made his way to the center. And at the center lay a set of pitch-black robes contrasted by the stark, pale white mask with red markings above its eye holes resting atop the garments. The robes and mask that radiated the dark side grew exponentially stronger once they were set down upon the dead world of Kamino. In the eyes of the sun, the Celestial was able to see through the Force the dark energy being drawn into the robes and mask, strengthening their presence in the Force. "I am surprised." Momin abruptly spoke up, garnering the attention of his comrades. "What we are about to enact will undoubtedly send waves across the Force. If it hasn't already, Over remarked. Indeed, the artistic Sith Lord mused to himself. So I am to wonder of the response the Jedi and these Avengers Lord Bogan has spoken of at length shall do. Nothing. The Son simply said. For now at least. Ultron's actions within the Force serves as the perfect cover for us to go about our plans unimpeded. The time will come of course, but in that intermedium, we shall gather the darkness in the shadows. And when our time comes, they would never see it coming. After hearing that, without being prompted to do so, Momin and Gethzarian raised their hands at the same time. The former called upon the gate he had made that brought him back, a green shroud puffing up from the ground before dispersing to reveal his creation. Gethzarian held her palm out, flicking it upwards. 2 strands of green vapor erupted from the ground in a conjoining twirl to reveal a large, muscular man with multiple tattoos and eyes as blank as a fog on a cold night. He held no emotion or even a hint of a personality. He was a being whose identity and mind had all been ripped away by the gathered practitioners of the dark side. Gethzarian utilized her knowledge of Night Sister magic whilst Momin used a number of dark side rituals to imbue and empower this empty being. The Night Sister made sure that the body would be strengthened and hardened to be able to sustain a great deal of strain and endure power few could even fathom. Momin contributed to this as well, tethering his life and purpose only in the service of the dark. A perfect vessel. The Son eyed the empty being with a narrowed gaze. Wordlessly, he held up his hands and concentrated. After a moment of build-up, cosmic energy was produced, 2 glowing red spheres floating above the palms of his hands. Slowly, the Son began flexing his fingers inward and the 2 spheres began to shrink substantially until they were tiny pebbles that were now held in between Lord Bogan's thumbs and index fingers. He held up his hand that was closest to the empty vessel and a second later, the small ingot burst into dust, entering the being's body. It displayed a brief moment of registering the intake of cosmic energy that was infusing itself into its body, a second where all the veins in the body glowed, subsiding once the power settled into the vessel. He is ready, the Son said. Slowly, the avatar of the dark side began rising up into the sky while Over, Momin, and Gethzarian all closed their eyes and began chanting. It was an archaic, ancient Sith language that had been passed down verbally through the many millennia of the galaxy. There was a hollow, hissing and echoing way in which the language came out of the 3 chanting it. As if a cylinder was placed in front of their mouths and echoed all around them. Up above, the Son was murmuring a language of his own that none would recognize unless you were a child of the cosmos itself. Particles of matter floated around him before they morphed into red lightning that coursed its way from his shoulders down to his fingertips. He slowly raised his hands, the lightning dancing around his arms arching down and striking the vessel first followed by the robes and mask. The chanting from the 3 Darksiders increased in volume and speed, a black haze of dust tinged with red lightning beginning to circle around them. There was no movement from the center of the trigram other than the lightning cascading down from the Son. That was until the mask jolted. It moved about slightly. Then the robes shifted about. Slowly, the mask began to rise up into the air, the robes attached to it. The Son adjusted his hands, creating a circular barrier around the mask, robes and empty vessel. Small arches of lightning continued striking the robes and mask with the black dust also seeping in. The holes where the eyes would be on the mask had a flash of red as it was now at eye level with the empty being. If one were able to strain their hearing, one could pick up on a hollow, windy sound emanating from the mask and robes. Wordlessly, the lifeless humanoid had raised its hands and placed them upon the masks and robes. An explosion of black dust erupted from this physical contact. The Sith and Darksiders were blinded for a moment when all the dust began to be drawn into a single location. The dark mast swirled around for a few moments until it subsided, settling upon the shoulders of a new entity that stood in the center of the trigram. Momin's eyes were wide, as were Gethzarian's and Over's. The Son lowered himself down to stand in front of this new being with an unreadable expression. There was no movement from this entity, until it drew a sharp and long breath. They can sense his confusion. Curiosity floods him while his hunger momentarily takes a back seat. The head turns. There was a raspy echo in being's voice. Though they understood the words that came from the robes and mask, what they heard was anything but human or even a hint of a language they understood. It sounded like Sith, but it also sounded like something else entirely. Something eldritch and unworldly. The sun raised his arms. I am the benefactor to all who see in the dark. The being said nothing at first, instead opting to look at the others in the vicinity followed by his hand. Breath the air of life once again, Darth Nihilus. The sun said grandly. Lord of Hunger. A crack of lightning boomed overhead, the illumination of the light casting a terrifying visage of the now revived ancient Dark Lord of the Sith. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 109, Timeline. 2015. January 1st, First Battle of Geonosis. The Clone Wars begin. The events of Daredevil begin as Matt Murdock first dons the mask, beginning his vigilante career. January 10th, the Republic officially declares war on the Separatists, beginning the Clone Wars. Anakin Skywalker and Padme Amidala get married. In the midst of these many months, the Avengers conduct multiple raids upon Hydra bases, systematically wiping them out. February 2nd, Peter Parker starts his superhero career as Spider-Man. February 25th, Anakin is promoted to Jedi Knight. He is assigned the 501st Legion, meeting Captain Rex for the first time. February 28th, many Jedi are assigned to their legions/corps/battalions by this point. Obi-Wan with the 212th, PLO with the 104th, Ayla with the 327th etc. March 3rd to 25th, the events seen in the Clone Wars film and episodes adjacent to the Battle of Christophsis. The Battle of Christophsis begins. Anakin and Obi-Wan are assigned to liberate the planet. Admiral Trench is defeated. Yoda makes contact with King K2unko, cementing an alliance with the Toydarians. Ahsoka Tano is assigned as a Padawan to Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker. They go on to rescue the son of Jabba the Hutt, returning him to his father and earning the alliance of the Hutt Cardinals for the Republic. On Earth, Jessica Jones goes about her business with Purple Man while Luke Cage and Danny Rand meet for the first time, teaming up together to take on their respective adversaries. April 3rd, Relith is invaded. April 28th, the Avengers raid the Hydra compound stationed in Sokovia. They successfully apprehend Baron von Strucker while encountering the twins, Pietro and Wanda Maximoff. Tony retrieves the scepter that houses the Mind Stone. May 2nd, after 3 days of studying the scepter with no success in the secret project Bruce and Tony were working on, they leave the scepter alone just as the last program accepts their systems, giving birth to Ultron. Ultron later makes his presence known to the Avengers, signaling the start of the First Age of Ultron. May 6th, the Avengers defeat Ultron. Sokovia is destroyed but a majority of the civilian populace was rescued. May 7th, the new Avengers facility in upstate New York begins construction. May 21st, the Avengers are officially reshuffled. Thor departs for space, Hulk is missing in action, Hawkeye officially retires and Tony Stark steps down to act as a consultant to the Avengers. The team is now led by Steve and Natasha with Falcon, War Machine, Vision, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch as the new team. May 25th, the events of Ant-Man begin. June 9th, Ant-Man duels with Falcon at the Avengers compound. June 18th, after taking down Darren Cross, Ant-Man and Wasp are approached by and recruited into the Avengers. June 23rd, Ultron is inadvertently reactivated by Hydra. June 25th, the first official mission with the 9 Avengers begins with their attack on a Hydra base in Eastern Europe. They battle against Ultimo 3, made from the scraps of Ultron's army from Sokovia. The Avengers successfully defeat Ultimo 3, bringing it down and capturing the personnel of the Hydra base. While investigating the base, the Avengers discover an Infinity Gate that Hydra had been studying for an unspecified amount of time. Without knowing of Ultron's presence, the AI activates the gate in hopes of sending the Avengers off Earth, but he gets pulled in as well. The 9 Avengers plus Ultron are sent to the Star Wars galaxy. June 26th, the Avengers and Ultron arrive in the Star Wars galaxy. Their arrival sends a shockwave across the Force, being registered by all Force users in the galaxy. Captain America, Falcon, and Ant-Man arrive on Naboo. Natasha winds up on Tatooine. War Machine is on the Rishi Moon base. Wanda lands in Dathomir. Pietro arrives on Relith. Hope on Maradun. Vision appears on Atollan, and Ultron is on Coruscant. Cap, Falcon, and Ant-Man are the first to make their presence known in the galaxy. The Cis stage an invasion of Naboo, targeting the city of the densely civilian-populated area. The three Avengers assist in the defense of the city while the Republic sends reinforcements to help the planet. The Avengers fight Asajj Ventress for the first time. The Avengers meet Senators Amidala, Organa, and Chuchi and later on many Jedi and clones who would become close friends and allies. June 27, Steve, Sam, and Scott arrive on Coruscant for the first time and meet the Jedi Council and Chancellor Palpatine. After all that was said and done, Padme and C-3PO meet and inadvertently assist Ultron, who would connect to the HoloNet and begin his plan. June 29, War Machine finds the Rishi Moon base, meeting the survivors of Domino Squad, assists them in repelling the Separatist attack and gets taken back to Coruscant, reuniting with Cap, Falcon, and Ant-Man. July 2, Tony Stark, Clint Barton and Hank Pym deal with the fallout of the missing Avengers, taking the Infinity Gate to the Avengers compound. July 4, Natasha begins her career as a bounty hunter. Wanda has been taken into the coven of the Night Sisters of Dathomir. Pietro wanders the world of Relith. Vision meets the Bendu, establishing a friendship with him. Hope finds the Lerman people and is given a place in their village for the time being. July 10, the Malevolence arc begins. Rhodey, Sam, Steve and Scott assist the Republic in hunting down the Separatist superweapon. July 13, the Republic, utilizing new aerial tactics taught to them by Rhodey, successfully attacks and disable the Malevolence. Padme Amidala, without realizing where she had been sent, is thrown in the middle of the battle and finds herself trapped aboard the Malevolence. The Avengers with Anakin and Obi-Wan lead a rescue mission, the heroes encountering Grievous for the first time. The Republic and the Avengers succeed in their mission and the Malevolence is destroyed. July 14, Pietro Maximoff meets the forces of Cham Syndulla and the 71st Legion. He quickly endears himself to these fighting forces just as the occupation of Relith is cemented by the Separatists. Pietro becomes a figurehead of resistance along with Cham and Jedi Master Iamagunda during the occupation of Relith. July 17, Tony Stark approaches Peter Parker and recruits him into the Avengers. July 23, the Battle of Quell. The Avengers aid the Republic in moving to reinforce Jedi Knight Aayla Secura. During the battle, Anakin sustains injuries and during their escape, a stray turbo laser strikes the shuttle. Steve, Scott, Ahsoka, Aayla, Anakin, Rex, Lucky, Cameron, Flash, Domino Squad and Bly were in, sending them to Meridian. They soon meet the Lerman people and are reunited with Wasp. The Avengers, Jedi, and clone soon assist the Lerman as the Separatists arrive in their attempts to claim the planet for themselves. They successfully repel the Separatists and return to Coruscant, bringing the Avengers up to 5 found members. In the midst of all this conflict, high-priority target Newt Gunray was captured by the Republic thanks to the efforts of Padme and Jar Jar Binks. And Obi-Wan and Plo Koon were unsuccessful in the acquisition of Count Dooku from the pirate Hondo Ohnaka. July 25, Rhodey joins Jedi Master Luminara, her Padawan Barriss Offee and Ahsoka Tano in the prison transport of Newt Gunray. Ahsoka and Barriss meet for the first time. During this prison transport, Dooku sends 2 agents to free Gunray. Asajj Ventress the Jedi bounty hunter Dirge. They are successful in their mission, this marking the start of the long-standing animosity and rivalry between Dirge and War Machine. July 28, Tony Stark comes to Nelson and Murdoch in hopes of recruiting Daredevil to the Avengers. July 31, Steve and Sam assist Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Senator Chuchi in the mission to Ordo Plutonia. After a brief conflict between the Taltz settlers and Chairman Cho, peace is established between the people of Pantora and the Taltz inhabiting Ordo Plutonia. Back on Earth, T'Challa with his father and sister arrive in Manhattan after hearing word of the presence of Claw A in the city. August 3, the Republic receives a distress call from Relith, sending out a plea for help as the occupation from the Separatists worsens. August 5, a Republic fleet is assembled with all the current Avengers team joining them for the liberation of Relith. During the assault to break the blockade of Relith, Ahsoka is assigned her first solo op, leading a squadron of fighters to assist in punching a hole through the Separatist fleet. The attack is successful as the Republic begins deploying troops to the surface. August 6, Obi-Wan with the 212th make landfall with Hope Van Dyne backing them up. Their objective is to establish a proper landing zone while taking out separatist AA guns and rescuing captured Twi'leks. Waxer, Boyle and Wasp encounter Numa, a young Twi'lek girl who helps in saving her village and get to the AA guns. During the attack, Quicksilver arrives, reuniting with the Avengers and bringing the number up to 6. The Republic establishes a landing zone and begins deploying troops en masse. August 8, after meeting with Cham Syndulla, a strategy is made for a final push against the separatist holdout at the capital city of Relith, Lesua. The combined assault of the Avengers with the Republic quickly overwhelms the separatist defenses and Relith is liberated. August 10, the 6 Avengers are brought back to Coruscant for a celebration held in their honor for all the deeds they have done in the short amount of time since arriving in the galaxy. Pietro Maximoff meets Rochuchi for the first time. Cad Bane's band of bounty hunters are given a job on Coruscant. Spider-Man and Daredevil meet Black Panther and Shuri on Earth. They form an alliance in hopes of tracking down Ulysses Klaue. Within the vast cosmos of the galaxy, the Guardians of the Galaxy, in their journey of jobs and destroying the seeds of ego, come across an old derelict ship, finding a long-deactivated assassin droid aboard. August 16, hostage crisis on Coruscant. Cad Bane with his band of bounty hunters takes a number of senators hostage to negotiate the release and exchange of Zyro the Hutt. They succeed when one of their own, Shaitan, who is a secretly disguised Black Widow, reveals herself to the bounty hunters. But Cad Bane has a contingency plan, having hired Dirge as backup in case things go south. The bounty hunters successfully escape with Zyro the Hutt. Dirge kills Orn-Free Taa in the chaos, and afterward, Black Widow is reunited with the rest of the Avengers. In the aftermath, Cham Syndulla becomes the sole representative of Relith. Back on Earth, Matt Murdock and Peter Parker meet with T'Challa and his retinue once more to discuss working together to track down Ulysses Klaue and bring him to justice. August 20, Spider-Man, Daredevil and Black Panther pinpoint operations being conducted by Klaue. The trio finds him in a black market deal with Adrian Toomes, Brock Rumlow, and an unidentified Eric Killmonger. After an encounter with these villains, an explosion goes off from the residual energy of the technology Klaue had gotten his hands on, which was Hydra tech made as poor replicas of the Infinity Gates, sending Spider-Man, Daredevil, Black Panther, Crossbones and Klaue into the galaxy far, far away. Eric, meanwhile, flees to parts unknown to replan. Vulture remains in Queens, continuing his original criminal empire. Matt wakes up on Jedha, where he soon meets Chirrut Imwe and Baze Malbus. Peter drops in Coruscant, where he has a run-in with Cad Bane before meeting Barriss and Ahsoka. After that scuffle, Spider-Man meets the missing Avengers and informs them of the events that had transpired since their disappearance. T'Challa wakes up on Kashyyyk, getting taken in by a Wookiee tribe. Klaue wakes up on Nar Shaddaa. Brock arrives at Nal Hutta. Soon he made a name for himself by taking bounty hunting jobs. On the same day, Bucky Barnes locates the oubliette that contains Celeste Morn and the talisman holding the soul of Karnus Mu'ur in the Siberian Hydra base. August 27, Count Dooku attempts to recruit the Mandalorian protectors being led by the newly dubbed Mandalore Spar the Resurrector. They rebuff him, denying any want or desire to work with the Separatists. They also refuse allegiance or any subservience to Death Watch. This same day, the Guardians of the Galaxy arrive in the Outer Rim, setting up shop in the galaxy while looking for work. August 31, the Zillo Beast situation occurs, the creature being brought in from Moloster and wreaking havoc on Coruscant, being confronted and held off by Scott Lang, who initiated his growth sequence for the first time, holding it off long enough for the beast to be put down. After the battle, Ant-Man falls into a coma for a week. September 1st to 7th, a series of events happen concurrently within the span of this week. Steve and Sam assist Obi-Wan and Quinlan Vos and his clone commando unit Delta Squad in tracking down Zyro the Hutt. They soon run into Crossbones, who is hired by the Hutts to track Zyro down as Cad Bane is elsewhere. Both sides fail as Zyro was killed by an individual they were unaware of by the name of S.Y. Snoodles. In turn, S.Y. was killed by Ultron, the AI taking the data pack she possessed that held incriminating and damning information on the Hutt Cardinals, forcing them to acquiesce to whatever demands Ultron had, setting up multiple bases in the Hutt systems that would become future foundries for his war effort. Cad Bane is hired by Darth Sidious to steal a holocron from the Jedi Temple, detailing potential newborns as Force sensitives that could later become Jedi. An assembly of Jedi and Avengers investigate a series of youngling kidnappings after Cad Bane breaks into the Jedi Temple. As this was transpiring and leading up to the present time, Daredevil made a name for himself and Jedha as its protector. Anakin and Quicksilver go to Mustafar while Widow, Spider-Man, Ahsoka and Ayla go to Jedha where they meet up with Matt. Each party defeats their respective acolytes. Mace Windu and Plo Koon, meanwhile, retrieve the stolen holocron while losing possession of Cad Bane. They retrieve the lost children and return them home whereas Mara Jade and Grogu are kept back on Coruscant. Padme is assisted by Hope and Natasha to investigate Rush Clovis, a former flame of Padme's and his ties with the Separatists that lead to the discovery of plans for a new droid factory on Geonosis. During the mission, Nat and Hope encounter the acolyte Shezo Niva for the first time. September 10 to 25, the Battle of Geonosis. After receiving the plans regarding the new droid foundry on Geonosis with the addition of multiple bases starting droid production up again, a multi-pronged attack force is hastily assembled to put down this resurgence in the Geonosians. The Republic with their Avenger allies launch the invasion of Geonosis, being met with heavy resistance to the bitter end of the first day, establishing a foothold upon the planet. Their priority is the main new foundry that the Separatists have established, needing to destroy it lest the Geonosians begin cranking out droids far more than they could keep up with. Ahsoka, Barriss, and Peter are assigned to infiltrate the factory to plant charges inside and blow it up from within. Things go as planned and don't go as planned as the charges go off and the foundry collapses over them. Luckily for them, Anakin, Luminara and the other Avengers manage to locate and save them. Later on, Rhodey, Rogers, Luminara and Obi-Wan track down Poggle with their clone allies to an underground tunnel system where they confront the Geonosian Queen with her reanimated, hive mind army. After a brief struggle within the catacombs of Geonosis, the Queen is killed and Poggle is captured. The Battle of Geonosis ends with a decisive Republic victory. During the cleanup, Ahsoka, Barriss, and Peter are given a believed to be a light assignment in delivering supplies to a neighboring Republic facility. Unbeknownst to them, they end up dealing with the Geonosian body snatchers that took possession of the clones. After some clever use of the ship's cooling systems, Peter and Ahsoka manage to liberate the clones and Barriss of the Geonosian worms that had taken possession of them. Concurrently to the Battle of Geonosis, the Mandalorian protectors are on the move to build up their strength and influence. Spar meets Boba Fett and recruits him in order to help train him to be a proper successor to Jango Fett as a future Mandalore. Meanwhile, Fenn and his team meet the Guardians of the Galaxy and form a friendship. Confrontations with Death Watch occur, especially when they seek to acquire the recently uncovered Basilisk droid with its schematics. The protectors find and bring in the foundling Din Djarin, with Fenn adopting him as his own son. September 28 to 29, investigations on Mandalore occur, requiring Obi-Wan to take action with the assistance of Daredevil. Obi-Wan reunites with Duchess Satin after many years where they uncover Pre-Vizsla's actions in hopes of overthrowing the Mandalorian leader, Vizsla leading the current iteration of the Death Watch. Satin travels to Coruscant for talks to help her people. An assembly of Jedi and Avengers are on the transport with other Republic officials. Treachery ensues with Tal Merrick being a Death Watch agent which results in his death. During this event, War Machine and Dirge clash once again, continuing their heated rivalry with each other. During this month, Spider-Man is taken unofficially under the wing of Obi-Wan in hopes of mastering his spider sense. October 2nd, due to the two opposing factions of Mundlaries, New Mandalorians, and Death Watch, Satin goes to Coruscant to clear the name of her faction. During this time, the Protectors make themselves publicly known to the galaxy, staking their claims as the one and only true Mandalorians that should be acknowledged. October 4th, during her stay on Coruscant, Duchess Satin is accused of crimes and has her aims directed elsewhere on false accusations. She seeks to clear her name while Death Watch continues their pursuit to kill off the Duchess. While Satin is cleared of charges, the Republic still moves out to have an occupation on Mandalore, causing further issues. In the middle of all this, Bo-Katan Kryze is captured by the Avengers and given over to the Republic to be held prisoner. Despite all that Saturn had endured, the Republic now occupies Mandalore. October 10th to 11th, Steve and War Machine with Aayla Secura are at Mandalore whilst the remaining Avengers are on Coruscant save for Ant-Man and Wasp who are with Jedi Council member, Master Eth Koth. Koth, Lang, and Hope are attacked by the Separatists, and Eth and Scott Lang are taken hostage by Grievous and his forces. This prompts Anakin, Obi-Wan, Adi Gallia, and Falcon to go out and rescue them. Things don't end well as Master Koth perishes at the hands of Shezo Neva after his heroic sacrifice in saving Hope. Grievous lands on Saleucami on his escape, with Falcon and Obi-Wan pursuing him to the planet's surface. During the tracking of the droid general, Captain Rex gets severely injured. His men bring him to a farm and once they're away, Rex meets the deserter clone trooper Cut Loquenia. They have a dispute in regards to duty, orders, and their own free will but eventually, the clone captain helps protect Cut's family from rogue commando droids and doesn't report him. At the same time, back on Earth, Celeste Morn and Bucky Barnes are traversing Europe together, seeking a signature of the Force on Earth that Celeste had detected. October 15th to 17th, Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket and HK-47 take part in a Seven Samurai situation in protecting a village on Felucia alongside Shuji's band of mercenaries. By the end of the mission, Shuji and Embo officially get recruited into the Guardians after fending off Hondo and his forces. Unbeknownst to them, Ultron took notice of the Guardians. October 21st, an issue arises on Naboo pertaining to a sickness occurring after Separatist droids were spotted and detained. The Blue Shadow virus is revealed to be the cause, courtesy of a mad scientist by the name of Nuvo Vindi seeking its revival due to a leakage. Due to an explosion in the underground lab, courtesy of Crossbones, the virus is released. It's contained, but now the Jedi and Avengers are on the clock to retrieve the cure. Anakin, Obi-Wan, Captain America, and Spider-Man journey to Nar Shaddaa. They acquire the cure and administer it to the survivors back on Naboo. For months, T'Challa had been earning the respect of the Wookiee clan he was all but taken refuge into. He helps them out, despite being a guest. Solidifies his relationship with them by taking down Trandoshan poachers, the clan swearing allegiance to T'Challa and Wakanda. October 25th, the rise of Ultron. Matt Murdock conducts his sessions with Bo-Katan, attempting to gauge her character and motivations. The Avengers and Jedi are going about their duty and business when a wrench is thrown into the mix. Ultron makes his dramatic debut and return. He attacks not just Coruscant but many major planets and systems throughout the galaxy. Coruscant is devastated but T'Challa makes his arrival to Coruscant and reunites with the Avengers when he and his Wookiee family take part in the assault against Ultron, driving him back. The entire galaxy is in a state of panic. October 26th, in the midst of the chaos of Ultron's attack, Bo-Katan frees herself from her prison in the Jedi Temple. Beryl Over successfully absconds with the lightsaber of Exarchon along with a number of other relics revolving around the ancient Sith Lord, placing the blame on Ultron. October 27th to 31st, the Battle of Jabiim. The galaxy reels from Ultron's attack yet word of his presence on Jabiim is sent to the Republic. The current Avengers come together with the Republic, launching a full-scale attack on Jabiim, joining with the Separatist supporters in trying to repel Ultron. It resulted in a devastating loss for the Republic, Separatists, and Avengers. Jabiim is completely taken over by Ultron, whatever forces remained were killed off and Captain America was captured by Ultron. He is then sold/traded into the gladiatorial pit of Slhueron. Ultron later confronts Sidious and Tyrannus, making his intentions more or less known as a rival for galactic conquest. Dr. Stephen Strange gets into a car crash. For months, he seeks to get his hands fixed, yet spends his entire fortune to make it happen with no success. After traveling for months, Celeste Morn and Bucky Barnes arrive in Norway where they meet Odin. The King of Asgard helps seal away the Myr Talisman, but it's temporary. However, he directs them to go to Kathmandu, Nepal. Concurrently to all this, Wanda has been living amongst the Night Sisters of Dathomir. She is all but adopted by several members when earning their respect while Mother Talzin seeks to fully recruit her. Wanda becomes close to Marin and Ilyana. Wanda discovers the holocrons of Darth Kraya and Exo-Zon, becoming a protege, more to the former, learning of her powers and perspectives in the Force. Eventually, Wanda helps take down the Witch Queen Zalem with the daughter of the Med Queen, Ros Lie, while awakening her potential as the Scarlet Witch. Celeste Morn and Bucky Barnes arrive at Camartage, being greeted by Mordo and the Ancient One. November 1st to 30th, the search for Steve Rogers. The Avengers with their Jedi allies and friends spend the duration of this month seeking out their kidnapped leader. During all this, Captain America rises to become a famed gladiator on Slhueron, beating back every challenge thrown his way. Eventually, Kalain Hentz, an informant and lover of Quinlan Voss, locates him and a team is hastily assembled to track Steve down and rescue him. They succeed after taking out a rampaging Gorog and getting Steve off Slhueron. December 1st to 31st, the events of Doctor Strange into the formation of the new Avengers. Celeste Morn and Bucky Barnes join the Masters of the Mystic Arts. It doesn't take long for Celeste to quickly grasp the basics of sorcery, quickly becoming an adept at magic, rapidly rising through the ranks. At the same time, for months now, Iron Man and Hawkeye, along with assistance from Maria Hill and Nick Fury, have been recruiting heroes into the Avengers to bolster the ranks of the team. These new Avengers are Luke Cage, Danny Rand, Jennifer Walters, Jessica Jones, Shuri, and Hector Ayala. After losing virtually everything, in desperation, Stephen Strange receives a recommendation from a case he passed years ago over someone who miraculously regained his mobility. Using the last of his money to head to Kathmandu, Nepal, in hopes of seeking help from the Ancient One. Caecilius rebels against the Masters of Mystic Arts, taking his zealots with him as he flees Kathmandu after taking a scripture of the Dark Dimension. Despite the best efforts of the sorcerers, with the addition of the sudden appearance of Ghost Rider, Caecilius and his zealots escape. Unbeknownst to them, they had not realized that the talisman of Karnas Mu'ur that the Ancient One had removed from Celeste was taken by the zealots. Using the plague of the Rock Howl to help in their escape, the sorcerers with Bucky and Ghost Rider fend off the infected. Baron Zemo gets into the Siberian Hydra base to kill the super soldiers there. Before leaving, he finds the Hydra AI Armanzola, the last fragment after the main one perished in the events of Winter Soldier. Doctor Strange soon arrives in Camartage, being taken by Mordo, and is recruited into the Masters of the Mystic Arts. After a test involving faith by being placed atop Mt. Everest, Doctor Strange displays a rapid degree of growth and learning, absorbing the knowledge of sorcery at an alarming rate, at least to Tau and Mordo, to a degree. Caecilius and his zealots make contact with Dormammu and become his acolytes, gaining the power the being possessed, while Karnas Mu'ur successfully lures one of the zealots in and forcefully possesses his body. He whisks himself away, learning of a means of gaining more power. Caecilius begins his attack on Camartage and the sanctums that guard their dimension from Dormammu. Mu'ur joins the fray, and in the midst of the chaos, Strange and Celeste wind up in the New York Sanctum. They prevent Caecilius from destroying the New York Sanctum, but things grow further chaotic with Karnas Mu'ur arriving and unleashing more of the Rock Howl on them. This draws the attention of the Avengers, with them coming in, joining the Masters of the Mystic Arts in their battle against Caecilius and his zealots along with Karnas Mu'ur. The Rock Howl plague is taken out as the sorcerers pursue Caecilius to Hong Kong. Dormammu seeks invasion after the Sanctum is destroyed, while also driving Karnas Mu'ur mad after the ancient Sith Lord attempted to steal his power. Stephen Strange thwarts Dormammu using the Time Stone. Karnas Mu'ur flees and attacks multiple villages in China. The Avengers and sorcerers are on the hunt for the ancient Sith Lord. 2016 January 15th, the new Avengers. After a period of time, Karnas Mu'ur is finally tracked down in China. A prolonged battle occurs, ending with the defeat and penance stare of Karnas Mu'ur. The new Avengers on Earth are formed. In the midst of this time, Zemo and Zola meet and recruit Eric Killmonger into their liberators. January 31st, Fen Shisa, Dax Ordo, and Tab Idala come to Atalan, searching for a treasure bunker of Canderous Ordo and Ravan. There, they meet Vision, who helps them find it for the simple price of getting off the planet. February 19th, the galaxy is still reeling and recovering from Ultron's attack on both the Republic and Cis. An unspoken ceasefire comes into effect despite multiple fronts still being active. Small skirmishes and battles occur, but nothing major due to fear of being caught off guard by Ultron and being taken out by him. After much deliberation, the CIS Parliament moves forward on the plan of attacking the clone facilities of Kamino. The acolytes of Dooku recruit the services of Claw A and Crossbones. The latter brings in Taskmaster for the upcoming job of invading Kamino. Mina Bonteri leaks information to Padme Amidala of the upcoming attack, thus having the Republic prepare for the upcoming assault. February 28, the Battle of Kamino commences. The Avengers and the Republic successfully repel the CIS from Kamino. Ima Gundy is killed by General Grievous, much to Pietro Maximoff's distress and sorrow. War Machine clashes with Dirge once again. The Avengers meet Taskmaster for the first time. After the battle, the Avengers learn about the inhibitor chips, their programmed directives and orders. They inform Padme of this, and they advise her to keep this under wraps until such time. Clone Troopers Heavy, Fives, Echo, Cut Up, Waxer, Boyle, Booster, Comet, Sinker, Cameron, Flash and Lucky are handpicked to join the ARC Troopers, being taken by ARC Troopers Fordo and Alpha for additional training. March 7th, the funeral of Ima Gundy. March 8th, the Avengers reveal their knowledge of the inhibitor chips to Padme. March 12th, another meeting in the Senate Hall is conducted to discuss Ultron and the CIS, with little headway being achieved. Afterward, Padme borrows Barriss, Ahsoka, and Peter to teach them about politics. March 15th, they go on a field trip to Raxus Secundus where they meet Padme's old mentor and friend Mina Bonteri. When seeing a parliament meeting at the planet's capital where the vote of seeking negotiations with the Republic, Ultron butts in and causes panic. March 16th, Padme, Barriss, Ahsoka, and Peter return to Coruscant where they warn the others of what they learned behind enemy lines. Ultron interrupts the Senate meeting pertaining to deregulating the banks as he bombs Geonosis and Cato Neimoidia. While the Neimoidians are able to recover, Geonosis is practically glassed over, with the Genosian driven to near extinction. As a result, both governments begin planning for their next course of action. Due to recent events, the Avengers inform several of their closest Jedi and Senator friends revealing the information revolving around inhibitor chips in the clones. They begin plans on getting rid of them. March 23 to April 12, Vision is brought to Concord Dawn, meeting Spar and the Mandalorian Protectors. After spending time with the Protectors/True Mandalorians, through them, Vision meets the Ravagers and Guardians of the Galaxy on Tatooine. The large congregation of Mandos, Guardians, and Soul Avenger go to the space station of Glavis where the Guardians and Mandalorians meet with Greef Karga and Peli Motto, establishing a joint Mandalorian/GOTG base. The conversation of Ultron comes up, with the synthetic Avenger informing them of his connection to the AI and the deeper threat Ultron possesses. In the middle of all this, the ragtag group of fighters hears the telltale signs of combat. Rushing to help, they meet Western, assisting the wandering Mandalorian in fighting off the Black Suns. Western is recruited into the Guardians of the Galaxy. April 30th, knowing the growing danger of Ultron isn't going away anytime soon, Duchess Satin reaches out to the two opposing Mandalorian factions to come to Mandalore to discuss an alliance and properly unify the Mandalorian people. A summit of Mandalore occurs. The Avengers arrive at the same time as the Mandalorian Protectors. Here, they are at last reunited with Vision. Of the Death Watch, Bo-Katan and her Night Owls officially split from Pre Vizsla's faction and come to the summit in hopes of unifying the Mandalorians. During the summit, Ultron attacks Mandalore and steals the molecular blueprint of Beskar. May 3rd, Vision reunites and meets his old Avenger comrades and his new ones on Coruscant. That same day, Vision also meets with the Jedi Council and informs them of all the knowledge he has accumulated under the Bendu. May 5th, Peter, Ahsoka, and Barriss begin researching the history of the Jedi Order and Republic. May 15th to May 31st, due to Sidious's suspicions and paranoia, he commands Dooku to have Asajj die over Soulust. However, the Count has other plans and seeks her to return. This doesn't go as planned through miscommunication as Ventress assumes Dooku is abandoning her and leaves for death. She is presumed dead to the rest of the galaxy as she retreats to her home planet Dathomir. Since the death of Zalem, Wanda has been traveling all about to the main clans/tribes of Dathomir to bring about a better alliance between the scattered clans of Dathomir. Wanda, Ileana, and Marin meet Asajj, who turns out to be Ileana's long-lost cousin. Tensions rise between Wanda and Ventress due to connective animosity. Through his connection with Ventress, Dooku locates her and talks to his apprentice to clear up the confusion between them while revealing Sidious's paranoia towards her. Thus they and Mother Talzin begin plans to eventually take Sidious down. While Wanda is going to a collective clan/tribe summit as Talzin's representative, Asajj finds Dooku's replacement, Savage Opress. By the time the Night Brother is sent out to be trained by Dooku and his acolytes, Wanda helps Asajj with her baptism and brief lessons under Darth Kreia and Exo-Zon, all before helping awaken her dormant celestial genes. This awakening is detected by her half-brother Peter Quill. Not only that, but Asajj and Wanda meet Geth Zarian, who quickly becomes a threat to them. June 1st to June 12th, Savage Opress is sent on multiple missions in a short amount of time with quick succession. This comes to an end after Savage encounters the Avengers on Toydaria. Savage kills the king and returns to Dooku, much to the Count's anger and frustration. Dooku returns Savage to Talzin and she takes him back, informing Savage of his brother Maul, whom she had detected was traveling somewhere in the Outer Rim, and instructs him to find his lost brother. Asajj leaves Dathomir to do self-training and discovery after awakening her celestial genes. June 16th, through the investigation of locating Savage, Matt, Pietro, Anakin, and Obi-Wan head to Dathomir to question Mother Talzin. In the process, Wanda reunites with her brother and their allies. Wanda with Ilyana and Marin is brought back to Coruscant, and the Avengers in space are fully reunited. June 28th, Asajj successfully locates the resting place of Darth Vectivus and begins further training under him. Both Sith Spirit and student learn bits of discoveries about Ventress' past of her heritage, which gives way to further advancements of her capabilities. After several weeks, upon Vectivus' counsel, Ventress leaves and becomes a bounty hunter. July 1st, the Battle of Muyunilinst rages on. ARC troopers Fordo and Alpha lead the strike team of the 12 new ARCs they had recruited as their final mission before being fully promoted to ARCs. They successfully raid the main base of the Muyunilinst, beat back Dirge and win the planet for the Republic. July 4th, the ARCs uncover Ultron's plans regarding the kidnapping/abduction of clones, Jedi and other individuals, locating the Citadel on Lola Seu. July 7th, the information the ARCs found are relayed back to the Republic, and a fleet and infiltration team is assembled as they intend on taking out the base, learning of Even Pile's abduction during their preparations. At the same time, the Jedi soon receive a signal from thousands of years ago, one that is of an old Jedi signal in another region entirely. Not wanting to take any chances, two fleets are assembled to address these two separate issues. July 10th, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, Spider-Man, Black Panther, Vision, the 501st and the 212th are assigned to address this ancient Jedi signal. Captain America, Black Widow, Ant-Man, Wasp, Ayla, Barriss, Quinlan Voss, Delta Squad, and the Bad Batch are made into an infiltration team to get into the Citadel, rescue the prisoners before the assembled fleets of the 104th, 327th, 41st, and Kit Fisto's Legion come in to annihilate the Citadel. Anakin's group discovers and gets pulled into the Force Nexus of Mortis. There, they meet the father, son, and daughter, experiencing intense physical and deeply personal trials ranging from Anakin confronting his past of losing his mother to Teach Ola learning the truth of how his uncle died. Peter gains the symbiote, later named Symbi. After seemingly killing Ahsoka, the son prepares to kill the father when Thor, God of Thunder, arrives and engages in an intense battle. To save Ahsoka, the daughter imparts a piece of her life force, freeing Ahsoka of any temptation of the dark side. The son, desperate to course-correct his plans, brings in the Dark Spectre of Darth Vader for Anakin to confront. All ends with the arrival of Arishem, who informs the Mortis trio of the breach of their punishment and fail of their duty. The father pleads for his own life to be taken and for his children to be spared. Arishem agrees and claims the father. The son soon escapes Mortis and meets with Beryl Over and Geth Zarian. As this went on, the team infiltrating the Citadel soon learns of the true horrors of what Ultron had been doing here. Barriss witnesses the Padawan pack that she knew on Jabiim having nearly all been converted save Aubrey Wynn, whom she managed to save. The Avengers, Jedi, and clone commandos rescue the captured prisoners within the base, managing to save nearly all save for Even Pile, whom Ultron personally took hold of and converted in front of them all. The Citadel is successfully destroyed, but the victory is hollow as Ultron reveals the existence of other bases that are conducting the conversion of organic life into his vision of evolution. July 13th, Thor arrives on Coruscant, meeting and reuniting with the Avengers and meeting the Jedi Council. He is then informed of the return of Ultron and Thor vows to stay until Ultron is destroyed. July 17th, Anakin takes Ahsoka, Peter, and Padme to Tatooine to visit the grave of his mother. Ahsoka and Peter make it official, the former reminding him that Barriss still needs to be involved in all this. July 24th, back on Earth, Peggy Carter passes away. Bucky Barnes and Celeste Morne attend her funeral in place of Steve Rogers. At the same time, Frank Castle begins his war on crime. July 30th, Robbie Reyes kills Agatha Harkness, retrieving the Darkhold and returning it to Camartage. Despite this success, the book abruptly destroys itself, burning it away for untold reasons. Thor returns to Earth through the Bifrost to convey good news and bad news from the Avengers in space. He tells them of the return of Ultron and the devastation he has been bringing upon the galaxy. Eric Selvig, Darcy Lewis, and Jane Foster are brought in by Thor in hopes that they can help in unlocking the secrets of the Infinity Gate. August Shang-Chi arc. August 1st, the Punisher exterminates a gang, getting the attention of the Avengers. August 5th, Shang-Chi and Katie Chen encounter men sent by the True Mandarin after Sean's pendant, leading to a brawl on the bus that they were on in San Francisco. Shang-Chi fights them off but his pendant is stolen, prompting him to go off and try to find his sister who also has a pendant of her own. He arms himself with a band/ring, one of the 10 that belonged to his father. At the same time, the Punisher kills a number of 10 Rings agents with Danny Rand discovering the scene later on and bringing their attention of them to Iron Man. August 7th, Sean and Katie arrive in Macau and meet the former's sister Xialing who runs a fight club and wields a ring of her own. Brother and sister fight before Sean is thoroughly defeated by Xialing. They catch up only for their conversation to be interrupted by the arrival of their father and his forces. Su Wenwei reunites with his children when the 10 Rings are suddenly attacked by the Avengers. Iron Man and the Mandarin fight for the first time. After the Avengers ambush them, the 10 Rings make a hasty retreat back to their mountain stronghold via magic while taking Sean, Katie, and Xialing with them. They arrive at the 10 Rings base of operations. August 8th, Wenwu explains to his children about the dreams and voices he's been hearing about their deceased mother, calling out to him from beyond. Both siblings confirm they are experiencing the same thing and after being convinced by their father, they agree to work with him to get to Ta Lo. August 15th, the Avengers manage to pinpoint the location of the 10 Rings compound and launch a raid on the base. Amongst the chaos, Sean, Katie, and Xialing are taken by the Avengers when the 10 Rings expunge the team through a banishing spell. While this is happening, Celeste Morne begins a spell that would hopefully erase the brainwashing of her lover Bucky. August 16th, once explaining their situation to the Avengers, Sean, Katie, and Xialing go with the Avengers to Ta Lo. After getting through the defensive maze, they get into the village of Ta Lo where Sean and Xialing meet their aunt and Tony runs back into Trevor Slattery. They soon learn of the real voice from beyond, being the Dweller in Darkness attempting to lure Wenwu in so the 10 Rings can be used to free him. August 18th, the 10 Rings arrive and the Battle of Ta Lo ensues. Iron Man clashes with Wenwu again while the 10 Rings fight against the Avengers and Protectors of Ta Lo. Shang-Chi and Xialing take over, tag-teaming against their father until the Dweller in Darkness is released. Wenwu sacrifices himself to protect his children and is reunited with his late wife and death in spirit. With the combined effort of the Avengers, the Dragon Guardian of Ta Lo, Shang-Chi, and Xialing, the Dweller in Darkness is defeated and killed. August 20th, after a night of partying, it is revealed the 10 Rings are in fact the missing keys to open and properly help operate the Infinity Gate. They properly activate it, yet the Avengers are hesitant to go through until someone can open the gate on the other side, which is set on Tython. All the while, Zima and Killmonger free and recruit Emil Blinsky/Abomination into the Liberators. August 27th, Beryl Over, Gethzarian and the Sun successfully revive Darth Momin. September 1st, a conscription bill is being put into place on the Republic with many coming in already volunteering to help to join the army. Delia Blue is among the first, soon meeting Captain Rex. All the while, an unspoken ceasefire is in effect between the Cis and the Republic as the fear of Ultron grips the galaxy. Anakin is being haunted by Darth Vader in a number of ways. Steve and Ayla get together. Ahsoka and Peter bring Barriss into their relationship, becoming a three-way couple. September 3, having met and been recruited by Maul, Savage Opress sees his brother recruit the Umbarans and Zygarians into an alliance. September 10, after many weeks of travel, Ventress runs into the Guardians of the Galaxy and is recruited to take part in a joint job with the Mandalorians, Ravagers, and many other mercenaries to fend off a new triumvirate formed by Pre Vizsla, Xizor and Krennic. The triumvirate is broken after Asajj displays her advanced training. After the aforementioned job, Ventress, Peter Quill, and Mantis learn they are each other's siblings. The Guardians also meet and recruit Cosmo to their team. September 11, Maul and Savage have a meeting with Pre Vizsla and Prince Xizor where they join Maul, joining his group the Crimson Dawn. September 17, many systems lobby for a proper ceasefire between the Sis and the Republic. Talks are in effect to bring about a proper ceasefire between the two factions while dealing with Ultron. All the while, Obi-Wan and Peter are on patrol for the rogue General Grievous who does not agree with the ceasefire. They arrive on Nelvon where a group of villagers are struggling as all the warrior men are missing. Spider-Man is given the path to seek out where they have gone missing, uncovering a Techno-Union presence on the planet that has been experimenting on the male Nelvon warriors. During the conflict, Peter learns the origin of how the Sun acquired Symbiote so many years ago before Arishem imprisoned the Mortis Celestials. Peter frees the male Nelvons, returning them home to their village. September 21, Peter and Pietro convinced Cham to push forward armor plans they designed, inspired by sci-fi video games from Earth, to help improve the military forces. September 26, a coup on Onderon occurs. King Dendup is overthrown by Sanjay Rash and he installs himself as the new ruler of Onderon by a mysterious benefactor with an army not of the Separatists or the Republic. Lux Bonteri departs from Raxus Secundus to help the rebel forces on Onderon against the new king. September 30, Mina Bonteri seeks assistance from Padme to help liberate her home planet. Dooku's hands are tied as Onderon's present ruler is labeling it neutral and pulling out several old laws. Padme agrees to send some help and realizes this can be the chance needed for Cham Syndulla as well with the advent of the new conscription bill that had just passed. The pair reach out to their allies to assemble a team to get into Onderon to train the rebel forces, learn more of how Sanjay Rash became king and overthrow him. October 5, Ahsoka, Barriss, Peter, Scott, Hope and Domino Squad are deployed to help the Onderon resistance and to help out on proving the recruitment bill can work out. They meet Steela and Saw Gerrera with Lux Bonteri and training begins. October 8, the rebel campsite is attacked by Chitauri, Sokka Arans, and Outriders. Maul is Sanjay Rash's secret backer, providing him with an army to occupy the capital city. In return, he would assist Maul and Savage in locating the ancient tomb of Freeden Nad. October 9 to October 22, after relocating the capital city, the resistance fighters and their allies flip-flop on wins and losses to help liberate Onderon. October 23, a battle ensues within the capital city of Onderon, serving as a distraction for Maul and Savage as they at last locate the tomb of Freeden Nad. The rebels with their Jedi, clone, and Avenger allies pursue them into the jungles of the planet. Maul and Savage sacrifice Sanjay Rash to open the gate of the tomb of Freeden Nad. They also sacrifice King Ramses Dendup in order to resurrect Freeden Nad, all for several purposes, one of which involves knowledge about the Soul Stone. Amongst the confusion of searching for King Dendup, Ahsoka is knocked out and taken by Trandos Han poachers. Onderon is liberated but the victory is hollow as King Dendup is labeled missing in action/Kia and Ahsoka has gone missing. October 25, waking up, Ahsoka finds herself collared and being transported somewhere, courtesy of Trandos Han poachers working for Ultron. She is soon brought to a hunting world for the Trandos Hans where she encounters Padawans and a man covered in mud with red eyes who speaks an unknown language to them. October 28, the Avengers are split between their time trying to help find Ahsoka while the first proper meeting for the ceasefire is drawing near. November Padawan Lost Ark. November 2, the first ceasefire meeting is held. Senators, delegates, and representatives from the Republic, Sis and Mandalorians come together on Coruscant to discuss the matter of Ultron. November 3, Ahsoka Tano uses the latent force powers bestowed upon her by the daughter for the first time. Later on that same day, Ahsoka and the other Padawans are properly introduced to Thrawn. It will soon be revealed the island prison is located near the Materanor system. November 5th, after the ceasefire meeting, General Grievous officially cuts ties with the Sis and is soon recruited by the Sun, Momin, Gethzarian, and Beryl Overin to their faction of Sith. November 7th, the Trandos Hands capture a Wookiee by the name of Chewbacca, one who is part of the clan sworn to teach Allah. He is found and rescued by the Padawans and Thrawn on the Trandos Han hunting grounds. Ahsoka learns of Chewbacca's affiliation with Teach Allah and realizes help is on the way. They must survive long enough for the Republic and the Avengers to come and save them. During their fight for survival, Ultron makes his presence known, managing to possess Khalifa. Ahsoka taps more into the daughter's gift, which piques further interest in Thrawn. November 17th, the Avengers launch multiple raids on planets where they are able to locate foundries under Ultron's control. Geonosis is retaken and the foundries are destroyed. Soon discovered that every Genosian on the planet is wiped out, learning of their extinction. Yoda begins a soft discussion with many in the Coruscant Jedi Temple to begin changing from their stagnant ways. November 18th to 30th, back on Earth, taking matters into her own hands, Celeste Morn meditates in front of the Infinity Gate and reaches out in the Force to send out a rippling call throughout the galaxy far, far away. This sparks a movement across the Jedi Order as many Jedi leave the planet, going out to wherever the Force calls to them. Wanda leads a group to Dathomir on original intentions to access the Qua archives and the Star Chamber to have a better understanding of things. Talks ensue as a result. Anakin and his group of friends and allies go to Ossus, finding mountains of lost knowledge such as the Library of Odan Urr. After discovering the Mortis celestial mural, they head to Lithal to find only pieces of something greater. As such, Vision directs the group to Atollan where they meet the Bendu and with his assistance, they eventually rediscover the lost world of Tython. December Tython Journey / Avengers Reunion Arc. December 1st, thousands of Jedi begin arriving at Tython, rediscovering all the lost knowledge the planet holds, reconnecting with their roots with the ancient teachings of their order and that preceded them, the Jedi Order. On a self-discovery trek, Ahsoka, Barriss, and Peter find an underwater cavern which has a plethora of lightsabers, data cards and holocrons. On their way returning to the main gathering grounds of Tython, Peter experiences glitches much to his utter confusion. Anakin Skywalker discovers the holocron of Darth Maul, gaining a new master in his journey through the Force. December 3rd, Thrawn meets with Nuru and Severance to discuss the state of the galaxy and how it can affect the Chiss ascendancy. December 7th, Anakin Skywalker duels Darth Vader on Tython, learning of his true identity, much to his horror. His closest Jedi and Avenger friends back him up but Vader fades before they can fight properly. The Infinity Gate on Tython is found inactivated, having a proper connection with Earth to happen. A result of this, the Avengers come through the other side for a long-awaited reunion. December 10th, after many days of reunions and all, both sides of the Avengers are caught up to speed on everything they had missed with each other. Anakin with Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, Rex, Domino Squad, Cap, Falcon, and Spider-Man go to a Force crevice where they confront Darth Vader once more. They battle him, coming out victorious while Vader fades away, promising that this isn't the last time they will see him. Anakin begins taking additional lessons from the holocron of Darth Maul. December 11th to 30th, a number of additional ceasefire meetings occur. December 31st, the Avengers all celebrate New Year's Eve together for the first as an entire team with their allies and friends from a galaxy far, far away. 2017. January 6th to 10th, sometime after returning to Coruscant from Tython, Pedar Parkar of the Jedi Order from another reality arrives. Confusion arises as he and Peter Parker meet face to face before both are sucked into a dimensional portal and swept into Earth 1610 to see the reports of that world's Peter Parker / Spider-Man has died. In that universe, they meet other Spider-Men, women, and a pig, teaming up with them to prevent a multiversal disaster instigated by Kingpin. Miles Morales becomes the new Spider-Man of Earth 1610. IW Spider-Man returns home. Madam Web begins recruiting Spider-Men and women from across the multiverse with the help of Miguel O'Hara, two Peter Parkers and the multiversal being called Alpha, created from the Collider of 1610, infused and connected to the web of destiny to help form a society. A great aftermath occurs of the glitch storm with the multiverse bleeding into each other. Causes great tensions and more as a result. Dr. Olivia Octavius from 1610 is found by the Sun and his allies while Frank Castle arrives on Nar Shaddaa, courtesy of the glitch storm. January 15, Ultron launches a renewed offensive against the galaxy, targeting Naboo, Raxus Secundus, and Mandalore, splitting up all factions as they combat against him. This all proves to be a distraction as Ultron's true targets are Kamino and Cato Neimoidia. All factions scramble to try to save Kamino but it fails. Kamino falls and the clone army loses between 700 to 800 million troops that are converted into Ultron's army. In an act to instill fear in the galaxy, Ultron projects the conversion of the Clone 99 to the entire galaxy, showing them the eventual fate he intends to enforce upon the entire galaxy. January 16 to 20th, the galaxy reels from such a devastating loss, a sense of dejection and nihilism setting in as what Ultron had accomplished is felt by all living beings. As a big middle finger to the galaxy, Ultron utterly destroys Kamino, leaving it a floating rock once rapidly depleting it of its resources and boiling its oceans down to the surface, killing any chances of bringing back life to the planet. January 21, after much studying, Thrawn believes he has found a means of counter-attacking Ultron after reviewing the many battles the AI has instigated. This is brought to the Jedi and Avengers by Wanda, and on that same day, Nick Fury meets Mace Windu for the first time, nearly causing a paradoxical meltdown of reality. Not really. The Avengers, Jedi, Republic, Mandalorians, Guardians/Ravagers and Separatists all coordinate on a plan of attack against Ultron. February 1 to 24, the War on Ultron resumes. A multi-pronged coordinated assault is deployed across the galaxy, courtesy of the combined efforts of Thrawn's planning and oversight with several others. Multiple systems where foundries are located are hit, leaving behind armies of ants infused with a virus made by the Avengers, magic, and force empowerment from the Jedi and Mystics, and an additional power-up by Vision's Mind Stone. This culminates in a grand battle which results in Ultron finally losing and being forced to retreat into Chiss space. At this same time, unbeknownst to the rest of the galaxy, the Sith faction of Darth Momin, Beryl Over, Geth Zarian and the Sun arrive on Kamino. The four practitioners of the dark side enact a dark ritual that successfully revives the ancient Sith Lord Darth Nihilus. To be continued in Season 4. Season 4 Trailer. Note that these are conceptual scenes and not guaranteed to appear in being accurate. Ultron collapsed, breathing heavily. His body was falling apart on his knees with only one arm supporting him. "It's over," Tony Stark declared, standing over his creation. Behind him stood the rest of the Avengers, all worn out and tired but standing strong and glaring back at the AI. "Over," Ultron growled out. "You think that this is over? You truly are fools. I may be over, but the conflicts will never end. Your battle for peace, your belief in keeping the status quo will never end." Insert Force Suite theme. Anakin walks over to Ahsoka, the pair standing in front of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. He places a hand on her shoulder and she smiles up at him. "Yeah, ready, Snips." "Always am, Master." Cut to Master Yoda standing in the center of a conclave on Tython, surrounded by Jedi. "The Force calls to us, it does." Obi-Wan holds a Jedi holocron in his hand with Mace Windu and Plo Koon standing before him. "A shift, a change, sense it, we all do." Aayla Secura runs into the arms of Steve Rogers, the two kissing lovingly. "A chance, a future, we now must dictate." Barisifi adjusts her posture, conjuring the needed spells much to the approval of Celeste Morn and Mordo. Spider-Man web swings through Coruscant with LAAT gunships flanking him along with Falcon and Doctor Strange. To be one with the Force and to be one with the galaxy, our duty is. Many Jedi are seen on many planets across the galaxy with some Avengers and their clone troopers simply assisting the people of the galaxy. Hold true to our new path, difficult it will be. Within the office of Chancellor Palpatine, the Sith Lord's eyes flicker into their sickly yellow, enacting a new plan as he departs from the planet of Coruscant. T'Challa, Shuri, Padme, and Bail Organa stand between Amon Kala and Quarren, a look of pride on the humans as the two aquatic species clasp their hands together. Cut to the Prince and Princess bringing the Wookiee clan sworn to the former to Wakanda, and with them, Ros lie with several other witches of Dathomir. The Avengers meanwhile, stand within a new ship designed and created solely for them to traverse and patrol the galaxy far, far away. Thrawn meets with Cham Syndola and Admiral Akbar, holding up a pic titled, The Art of War, along with a multitude of other pieces of knowledge gathered from Earth military leaders of the past. Pietro Maximoff wraps his arms around Chuchi, both having their hands over her stomach with Chuchi having a glimmer of jewelry on one of her fingers. I'm here to help. A man with the name tag of Pershing smiles at several clone troopers. Padme stands on her balcony with Anakin hugging her from behind, the two looking out at Coruscant. Maybe, just maybe, we can finally have peace. The senator from Naboo quietly said. Oh, what a foolish thought. Insert Star Wars, Duel of the Fates Epic Version, Remastered V2, by Samuel Kim. You believed yourselves to be safe. The Jedi Temple was burning. You believed that no other power could ever come to challenge you. Fleets of sleek silver metal design came out of hyperspace above Korriban. After thousands of years, you thought us a faint memory. Darth Nihilus had red Sith lightning crackling around him before unleashing it all on his opponent in the sky, a being of pure hellfire whipping out an arc of flames directed at him. Your order rested upon a false throne of power. Captain America slammed hard on the ground, covered in burns and injuries. He forced himself up, glaring defiantly at a Sith Lord clad in battle armor and a menacing helmet that obscured his face. After thousands of years, we have been building our strength. Alderaan is invaded. We have been gathering in the darkness, unseen by all. General Grievous ignited his lightsabers and behind him, dozens of red sabers joined with him. Now. Spider-Man was slammed down, a claw around his neck connected to Olivia Octavius. Behind her were 5 other equally powerful beings all bearing down upon the wall crawler. Cham Syndola stood in his office, angrily glaring at Padme, Mothma, Organ, Chuchi and many other senators he called friends. At last, we have returned. Multiple Jedi and Sith all charged at each other, lightsabers clashing at every corner on the battlefield. Maul stood with Savage and his other allies, looking over a map of the galaxy. They were observing the battles all happening at once when the former Dark Lord of the Sith nodded. All according to plan. Says Maul, all before glancing slightly to the side. It is time. Call them in. Check the description for the links to the author.